Chapter 1665. The Golden Goddess was extremely domineering and did what she said. She really did stomp down. Her entire body was shining as if it was made of gold, and the royal blood in her body was boiling. In the past, she had fought against Yi Fan and exchanged more than 3,000 blows. She was incomparably brave, and the tyrannical strength of her body could be seen. After many years, she had become the quasi-emperor and opened the royal body's treasury. Who knew how many times stronger she had become? This was the clan's famous invincible emperor body technique. The Golden Goddess's eyes flickered with a crazy light. She wanted to kill Yi Fan in his strongest area and crush his supreme holy body with one stomp. Hateful little girl, this is a humiliation to my master. She wants to crush my master's body alive. Huahua clenched her fists and even forgot to chant. What made Yi Fan feel helpless was that his physical body was inconvenient, and his control over the laws and paths was sometimes weak and sometimes strong. He had not completely broken through the body's cage, and now he was at a low point, so it was difficult to effectively kill his opponent. Looking at the golden soul stomping toward his face, his eyes were filled with flames. His fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He struggled with all his might. If his face was stepped on, regardless of whether he succeeded in crossing the tribulation or not, it was destined to become a humiliation that would be nailed to the path of his life. Clearly, the other party wanted to humiliate him like this in order to avenge the hatred of the past. Now, it was impossible to control the heavenly tribulation. His control over the laws and paths was at its weakest, so he could not send the Golden Goddess into the primordial world of immortals. Boom! The golden blood in Yi Fan's body was burning, and the scarlet blood was boiling. In an instant, it rushed out along the bloody wounds and turned into an unyielding carrier of battle intent. This was a bloody person. Because of Yi Fan's anger and unwillingness, it was separated from his blood. It was formed from the fragments of the great Tao and turned into a bloody god of war. This is the origin blood of the holy body. Many people cried out in surprise. Many people's eyes revealed a blazing light as they stared forward. Yi Fan's flesh and sea of consciousness could be considered a cage, trapping his magic and Tao. Meanwhile, his essence blood was unwilling to give up, rushing out. Within it contained this bloodline's most fundamental great Tao fragment. This kind of power was very powerful. Normally, it would appear on his physical body. This was the first time he separated it out and combined it together to attack. The most original divine body blood, scarlet red, like a multicolored sunset, truly beautiful. Isn't this the legendary human body great medicine? I don't have to refine it, and you come to me on your own. The golden heavenly maiden laughed out loud. However, no matter how one looked at it, she looked cold. Her golden eyes were especially cold. This blood and the divine body's source fragment contained a terrifying battle intent. Its blood-colored hair fluttered as it roared and charged over. Woo! The divine body source is truly a great medicine for the human body. It's a great natural luck. Many people's eyes were burning with desire. However, the battle intent displayed by this blood-colored body was indeed terrifying. It was world-shaking. With a sweep of its leg, the golden heavenly maiden was sent flying into the air and retreated. However, the blood-colored body also became a bit dimmer. After all, this wasn't Yi Fan's body. This was a type of instinct. Without the guidance of divine consciousness, there was no response. Cauldron come. Within Yi Fan's broken body, his essence energy was almost sucked dry. He shouted, and the myriad chi cauldron directly descended, entering the blood-colored body. There was a deity within the cauldron that could fight in place of his will. It controlled the blood-colored body and refined it into one to fight the golden heavenly maiden. Boom! This was a riot. The heaven and earth exploded. Under the situation where Yi Fan's magic and Tao were suppressed, the scarlet blood source fragment appeared to fight in his place. This kind of powerful force was originally the embodiment of the pinnacle of the physical body. Now that it was extracted, it was a terrifying manifestation. It shook the golden heavenly maiden so much that her face turned pale and blood seeped out of her mouth. As for the blood-colored body and the cauldron between his eyebrows, outsiders couldn't see them because he was originally formed from blood. Boom! His fist intent was unparalleled, and his battle intent surged. Yi Fan's blood deity was fighting, shattering the heavens and forcing the golden heavenly maiden to retreat. Blood continuously dripped from the corner of her mouth. This isn't good. Yi Fan is crossing a tribulation. His source has been separated from his body for too long. His body and divine consciousness will be destroyed by the divine chains of order at any time. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan's body was empty and tattered. Only a portion of his blood essence remained. He was relying on the power of his divine consciousness to hold on. If he made a single mistake, his body and soul would be destroyed. Master! Huahua's eyes were bloodshot. Damn it! My quasi-emperor tribulation should be coming soon. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Otherwise, I will definitely trample this cowardly rat to death. Pangbo was furious. Huh. The golden heavenly maiden laughed crazily. She knew that the blood deity was very powerful, but he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This was because once Yi Fan's divine consciousness and physical body were destroyed, everything he had would become nothing. Tremble, holy body, pay the price for your sins. I think this is the best response to you when I crush you into pieces when you transform. The golden heavenly maiden said coldly. She was at a disadvantage in physical combat, so she began to use a terrifying secret technique. The dark cosmos was torn apart. One figure after another walked out. It was as if a great sun had suddenly shone, illuminating everything with divine light. Those were ancient deities wearing golden armor. They were all existences similar to sun gods. Their radiance illuminated the dark cosmos as they came out to fight. This is the descent of deities. There wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. This kind of secret technique was actually cultivated by the golden heavenly maiden. She was indeed worthy of being an ancient empress. It was rumored that this was not a secret technique that could be cultivated with talent and bloodline alone. It was very mysterious and required the activation of some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Without a doubt, this kind of secret technique was extremely powerful. The sky was densely packed with golden figures. They all shouted together, "Kill!" They attacked at the same time. The golden symbols that filled the sky seemed to have a life of their own as they extended outwards. Then, they turned into golden waves that struck the heavens. With a hong sound, the bloody figure was sent flying. It won't end here, right? After the blood deity retreated, he didn't scatter. Instead, he suddenly became even more radiant as he intentionally avoided the attack. This was because at this time, Yi Fan's magical and Tao fluctuations had reached a peak, and he could use this kind of power. The blood flowed in reverse and entered Yi Fan's body. His entire body flickered with magical radiance as all kinds of secret techniques erupted. He also controlled the tribulation lightning. Boom! The golden heavenly maiden was also blasted into that immortal domain void realm. She was battered by immortal beasts, almost about to cross tribulation. An expanse of golden radiance scattered down from the outside. Everyone was stupefied. They originally thought that victory was already in the bag, but Yi Fan still made it through, escaping disaster. Right now, his flesh was bound. The golden heavenly maiden and Shunming were both in that immortal domain void realm. Right now, that place was extremely terrifying. They encountered great trouble. Let's end this. After Dragon Girl saw everything, a pair of sparkling dragon horns flickered with heaven-reaching radiance. She held the 10,000 dragon bell in her hands, about to enter the sea of lightning. Everyone's minds were beating like drums. Powerful cultivators quickly backed up. What kind of joke was this? Carrying an emperor artifact inside? Only the ancient emperor's children dared do this. It was because the slightest bit of carelessness and this ancient artifact crossed tribulation. Not a single person here would be able to survive. Are all of you scared of my brother? You don't even have the courage to face him head on? The sacred prince shouted. His rod strike almost smashed the divine tiger to death, stopping Dragon Girl's path. Just now, I still didn't have any killing intent. Out of consideration for us both having archaic emperor bloodlines, I don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality. Don't force me, said Dragon Girl. She had the confidence to say these types of words because she had a perfect emperor artifact in her hands. Who could contend against her? The monkey's immortal iron rod had long been broken into 2 pieces, so it definitely couldn't stop her. Monkey receives Green Lotus. Suddenly, the Black Emperor appeared. A formation platform flickered, and he tossed a Green Lotus to the Sacred Prince before directly disappearing from his original location. This was Yifan's Primal Chaos Green Lotus. He didn't dare bring it with him when crossing tribulation. This was no longer the same as before. Now that this object had taken form, if it really was Green Emperor and awakened after crossing tribulation, it was unknown just how badly the universe would be destroyed. When Dragon Girl saw this, she sneered and stepped into the sea of lightning. At worst, we'll all cross tribulation together. The Sacred Prince roared. He blasted the divine tiger away with a rod strike, abandoning this quasi-emperor who was destined to be defeated and didn't have long to live. He followed into the sea of lightning, and sure enough, the Green Lotus immediately trembled and frantically devoured the power of the heavenly tribulation. In an instant, it grew more than a foot long. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. The Green Lotus gained a very strong vitality and luster, becoming even more sparkling and lustrous, emerald green and fresh. The only thing that made people rejoice was that after absorbing the power of the Sea of Lightning, it didn't cross tribulation and was still a lotus. After Dragon Girl came in, she urged the 10,000 dragons to directly kill Yifan. She didn't come for a duel, and her goal was simple. She just wanted to kill this enemy. Scram! The Sacred Prince was furious. With the Green Lotus in one hand and the black immortal iron rod in the other, he blocked her path, not allowing her to harm Yifan, who was in his weakest state and in the midst of crossing tribulation. Dragon Girl sneered. The opponent's Green Lotus could only passively defend and had no offensive power, but the one in her hand was a true Emperor artifact. The initiative was in her hands. Not only did she stop the attacks of the Green Lotus and Broken Iron Rod, she even broke open Immortal Domain's Void Realm, releasing the other 2 ancient Emperor children. Shiming was furious. Golden Heavenly Girls tore through the sky. The 2 of them rushed murderously at Yifan, while Dragon Girl stopped the monkey. Break for me. The sound of the heavens collapsing sounded. Yifan's entire body burned with blazing flames. The magical chains binding his body, as well as the Supreme being remnant traces that were tangled together in his body, were already covered in cracks to begin with. Now, they finally reached a critical point. Kacha! It was as if something within Yifan's body broke apart. This type of sound was even more terrifying than thunder. Immediately afterwards, a streak of immortal light that pierced through the cosmos surged, hacking apart heaven and earth. With a hong noise, heaven and earth's 4 extremes trembled. Yifan's body released a great roar, as if he was a flood dragon that struggled free from its cage. He rose into the air, shattering the restraints of the divine chains of order, making them break apart. Success. Tribulation crossing perfection. Cries of alarm sounded. Yifan made a breakthrough amidst endless difficulties, shattering all shackles and obstructions, taking the most important step in his life. Disturbing my tribulation crossing. Do you think you can kill me just like that? You all won't do. Yifan was like a dragon that leapt into the 9 heavens. With a honglong noise, his entire body erupted with endless radiance. Magical techniques and Tao surged, his flesh becoming even more powerful. When the rose symbol art was activated, time and space seemed to have frozen. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Yifan's body became larger, a foot trampling towards the golden heavenly girl, descending like a mountain. This was simply impossible to evade. It was just too fast. Within endless golden light, Yifan's large foot descended. The golden heavenly girl was forced to face it head-on. Her arms shook, striking towards the heavens. However, the power of this foot was too great, crushing her natural laws. It carried heaven and earth covering radiance as it crushed down, covering her underneath. Everyone trembled, watching from the distance. After Yi Fan's large foot descended, the golden heavenly girl resisted with all of her strength. Her arms supported the heavens, barely stopping that large foot. As for Yi Fan's fist, it had long smashed toward Shenming. Heavenly Emperor fist was unmatched, shattering the void, suppressing downwards. Shenming roared angrily, but she was directly suppressed. From the distance, that figure that was like a demonic god trampled on the golden heavenly girl with one foot, a fist crushing Shenming until she had to kneel down. That type of "I am the only one" supreme majesty left everyone shaken. Chapter 1666. Yi Fan successfully crossed tribulation. He broke through his body's shackles, making the laws and Tao surge, breaking free of the shackles, truly completing a transformation. He was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex that appeared, terrifying aura covering heaven and earth. As soon as he took action, the two great ancient emperor's children were suppressed below. Even though they were still resisting, it looked like one was trampled on by his feet, the other bent over by his large hand. This type of scene left everyone stupefied. After so many years had passed, this type of person appeared again, powerful to the point where it made everyone's blood surge, tremble. Was this the true rise of the sacred body Yi Fan? The true path of return? It was too domineering, trampling on the ancient emperor's daughter, his fist shaking up the restricted region's child. When had anyone ever seen this type of scene before? Many people's blood began to surge as well. Yi Fan broke through the restrictions, shattering all of the divine chains of order, undoing his body's shackles. He had just recovered, yet he was already this powerful, shocking everyone. It was as if a demon lord had defied the heavens and returned, no one able to stop him. Master! Hua Hua clenched her fists, blood surging, crying out excitedly, feeling excited and happy for her master. After more than 300 years of suffering, he finally sharpened an unmatched body. Good. He finally broke through. There won't be any more future troubles. Let's see who dares cause trouble. We'll wipe them all out. Li Heishui also cried out, brandishing his fists forcefully. Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others also roared out excitedly, feeling like their blood was boiling. That figure seemed to be them, towering in the starry sky, suppressing the ancient emperor's bloodline. Yi Fan finally broke through. After experiencing too much suffering, today he succeeded. Many people knew that there was no one who could stop his footsteps anymore. This time, he truly rose up, informing the people of the world that the one who previously swept through the starry sky ancient path returned. Many great enemies were going to tremble. Shenming roared out angrily, her fists shaking, fiercely facing that great hand in the sky. She forcibly straightened her back, not allowing herself to kneel down. She was full of unwillingness. That hand actually made her body almost bow down. This was a type of tremendous humiliation. Who was he? The child of a restricted region, the descendant of an ancient supreme being. He should be intimidating under the heavens. Crack! However, although he was struggling, his joints were cracking as if they were about to break. One could imagine how terrifying the punch that was pressing down on his head was. This made him feel extremely humiliated. It was actually this kind of posture. The supreme power made him feel as if he couldn't even raise his head. The other party was suppressing him in a domineering manner. What kind of person could be this aloof, towering above the heavens, about to make him collapse with a casual fist? This was unforgivable. The blood and bones in his entire body were trembling with anger. However, the one who felt even more humiliated than him was the golden heavenly maiden. She was being trampled by a giant foot that was surrounded by dazzling golden light. Her entire body was trembling violently. She would not have been able to withstand it if she had not exerted strength in her arms and unleashed a shocking secret technique of the ancient emperors. This posture, this kind of result, made all the golden blood in her body boil violently. There had never been an emperor's child so submissive before. Her eyes were as sharp as heavenly swords, and her golden pupils shot out beams of light. She did everything she could to retaliate. Over 10,000 golden symbols flickered, deities descending, all of them attacking murderously, wishing to destroy that heavenly deity-like figure. The golden heavenly maiden felt even more humiliated than Shiming. She was the glorious heavenly maiden, the focus of everyone's attention, respected by all sides of heaven and earth, the world's most resplendent pearl. When had she ever suffered this? However, now, everything was changed. A person was this powerful, trampling down on her with a raise of his foot. "Get up!" Shunming roared angrily. 10,000 beasts roared. In his surroundings were all ancient beasts with the most powerful bloodlines from the legendary era. They all erupted, making him the 10,000 beast deity, forcefully resisting Yi Fan's fist. Finally, he struggled free. Meanwhile, at this time, Dragon Girl also used deities descending. Sun deity-like existences stepped out from the void one after another, illuminating the undying, helping her break free. Yi Fan didn't block it. Instead, his expression was cold. His arms shook, breaking the final magical chains in the air. After that, he punched toward the sky. There was a mirage of the immortal realms there that surrounded him. This strike exceeded everyone's understanding. The lightning radiance in the void completely disappeared. Then, with a hong noise, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. The heavenly tribulation ended. Originally, this heavenly tribulation lightning radiance would gradually disappear. Was it destroyed by Yi Fan's fist now? He directly retaliated, showing great disrespect towards the heavens. Without lightning, this place became extremely quiet. The stars had long been destroyed. Only darkness and nothingness left, as well as a few people who were confronting each other. "You want to kill me like this?" Yi Fan's eyes moved about, sweeping over every single person. Divine Tiger, Dragon Girl, Golden Heavenly Maiden, Shunming. These four's expressions were all grave. "Master," Dragon Girl destroyed a few of our resource stars. Huahua said in grief and indignation from the distance. "Correct, it was just a finger." Dragon Girl's eyes were cold. She reached out a finger and pointed out. The void split apart, the scene from not long ago appearing again. A great star was directly crushed by that enlarged finger. "There are a few more left. It's just like this. Is your heart aching?" Dragon Girl laughed coldly. Her finger descended, and then several more great stars exploded. There were clearly some cultivators who didn't retreat, dying a violent death. There's also Shunming and the others. Li Tian shouted. Shiming laughed coldly. With a raise of her hand, the void split apart. An ancient path collapsed in front of her, blood splashing outwards. The past scenes were just that realistic, a ghastly sight. Quasi-Emperor's power was undoubtedly displayed. There is no need to say any more. I only killed a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, weak like ants, not worthy of this name. Golden Heavenly Maiden said herself. An expanse of bloody mist pervaded the air in front of her. A few figures appeared, carrying anger and unwillingness. "Are you all trying to anger me? If you can't disturb my heart, then all of you will die even faster." Yi Fan said calmly. After experiencing so much joy and sorrow, even though he felt anger inside, his Tao heart wasn't shaken. His fighting strength rose to a terrifying height, the blood in his body surging like a tsunami, shaking up the starry sky. "It is still hard to say who will be the one to kill who," Shunming said coldly. Just now, she felt too much humiliation. The battle intent and arrogance in her bones surged to the extreme, about to use all forbidden methods to kill Yi Fan. "You all won't do." Yi Fan directly shook his head, as if he was a deity from the heavens above looking down on them. This type of feeling was extremely bad. When had there ever been someone who looked down on them like this? Shunming and Golden Heavenly Maiden's expressions became more and more cold. They transferred all of their vital energy, wishing to fight to the death. "Yi Fan, don't fight over them. We'll split it half and half. You kill two, I'll kill two." Sacred Prince walked over while carrying the brilliant multicolored immortal iron rod, his entire body covered in golden fur resplendent and sparkling. When Divine Tiger, Golden Heavenly Maiden, and the others heard this, their expressions became even colder. Forget about their identities, just in terms of cultivation realms, they were quasi-emperor, yet they actually dared look down on them like this. This was just too unbridled. Monkey bro, you can't say things like this. These people all came for me, so I have to deal with them myself. Yi Fan said. When these words sounded, Shunming, Golden Heavenly Maiden, and the others' expressions became even more overcast. What do they treat them as? Did they think they could kill them just because they wanted to? They were actually fighting over this. This was intolerable. Dragon Girl took action. The 10,000 dragon bell in her hands erupted with radiance, turning into a furious dragon. Every segment was a purple-gold great bell, rumbling through heaven and earth, releasing wong-wong sounds. Over 10,000 bell waves gathered into a streak of light, slaughtering their way towards Yi Fan. The heavens were collapsing, primal chaos was beginning to open, everything was being destroyed. Under Yi Fan's will, the travel symbol art operated, reaching great heights. Time stopped, but also as if it was moving in reverse. One could see that time force was becoming chaotic. He instantly shifted several tens of thousands of li, avoiding this attack that would definitely kill him. Catch! Sacred Prince and him had great tacit understanding. The primal chaos Green Lotus had long been prepared, sent out, flying into Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan moved while holding the Green Lotus. There was no one else who could stop him here. The all-life source energy cauldron floated above his head, green light flickering in his hands. A three-leaf stalk produced all things, as if the celestial being was reborn. The great battle began. Yi Fan directly rushed at Dragon Girl, not fearing the Imperial magical artifact at all, destroying all of the ripples. The spectators sucked in a cold breath of air. Even though they had long heard of this, personally witnessing the extreme Tao natural laws still made their hearts tremble. The weapon forged from divine marks, purple gold revived, Imperial Tao power surging. The great bell linked up into a dragon body, every single segment moving rhythmically. The bell sounds deafening. This naturally made the Green Lotus tremble as well, feeling extremely strained, neutralizing the attacks of the Supreme being natural laws with difficulty. The Fiend Emperor Tao fruit was blossoming. Shunming and the Golden Heavenly Girl also slaughtered their way over. The purple gold Imperial magical artifact wouldn't injure them, while the Green Lotus could only passively defend. That was why they could enter the battlefield and participate. Suddenly, Yi Fan changed directions, instantly changing his main target, directly slaughtering towards Shunming and the Golden Heavenly Girl. Roar! In the distance, an angry roar sounded. Sacred Prince succeeded ahead of time. His rod smashed down, killing Holy Spirit Race's Divine Tiger. A quasi-emperor fell here. Everyone was horrified. This monkey was too powerful, so direct, directly smashing the Divine Tiger into a bloody mist. Rocks and flesh flew everywhere, shocking the soul. Sacred Prince dealt with his opponent. He walked over, immortal iron rod in hand, forcing Dragon Girl, confronting her. The main reason was because he was scared that she had some ancient emperor taboo methods. Shinming roared out angrily, encountering great trouble. Not even the 10,000 beast immortal swords were useful, unable to harm Yi Fan at all. The other party's speed was too fast. What left him in the most despair was that in the end, the other party stopped using the rose symbol art, standing there, facing it head-on with his true body, directly shattering the 10,000 beasts and 10,000 swords, making him feel as if he was struck by lightning. The Golden Heavenly Girl was also taking action, but she couldn't catch up to Yi Fan's footsteps, unable to surround him. It was simply as if she was 2 steps behind, completely futile. 10,000 Tao furnace. Shinming shouted. A black furnace rushed out from the crown of her head, releasing immortal light. Then, The furnace body flowed with sparkling radiance. There were more, not less, but 10,000 great Tao symbols, all of them flickering. This was his Tao furnace, something that would accompany him for the rest of his life, something he would use to achieve the Tao. He used up a sea of divine force, using essence blood to nurture a quasi-emperor artifact. Wong. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head flew out, crushing space, crushing all things, instantly rushing over. Shenming's expression was sinister, using all of his strength. The Tao furnace smelted the 10,000 Tao of heaven and earth, releasing endless light. There were even more so, all of his life's magical Tao fragments that surged out. However, when the all-life source energy cauldron descended, his 10,000 Tao symbols collapsed, actually unable to stop it. Streak after streak of source energy descended, crushing his furnace until it was about to crack apart. Shenming's expression changed. Her own Tao smelting artifact actually couldn't compare to the other party, about to be destroyed at any time. This left him furious, even more so feeling a type of unwillingness. He hurriedly put away the black divine furnace, avoiding the all-life source energy cauldron's radiance. He couldn't face it head-on. He knew that there shouldn't be any quasi-emperor artifacts in this world that could face this cauldron head-on. Wong. Yi Fan followed up. He was too fast, the magical Tao surging within his body reaching a perfect state. His fighting strength surged, able to display incomparable deterrence. He arrived with a single step. Experts clashed, quasi-emperor clashed. This place rumbled, all things destroyed, everything destroyed. Only primal chaos surged, heaven and earth re-established. They fought intensely, the flowing light they produced flying into other star domains, directly making an expanse of stars dim. This was a type of unmatched power. Kacha. In the battle, Shenming had no choice but to use the Tao furnace to protect herself. Otherwise, Yi Fan's fist would have smashed into her body. A shattering sound sounded. Her heart was in intense pain. She opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, her body's Tao seriously damaged. It was because the black divine furnace was shattered by Yi Fan's fist, within it his magical Tao. With a raise of his hand, he destroyed the restricted region child's quasi-emperor artifact. What kind of power was this? It was because it wasn't an ordinary divine weapon, previously obtained the approval of immortal tomb's supreme beings. Shenming screamed out, but she couldn't change anything. Moreover, she was in an extremely dangerous state. Yi Fan displayed an irregular scene, instantly sealing up the cosmos, locking down this space. Shenming couldn't move at all. Pooh! There was no reasoning to speak of, no mercy to speak of. Yi Fan walked out, as if an immortal king descended into the lower realms. His entire body shone, black hair fluttering about. He arrived before Shenming, and then with a pu sound, he was torn in half, blood dyeing heaven and earth red. I can't accept this. Shenming's body was torn in half. A fist-sized little golden figure rushed out from her head, crying out in pain, words filled with grief. He was a true heaven's pride, someone who had previously fought under the heavens in the ancient times. More than 100,000 years ago, his figure had appeared during the darkness chaos, using this to sharpen himself. Later on, he was sealed by his father, growing up in blood and flames. He had never encountered someone who could suppress him at the same level. Yet today, he suffered this type of humiliation. He was actually hacked apart alive, body torn in half, not like someone of the same cultivation realm at all. However, the other party was so young, his cultivation time definitely not longer than his own. He was this powerful, suppressing and killing this exceptional pride of heaven from a life-restricted region with just a raise of his hand. The two halves of the blood-soaked corpse fell, a ghastly sight, making the experts who came from the cosmos break out in a layer of cold sweat. This was too powerful. This was a quasi-emperor, yet he reached the end of the road just like that. A demon-like figure stood between the two halves of the body, stepping on blood, eyes like lightning, black hair thick, overlooking the world under the sky. That type of powerful aura made everyone's hearts tremble. Shunming's primordial spirit rushed out, but it was hard for her to break free from this divine domain. This was Yi Fan's irregular scene, as if it was an immortal domain world. All types of great stars swirled above, countless creatures roaring from the great desolation world below. Yi Fan was like an immortal lord patrolling, overlooking his own people. Meanwhile, Shunming suddenly felt like she was extremely laughable, actually as insignificant as an ant. Chapter 1667. This wasn't Yi Fan's final irregular scene, merely a transformation process. Now it evolved to this step. This domain couldn't be passed through, surrounded by Yi Fan's magical Tao. It was useless even if his primordial spirit rushed out. As soon as he rose into the sky, a golden crow, swirling with immortal light, flew over, wishing to peck at him. Shunming roared out in grief. He knew that he was finished, about to fall. In his entire life, he had seen human race great emperors during the dark, chaotic era, never falling, yet now, he was going to die in this world. When his father achieved the Tao, he was the most powerful under the sky. Even after severing his blade, he was still the most powerful under the heavens. However, in a decisive battle against ancient great emperors, he was defeated as the descendant of this type of person. This was a type of humiliation in itself. He was originally proud and arrogant, looking down on the world, full of boldness, looking down on the young heroes of the heavens. Now, he actually ended up in this type of state. He resisted, not surrendering. Waves of roars shook the heavens, struggling within the irregular scenes. Everyone felt a bit of sympathy for Shunming. This was originally the heir of a supreme being, who dared provoke him, who could face him head-on. Now, he was like a bird in a net, struggling futilely. Yi Fan was too powerful. He towered there, irregular scenes drowning out the cosmos. This became his main battlefield, ruled by him. The golden crow moved through the sky, fiercely pecking Shunming's primordial spirit, making him feel a great pain. The radiance grew dim, blood-like divine splendor splashing out. He suffered serious injuries. Another horned dragon rose into the sky, passing over the great desolate mountains, flying through the savage forest, rushing into the sky. A streak of scarlet light flashed past. Shunming's primordial spirit lost another large piece. Was it going to end? Shunming released a long sigh. The restricted region, child, actually fell into this type of state. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength to resist, completely defeated. In the outside world, the golden heavenly lady was attacking. Dragon Girl held an Emperor Tao magical artifact, also tearing apart the cosmos, wishing to break down Yi Fan's Quasi-Emperor divine domain, rescue Shunming. Unfortunately, everything was futile. They didn't succeed. Yi Fan was moving, the Ro character art unmatched under the sky, touching upon the domain of time, avoiding the endless attacks. With a single thought, he moved 100,000 li together with his phenomenon. He traversed the universe and dodged the attacks of the two people. All the attacks only landed on the vast, illusory image. They did not hit him at all. When true Emperor Tao fluctuations swept over, Yi Fan still held the primal chaos green lotus. With a sweep, Emperor Tao natural laws were destroyed, heaven and earth opened, all life extinguished. I have lost. In the final moment, Shunming was filled with loneliness, no longer struggling. That fist-sized little figure was grabbed by a vermilion bird, swallowed in one gulp. Specks of light scattered down like a rain of blood. Yi Fan's phenomenon disappeared, leaving behind only two halves of his body, as well as pieces of the quasi-Dharch divine furnace. His life ended just like that. He had previously erupted with resplendent radiance in the ancient times, but in this world, he encountered someone he shouldn't have encountered, thus ending in such a depressing manner. Many people were silent, finding it hard to say anything. That is good stuff. Only the Celestial Court's people could speak. Shunming destroyed an ancient path they built, so these people definitely wouldn't sympathize with her. They stared at the divine furnace fragments and the body in the pool of blood. That was an ancient beast that turned into its original form. It was incomparably massive, quasi-emperor blood radiance dazzling, entire body a treasure, making any great power's eyes go red. There is ancient supreme being blood flowing within, able to refine a portion, refine it into human body, great medicine. This is an unmatched divine object, the Black Emperor said. In the dark, even though there were many people who were envious, a few great powers becoming restless, when they saw Yi Fan's cold and emotionless eyes, it was as if cold water was poured over their heads, stopping their impulses. He even dared to kill the descendant of an unmatched existence in a mortal tomb. So what did Yi Fan not dare do? Kung Chang sounds shocked all directions. The golden heavenly girl moved, a single battle shocking the starry skies. Her entire body was covered in multicolored light, as if a golden volcano was erupting. Flying blades, golden gourds, divine bells, Tao, pagodas, and other things appeared, turning into ancient symbols, engraving themselves on her body. In that instant, she wore a set of golden battle armor, the radiance blinding. This was the combination of several types of forbidden secret methods. She deeply sensed how terrifying Yi Fan was. This person was already not a single person's opponent and would definitely leave all of the ancient princes horrified. This was an exceptional great enemy that the supreme being descendant had to face, someone who would stop many people's paths. The golden heavenly girl fought viciously, using all of the methods she could use. Otherwise, she felt like there was no hope. Moreover, she already made her preparations. If she couldn't kill him, she would immediately flee into the distance, because if she fought viciously, she would definitely die for nothing. Hong Long Long. Golden symbols flickered about, attaching themselves to the surface of her body. After merging with her body, they turned into pieces of special armor. They all had life, as if deities were living within her body one after another. Chong. A casual attack from her was already a terrifying one. She pulled out a golden dragon sword from her back, and then it truly turned into a furious golden dragon, rushing at Yi Fan. The immortal sword was ruthless, immediately hacking apart the void. A light dang sounded. Yi Fan's cauldron suppressed forward, thus stopping her. She couldn't break through, but she wasn't discouraged, her entire body rushing over. The golden gourd on her left shoulder turned into armor, symbols swirling about, and then a deity flew out. The Tao bell turned armor on her right shoulder, shone brilliantly, and then an ancient deity rushed out. The golden lotus imprint on her chest flickered, and then a 5-element deity rushed out. Deities swirled around her body, many golden Tao artifacts supporting her, making her look like a golden immortal king. This was a type of dazzling magnificence. Who could have this type of power? Ancient deities accompanied her at her side, surrounding and protecting her at the center. The great emperors of the past were like this, their power heaven overflowing. The golden heavenly maiden unleashed her most powerful attack. Her movement technique and Tao spirit became one, killing Yi Fan. The stars in this dark cosmos had long been destroyed, but now, bright spots appeared one after another, even more resplendent than before. Those were deities one after another, and in the end, there were more and more of them. This peerless attack made everyone's soul tremble. What a powerful forbidden domain, the fusion of so many secret techniques, one strike shocking the gods. Everyone's scalps went numb, and at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yi Fan didn't retreat. The all-life energy cauldron floated above his head as he directly advanced, facing the deities head-on. He actually met force with force, not wavering in the slightest. He was like a raging furnace, multicolored light collapsing the heavens, like the king of deities. That aura made everyone's hearts palpitate. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and a great collision occurred. The deities all suppressed down, and the cauldron above Yi Fan's head received all of the attacks. The primal chaos within the cauldron was as deep as the sea, impenetrable. Suddenly, the sea of primal chaos within the cauldron surged, blocking these attacks. The deities descended, and in an instant, they scattered, shaking over from all directions. The sky cracked, and this place became a lump of porridge, turning into a source of destruction. In the mouth of the cauldron, the all-life energy drooped down like curtains, hanging down like waterfalls, blocking Yi Fan's true body. He wasn't affected in the slightest. The all-life energy cauldron was truly successful, and now it could suppress a part of the sky. Its defensive power was astonishing, and the deities charged together. Golden light destroyed the world, but they couldn't even open up a small gap. The golden heavenly maiden's powerful attack was ineffective, and her heart immediately sank. Yi Fan's power had indeed exceeded her expectations, and this was too dangerous. That cauldron made everyone's eyes burn with passion. This was definitely a peerless treasure among the quasi-emperor artifacts, and it was rarely seen since ancient times. Suddenly, the curtain hanging down from the all-life energy cauldron was torn apart, and the deities attacked inside. The golden heavenly maiden was stunned. How could the situation change so quickly? She almost wanted to retreat. She had no choice. Symbols flickered all over her body, and she charged over murderously. It was the same as opening up Yi Fan's tortoise shell, so she naturally wouldn't give up. The deities were expressionless. Their bodies shone, and they carried out a fatal attack, hacking forward. Now is the time. The dragon girl shouted lightly, and she also took action. Extreme radiance flickered, and an imperial magical artifact shot out. The purple dragon rapidly shrunk, turning into a zhong in length. The dragon's reverse scale opened up, and bell sounds rang out continuously. One could clearly see that the segment of the small bell that had turned into the defying dragon scale was covered in incomparably terrifying ripples. Yi Fan's expression was cold. The space between his brows flickered with splendor, and the primal chaos green lotus appeared, sweeping towards the defying dragon scale to suppress and kill, stopping the ancient imperial weapon. At the same time, he had the golden heavenly maiden enter. He was like a matchless demon lord, and he forcefully faced all of the golden deities and weapons. Emperor weapons appeared between his fingers one after another, and they truly appeared. Void Mirror, Eternal Universe Furnace, Tai's Sovereign Sword, West Emperor Pagoda, Wushur Bell. One after another, they were developed by him with the Battle Saint technique, imitating a few strands of extreme Dao might. As a quasi-emperor, the strength of his body and magical power had been raised to a shocking level. Now that he was using this secret technique, it was unknown just how many times more powerful it was. The Golden Gourd, Divine Bell, and Dao Pagoda were all sent flying, and some even directly shattered on the spot. They were no match for these Emperor weapons. That was because the army formula was also operating. At this time, all kinds of golden magical artifacts were stuck. Even though the golden heavenly maiden herself had reached the quasi-emperor level, she was still suppressed. The golden heavenly maiden finally understood that it wasn't she who had broken through the defense of the myriad energy cauldron, but Yi Fan himself had let her in. Otherwise, the enormous energy cauldron above her head would be unbreakable. It was too late now. Even though she wanted to tear apart space, she couldn't retreat. How could Yi Fan let her go? He rapidly imprisoned the world and attacked. The deities roared angrily. Those golden figures covered the sky and earth, and all of them attacked Yi Fan. This was an attack that would destroy everything indiscriminately. These ancient deities all exploded, and the violent energy impact could burn down the universe. However, Yi Fan only used one fist. Brilliant radiance exploded and swept forward, obliterating all the deities. Regardless of whether they were self-destructing or charging forward while roaring, they were all annihilated at this moment. Once the celestial Emperor Fist was unleashed, all the deities turned into ashes. They were all destroyed, and not a single one survived. The golden heavenly maiden's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. This result made her despair. The other party was powerful enough to look down on her. Not fleeing was simply courting death. However, even if she fled, could she really escape? The dragoness was furious. She couldn't kill Yi Fan, even with an imperial magical artifact. There was also that monkey. This made her feel like her blood was about to explode, but she just couldn't do anything. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Moreover, she also had a bad premonition about her own fate. Should she retreat? The golden heavenly maiden's fate had already been decided. At this moment, no one could change it for her. When the golden magical artifacts and radiance on her body exploded, she knew that in this world, her figure would no longer exist. Wonglong, the myriad chi cauldron trembled and sucked the golden heavenly maiden inside. The space between Yi Fan's brows erupted with light, and his entire body emitted boundless light. At this moment, the universe was shaken. He operated the magical artifact and began to refine it. Pop! A soft sound rang out like a flower blooming. An expanse of ashes drifted out from the cauldron. It wasn't the first bloom of life, but rather the withering of a life. There was no longer a golden heavenly maiden in this world. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path, the strong won and the losers perished. Those who truly achieved the Tao mostly advanced on corpses and bones. Behind them, fresh blood and piles of bones stretched as far as the eye could see. This path was just as cruel. Chapter 1668. On the simple and unadorned cauldron wall, golden light flickered. An exceptional heavenly lady's figure appeared, turning into a Tao pattern imprint, becoming a part of all creatures. Everyone's minds were greatly shaken. The all-life source energy cauldron was too shocking. What kind of transformation was this? It was mysterious and unfathomable, even Emperor blood becoming a part of its symbols. Ashes scattered about. Many people were so shocked they couldn't snap back to reality. An archaic imperial daughter died, just like that. The result extremely cruel, leaving everyone incredibly shocked. This starry domain became quiet. Many people shivered inwardly. This was not a good omen. Yi Fan's rise was unstoppable, just too powerful. In the initial stages of Quasi-Emperor, Emperor blood was definitely difficult to surpass. They had an innate, incomparable advantage. Yet now, they were ruthlessly suppressed and killed with a raise of a hand. After the silence, low voices sounded in the dark cosmos. Everyone found it hard to calm down. The ones who came were all experts, yet they were all horrified, their backs covered in cold sweat. Golden Heavenly Lady died, becoming a pile of bones on the Emperor path. Shenming, Heavenly Lady, 2 in a row. Was it going to be a third? Yi Fan vaguely became a supreme being air killer, specialized in killing existences at this level. It was absolutely horrifying. One was a supreme being child, the other an imperial daughter, yet they ended up like this. The Emperor path was ruthless, making one sigh deeply. The simple cauldron rose and fell in the sky, releasing strand after strand of source energy that turned into a waterfall, surrounding Yi Fan below. His expression couldn't be seen clearly, only a pair of eyes shining brilliantly, incomparably intimidating, the radiance of light clearly visible. At this moment, Dragon Girl felt a deep sense of powerlessness. 3 great experts with Emperor blood attacked, yet 2 of them died in the blink of an eye. It was just too sudden, too fast. Right now, she was the only one left. What else could she do? Fight? Even if she had an imperial magical artifact, it was useless. Yi Fan held the primal chaos green lotus in his hands, able to defend against it. That was truly a heaven-defying Tao lotus. 3 leaves supporting the heavens, transforming into the natural laws of all living things, difficult to break through. This not only made her tremble, it also made all of the experts in the cosmos tremble. With this Tao root, it was equivalent to being in an innately invincible position. Who could break through it? This wasn't a problem she alone had to face, but rather something that all of the experts in the Quasi-Emperor would feel apprehensive about. Who could ignore it? Who dared to ignore it? From that day onwards, Yi Fan had become an obstacle that threatened many people. All the heroes had to think about how to overcome him and how to face him. Obviously, this was a terrifying opponent that everyone had to think about. This would become a phenomenon that needed to be specifically targeted and considered on how to deal with. In this battle, Yi Fan's rise would be like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. The starfield would tremble, and it would definitely cause a great commotion. A dragon cry sounded. A purple dragon soared into the heavens, and then it swooped down again. Its divine might was matchless, and imperial magical artifacts were revived. Its battle prowess was raised to the peak as it slaughtered its way downwards. The dragoness was truly unwilling. If she were to retreat just like that, what confidence would she have in the future? All of her conceit would become a mirage, and there would be no meaning in continuing to fight. No matter what, she had to strike once again and try to break through the chaotic green lotus. This was an Emperor-tier weapon forged by her father. How could it be inferior to a lotus? Clang! The great dragon soared through the sky, its head majestic. When it smashed down, this kind of attack could definitely destroy a sea of stars, turning all of the stars into ashes. One had to understand that this was being activated by a quasi-emperor. Yi Fan was fearless. With the all-life energy cauldron above his head and the green lotus in his hand, he went against the heavens and faced this great dragon head-on. A true powerful attack collided. Chi! The 3 leaves on the green lotus shot out 3 streaks of green light. The immortal light that created the heavens at the beginning of the world transformed into all living things, breaking through the formless laws. It possessed an indescribable charm. The omnipresent imperial laws spread out like ripples, but they were quickly blocked and disintegrated, leaving behind waves of chaotic, multicolored light. It was extremely beautiful. Dragon cries shake the 9 heavens. The dragoness shouted loudly. The purple true dragon coiled around like a coiling snake mountain, piling up in the sky. Every part of its body shone with purple light, and then it moved rapidly, resonating with the universe. Dragon cries rang out. Everyone in the distant sky was stupefied, and their minds were about to shatter. They were so far away, about to cross star systems, yet it was still so terrifying. Everyone decisively retreated. This is an ancient emperor cry. It's simply as if the true body of an emperor has revived, roaring through the cosmos in this era, the might of the purple dragon dominating the world. When an ancient emperor cried out, no one could endure it. Moreover, that purple true dragon coiled about, its body shaking rhythmically, its body and Tao sounds moving together. This was a type of extremely powerful attack. This was already no longer the dragoness controlling the imperial Tao weapon, but rather this weapon reviving and attacking on its own. It was because it also felt anger. From ancient times until now, without achieving the Tao, who could challenge the imperial might? That person wanted to overturn everything, so he would be destroyed. The 10,000 dragon bell trembled on its own. Even the dragoness who wielded it felt her heart tremble. Her body swayed, rising and falling within the sky, full of purple light. She had already let go, unable to control this weapon anymore. Things had developed to this point, completely exceeding her expectations. This was the dignity of an imperial Tao magical artifact. It couldn't be offended and carried out a decisive battle. The dragon cries, and the enormous dragon body crushed down. Yi Fan truly did suffer a terrifying impact. The primal chaos green lotus was trembling, the entire stalk bent from the pressure. Even the 3 leaves were swaying about, as if they were going to fall off. Green multicolored light filled the sky, making this place look like boiling water. Just be destroyed. Dragoness laughed coldly. Her entire body released purple light. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood energy. This was a streak of purple splendor, brilliant and dazzling. It surged onto the dragon body formed by the 10,000 dragon bell, making its aura flourish even more. It was because this type of blood was no small matter, belonging to the essence of an imperial Tao bloodline. It was refined by her, contaminated with her father's aura. When it was used on the extreme Tao weapon, it naturally trembled endlessly. It was as if the one who refined it back then had returned, currently standing at its side, accompanying it in battle, starting that glorious era, sweeping through the heroes of the heavens again. The purple energy rushed through the cosmos, simply about to break through this cage and enter immortal domain. Nothing could be seen here, only the imperial draconic energy and purple light surging. The green lotus suffered great pressure. Kung Chong sounds rang out, and with a Wunglong sound, the 3 leaves bloomed angrily. Symbols appeared one after another, flowing out from the leaves and scattering high into the sky. This was like a scripture, arranged in symbols that were difficult for ordinary people to understand. They were engraved in every inch of space, locking down this part of the universe and neutralizing the 10,000 dragon bells' pressure. The green light rushed towards the great dragon. Resplendent collisions and intense impacts rang out. This place became a region even more terrifying than a sea of lightning. No one knew what was happening, only vaguely hearing scripture sounds. In the end, 2 figures were faintly discernible. One stood on the great purple dragon head, dignified and majestic like an undying monument, overlooking the common people. The other figure towered above an enormous green lotus, looking down on the world and the clouds. His style was unmatched, overlooking the heavens throughout the endless ages. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, vaguely seeing an archaic emperor and a great emperor face off. Between them, there were endless star systems being destroyed, even more so endless Tao patterns collapsing. What was this? Every single person was horrified. Was this a battle that transcended eras? An archaic emperor was fighting against a great emperor of near ancient times. It was just too horrifying. They faced each other across space, a battle that spanned over 1,000,000 years. Wong. The purple splendor was like water, while the green light was like a waterfall. Scriptures flickered between the two, and all types of symbols erupted. A confrontation at the peak, surging like crazy tides. The world was destroyed. Under the sky, shocking multicolored light, nothing could be seen again. Only after a long time had passed did the 2 figures quickly rush towards each other, and then they disappeared together. What a pity! Those are the ancient emperor and great emperor's imprint fragments. There are too few left, unable to support this type of battle at all, quickly being consumed. Someone sighed softly, feeling deeply regretful. However, when they thought about it, it made sense. If great emperors really could fight across space, then those ancient supreme beings wouldn't have any regrets. Once they were lost, the things left behind would only be remnants, unable to support a complete battle. At most, they would only be able to exchange a few blows. Light continuously flickered, and only the 10,000 Dragon Bell and Primal Chaos Green Lotus were left. The figures standing on their bodies had all disappeared. The purple True Dragon Queen and Dragoness were pale, and the Green Lotus Queen, Yi Fan's expression changed. Their feelings were all different. Just now, they really did see 2 void figures confronting each other. That kind of feeling was very subtle, as if they had gone back in time to see 2 emperors. Father! Dragoness' voice trembled. 2 streams of tears slid down her snow-white face. She hadn't seen her father for tens of thousands of years, and now she suddenly saw his back. Even her heart was trembling. At this moment, she wasn't the female quasi-emperor who could destroy stars, kill decisively, and slaughter heavenly soldiers. Instead, she was only a somewhat weak girl who longed for the archaic times, hoping to see the Dragon Emperor again. She rushed towards her father's side. Yi Fan calmed down. He slowly raised the green lotus and pointed it forward. His face was full of indifference as he walked towards Dragoness. He could understand her feelings, but their hostile stance couldn't be changed. In the end, enemies could only be enemies. The terrifying battle began once again. Regardless of whether it was the 10,000 Dragon Bell or the Green Lotus, their luster was somewhat dim. The confrontation between the emperors just now had exhausted too much of their strength. It was difficult for them to recover in a short period of time. Boom! Yi Fan swept upwards with the green lotus in his hand. The laws were scattered, and a few runes on the true dragon were temporarily removed. The Tao laws fluctuated. His fist blazed with light as he forcefully smashed forward. An earth-shattering sound rang out, shocking everyone in the universe. Everyone was shaken. What was he doing? That kind of sound was ear-piercing. It was as if a deity was forging iron. The four poles of the universe were shaking, and the mortal world was violently fluctuating. Heavens, he's using his bare hands to fight against an extreme Tao weapon. It was like the reappearance of a legend. He hadn't reached the grand completion yet, and the blood in his body hadn't completely turned red yet. He actually dared to do such a thing, using his physical body to compete against an emperor's artifact. This was an unimaginable action. Everyone in the universe was tongue-tied. Those who were paying attention to this battle sank into a short period of silence. Their hearts trembled. Was this going to defy the heavens? What kind of shock was this? That was an emperor's artifact. This was an artifact that couldn't be challenged at all. It was the top divine artifact that suppressed this realm. Today, there's actually someone trying to break this legend that had been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years, challenging this kind of authority. Someone had done this in the past, but their cultivation should be higher than his. He hasn't reached the grand completion yet. How could he do this? Trembling voices carried a tone of disbelief. In the universe, pairs of eyes stared in that direction. Many people were speechless, unable to say anything. Dang! Yi Fan swept the green lotus in his left hand, and the celestial large fist in his right hand struck out again, forcefully colliding with the Emperor's artifact. Blazing light burst forth, illuminating the universe and drawing out an immortal radiance. Chapter 1669. He is forcefully facing an imperial magical artifact. He didn't say much, only a few words, but made the entire cosmos see tremble. Everyone's voices were trembling. How could they not be shocked after personally witnessing this? In the cosmos, Yi Fan was sometimes like a Kuan Peng spreading its wings, and sometimes like a true dragon soaring through the skies. His powerful body was undergoing all types of transformations as he fought against the imperial weapon. It's because of that green lotus. Could it be that it really is Green Emperor? When this guess was made, quite a few people broke out into a cold shiver. This was just too terrifying. The one who broke the legend in the post-antiquity era, the only one who achieved the Tao, had only died 10,000 years ago. What kind of unforeseen event led to the appearance of this lotus? What kind of secrets were hidden? The more they thought about it, the more terrifying they felt. All of the signs pointed to a suffocating conclusion. There was something wrong with Green Emperor's death. The battle on the battlefield attracted everyone's attention, affecting the minds of the supreme experts. Yi Fan was like a deity descending to the mortal realm, brandishing his emperor fist to resist the divine marked purple gold emperor weapon. The Kung Chong sound were deafening. There is no way Yi Fan could face the imperial laws head-on, but the primal chaos green lotus helped him resist it. However, this was enough to prove the problem. His physical body was just too powerful. Otherwise, how could he dare to do this? If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been blasted apart and turned into a bloody paste. When he did this, even though there were traces of blood between his palms and fingers, his finger bones weren't broken. He was sensing the power of the supreme weapon, feeling out its pulse. The fist and lotus became one, allowing him to look down on the starry skies and sense the power of the ancient emperors. He experienced the powerful and undying traces they left behind in the long river of time. This type of collision allowed him to obtain great benefits. He used his heart to look at the unreachable peak and see just how far the road ahead was. Great waves surged within Yi Fan's mind. The imperial Tao was limitless. He saw through the dense fog and saw a vast and boundless world. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the end. Dragon Girl's face was pale. The other party's power and fearlessness moved her greatly, making it difficult for her to calm down. This person was too powerful. She seemed to have seen a young great emperor rise up. This person had the same spirit as her father, the same type of person. For the sake of cultivation, they can go up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds, all for the sake of attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal. Her Tao heart was shaken, and she deeply felt a type of powerlessness. She wasn't able to kill Yi Fan today, but if she missed this opportunity, then she was bound to never have another chance. Even an emperor-based celestial artifact wouldn't work. So what else could he do? She indeed had all kinds of forbidden secret techniques that were left behind by the archaic emperor. There were also forbidden domains that she had experienced herself, but she knew that they wouldn't be of any use. She couldn't do anything to that person, because even emperor-based magic tools were useless now. So what could be more powerful than it? Her heart could not calm down, foretelling the outcome. Defeat was inevitable. The dragon girl stared at the green lotus, her heart filled with unwillingness. If not for it, this result would definitely not have been like this. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, he would still have to flee. Shua, the dragon lady turned around and left. She knew that she couldn't continue. The only reason she hadn't been defeated yet was because she had an emperor-based ritual implement in her hands, not because of her own combat strength. If this continued, there would definitely be a mistake. At that time, there might be a huge problem. The scene of Shun Ming and the heavenly girl's blood splashing across the starry sky might repeat itself on her. The 10,000 Dragon Bell was an emperor artifact, its power naturally incomparable. It instantly shattered the cosmos, opening up a safe, primal chaos passage. She walked inside. Yi Fan naturally chased after her, not letting her leave just like that. Since they were enemies, since the battle had already started, there had to be a result. He held the green lotus in hand, the source energy cauldron above his head. He turned into a streak of flowing light as he chased after her. The rose symbol art was operated to its limit. The long river of time seemed to have stopped for him. Moreover, at the same time, the army symbol art operated. He tried to interfere with the emperor artifact, trying to control and change it. Suddenly, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. A black immortal iron rod hacked open space, smashing towards the dragon lady. The sacred prince took action. The black iron rod in his hand shone with brilliant, immortal multicolored light, auspicious brilliance surging. This path was blocked. The dragon lady's expression suddenly changed. She immediately tore open space again, moving into the distance. However, with a Wonglong sound, a terrifying aura erupted as soon as she moved. A stone artifact tore open the cosmos, carrying a type of world suppression. There was an ancient emperor's dignified aura. It was extremely powerful. It was the divine tiger's stone artifact. At this time, it landed in the hands of a barbarian with messy hair, smashing down. The human demon was actually Dongfang Tai. After disappearing for many years, he appeared again, returning to this battlefield. He was trapped in a damaged emperor formation in the desolate border of the cosmos. He comprehended the Tao, charged through the trials, and resisted a certain terrifying race for many years. Finally, he came out alive, his strength increasing by a large amount. After returning, he directly received the stone artifact from Monkey. He watched like a tiger watching its prey, guarding the darkness to prevent the dragon lady from escaping. The dragon lady's heart sank. It turned out that escaping was also this troublesome. The emperor artifact had consumed too much energy to resist the primal chaos green lotus. Right now, it wasn't in a state of automatic recovery. She knew that she was in danger. Yi Fan closed in step by step. Even though the green lotus in his hand had also lost its luster, he himself was strong enough. This was where his current strength lay. Kill! The dragon lady shouted. Her peerless appearance was full of determination. Her beautiful hair flew in the wind, and her graceful immortal body emitted a holy radiance. Blood dripped from between her brows, and the blood landed on the emperor artifact. She was making a sacrifice to bring the magical artifact back to life. Firstly, she wanted to use this to survive and carve out a path of survival. Secondly, she hoped to see her father again. Even if she died in battle here, She wanted to see that familiar and imposing figure at the last moment. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying, bloody battle. The primal chaos green lotus was forced to shine again. The blue sea connected the sky and covered the cosmos. The imperial might and the emperor's path blossomed together, and this place became a land without stars. Many years later, it would be labeled as a forbidden land of extinction by later generations. The outcome was already decided. The emperor artifact was beaten until it became dim, and the deity was about to fall into a deep slumber. The world saw a terrifying green lotus. It was so terrifying that it didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the confrontation of extreme Tao and would fight to the end. The green lotus defensive power was unparalleled, and even the emperor artifact became dim. With a final roar, the 10,000 dragons' bell suddenly shattered. It wanted to escape with the dragon lady, but in the end, it was swept away by Yi Fan's green lotus. The dragon lady fell down, and her beautiful hair scattered about her. Her sparkling white face was full of despair. She knew that she couldn't leave. This would be the last time she could see this world. Unfortunately, there was only darkness before her eyes. Not even the starlight could be seen. It had been beaten out of existence, and there was only nothingness. "Father, where are you?" Tears flowed from her eyes. She had awakened the emperor artifact, and she was about to die. She couldn't see the ancient emperor's shadow again, and she felt regret. Yi Fan took action. He raised his right hand and aimed it forward. At this moment, there was no right or wrong. Since they were enemies in this life, he couldn't show mercy even if he wanted to. The other party shattered several stars with a single finger, and the Celestial Court's losses weren't small. Together with their previous grievances, the enmity had long since become irreconcilable. If he let her go, Yi Fan would have no fear, but the people at his side would definitely be greatly threatened. It was just like those great stars that were shattered in a single night. He wouldn't allow this woman to do such a thing again. Yi Fan attacked, and the celestial emperor fist blasted forward. Puffed. A beautiful flower of blood bloomed, and a peerless goddess withered. Another person of the ancient emperor's bloodline was reduced. Scarlet specks and a rain of blood sprinkled across the sky, and then everything faded away. Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. He faced it silently. This road was very long, and it was also very cruel. Who knew how many people would die at the end of the campaign? Treading on blood and bones, it was destined to be a heavy life, and there would be endless desolation. Today, he had won, so he survived. If he had lost, the one who would die would be him. Perhaps in the future, he would also lose, or even more tragically, and become the scenery on someone else's emperor's path. All of his past glory would turn to smoke, and he would become an even more powerful person. But as long as he was still alive, he would advance bravely and make himself even stronger. He had lost too much, and some people would never come back to life again. He was powerless to save them. For example, Qin Yao and the divine King Jiang Taishu. At that time, he hated himself for being powerless. Now, he wanted to become stronger and protect everyone around him so that they wouldn't become a pitiful scene of blood in this great world. He wanted to advance, and he wouldn't be lenient to his enemies, even if he was viewed as an enemy by everyone. So what? They were enemies, and he would attack mercilessly, erasing all potential dangers that could endanger the people around him. He wanted to fight his way through. Even if there were great enemies everywhere, and the world was filled with the flames of war, he would be fearless, and he would win all the way. My path, my Tao. Yi Fan saw a corner of the future, and it was destined to be very difficult. The road to Emperor would not be peaceful, and it would be a scene of mountains and rivers dyed in blood. And the Forbidden Zone battles might start again one day, and that immortal path was also very vague. In this life, as long as he was still advancing, he would advance towards that goal, and he would encounter even more terrifying enemies. How was he going to face them? The collision of 10,000 Daos, the bloody journey. Since it was destined to be cruel, the only way was to struggle free and stand at the peak. Even if it wasn't for himself, he had to do it for the people around him. He had to win 100 victories, and he had to look down on the world. The 10,000 dragon bell broke into the vast universe and flew away. There was no way to stop it, and in fact, it was difficult to keep it. Without a true emperor weapon in hand, it was impossible to seal it with a passive green lotus. The end of this battle caused many people in the starry sky to be shocked. The impact of this battle was very great. The divine physique rose strongly, and he announced his return to the world with a battle record of killing the 3 ancient bloodlines. This battle happened too quickly, very quickly. Although the battle was fierce from the beginning, it didn't last long, and the major powers in the universe still didn't know. Only those who rushed to the battlefield and saw everything with their own eyes were trembling. This was a shocking news that needed to be sent back immediately to tell their own people, or else they might make a big mistake. At this time, the divine physique couldn't fight back. In the dark universe, some people instantly went far away, not daring Atari for fear of a big problem. Is the resource star that we occupied in the celestial court still being mined? Quickly return it. Don't ask why, do it quickly. What about the stronghold we seized? Quickly give it up. Don't talk too much, just because it belongs to the celestial court. One after another, the leaders were anxious. Some of them were well-informed, and the news of the battle in the universe came back, causing some clan leaders to be unable to sit still. Clan leader, we've already betrayed the celestial court and left their territory. Do we still want to rely on them? We've already killed a group of heavenly soldiers. Can we still be kind? Master, you are the one who ordered the attack on the celestial court. How can you blame me? You killed that heavenly general with your own hands. Yi Fan, the divine prince, and the human devil returned at the same time, all of them safe and sound. This caused great panic, and people suddenly realized that the colossus that was the celestial court was even more terrifying. The expected decline didn't appear, and these people returned alive. However, there were also people who opened their eyes, which were as deep as the sea and hazy with primal chaos. This was the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. When they opened and closed, terrifying light shot out, piercing through the universe and looking at the distant celestial court. Chapter 1670. The cosmos was boundless, excessively vast. The endless star systems were too far apart. Compared to this, life was extremely few, moreover so insignificant. Darkness and coldness were eternal themes. In this type of boundless starry sky, the transmission of information had a severe lag. If one didn't personally experience it, if they weren't here, there was no way they would immediately hear it. Only those who were related to their own life and death, those who had great benefits, would immediately rush to the sect to announce heaven-shocking changes. Right now, groups of soldiers were advancing, walking out from Stargate. Their armor flickered about, all of them cast from copper. They either held spears or carried halberds on their backs, cold light flickering about them. They came from the distance, stepping into this star domain. This was a powerful army, clearly elites. Every single soldier was extremely powerful. They crossed regions to arrive, all of them releasing a wave of austere energy. Their numbers were astonishing, at least 100,000 troops. Under the eyes of a few commanders, they walked out in an orderly and disciplined manner, about to carry out a world-shaking slaughter. Under this heaven-covering aura of experts, all things trembled. The cold light of the armors, as well as the killing intent of the weapons, merged together. Even the stars grew dim, the sun and moon trembling. The one in the lead was riding a rare white Chelan colt, on which sat an otherworldly young man. Next to him was a large flag that fluttered with the fluctuations of divine power. It stirred up heavenly winds, causing many of the meteors to tremble as if they were about to shatter. There were 2 large characters engraved on the banner, Divine Court. These 2 characters were extremely eye-catching, releasing a wave of astonishing aura, as if it was a vicious beast that wanted to devour people. It turned into symbols, condensing on the banner surface. When this great banner unfolded, it rumbled about like thunder, but also like war drums, intimidating one's soul. There were even more waves of dragon cries and phoenix cries, making one shiver inwardly. Kill, wipe out all of the troops of the celestial court. The youngster on the white Chelan colt looked extremely handsome, even a bit flirtatious, excessively beautiful. Only, he lacked a bit of heroic spirit, too feminine. He gently waved his hand, and the army behind him charged toward the blue planet like tigers and wolves. They were like a torrent of steel, shaking the universe and causing the stars to tremble. Divine Court Emperor Lord's second son came, leading a great army of 100,000 to wipe out the celestial court's various departments. Now, they were heading straight for an ancient pass. He was in a sweep through everything in his path, completely seize it, sweep out the thorn in his side. The divine army was like a tide, hiding the sky and covering the earth, submerging this great star. Cold light shone on their iron clothes, cold air piercing through the heavens, turning this place into a miserable place. Puff! Blood splashed high into the air. An old cultivator fell into a pool of blood with confusion and unwillingness on his face. His shining white head was covered in bright red blood. Grandfather! A young girl let out a heart-wrenching scream as she pounced over. With a cheese sound, a streak of green sword radiance streaked past. That innocent face, that tender face that carried a crying expression, immediately froze. A head flew up, the headless corpse of the young girl falling onto the ground. The divine army was too powerful, the cultivators on this star unable to stop them at all. This was a group of tigers and wolves, extremely valiant. When they whistled past, sword energy swept out, all creatures were cut in half. The great army of 100,000 rushed into this blue star, completely wiping out everything. Those who were still mining in the copper concentrate mines, divine metal mountain ranges, couldn't escape at all of them killed. Blood dyed the regions they passed through red. This was a terrifying massacre, not even close to being a conquest. This was unfair. There wasn't the slightest bit of fairness to speak of. Among those who died, quite a few of their faces were filled with confusion, not knowing what happened at all. This place had already been abandoned by the Celestial Court. They were all unrelated people looking for a living. Why did they come and kill them? Reporting to young Master, only a portion of the people from the Celestial Court were killed. Only a few hundred were killed. The rest were mostly rogue cultivators of this star. Blood flowed, and a commander walked over with large strides. His silver war blood flickered with a cold metallic luster, but it was stained with droplets of blood. He looked incomparably terrifying, like a demonic god. Xian Eon the white Chelan beast was incomparably handsome, his white robes purer than snow, untainted by a speck of dust. When he smiled, he was like a demon. He was definitely not as young as he looked, but his appearance was outstanding. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What's so special about this? Next place, as long as its territory is ruled by the Celestial Court, it will become our territory. Next place. A huge starry door opened, and the army of 100,000 entered in an orderly manner. These were all the elites among the elites, masters of hundreds of battles. It could be said that they were the number one army of the Celestial Court in the past. Cold light flickered, and this batch of divine army arrived at another star domain, landing on another great star shrouded in vitality. They blotted out the sky and killed their way over, stirring up waves of blood chi and astral winds. Who are you? Why have you intruded into our homeland? A young man who was still very young roared in grief and indignation. Uncle Li had died, Uncle Wang had been killed, and even Zhang Gongye had been cleaved in half by a sword. This group of armors covered the sky, and they were like ferocious wolves, killing anyone they saw. With a pu sound, his face was filled with unwillingness as he fell into a pool of blood. No one cared about him. Only a sword slashed over, and he became a corpse. You are all bad people, woo-woo. Return my brother's life. A little boy cried loudly as he stumbled over. Pooh! A commander slashed out with his iron sword, and the little boy's head directly flew more than 10 meters into the air. The little boy's face was frozen in horror, and blood splattered everywhere. The number of troops of the Celestial Court is pitifully small. There are only 800 rogue cultivators who are not willing to leave to seek a living. We didn't even manage to kill their troops, let alone an entire division. A senior commander personally reported to him. On top of the snow-white Chilean beast, Xian-Yi appeared out of the world, even his fingers sparkling and translucent white. He coldly said, "Then we will continue to suppress and kill them. Hurry to the next place. All traces of them will be erased." This was a terrifying fuse. When he gave the order, he didn't know how terrifying the effects would be at all. The later generations would call this bloody incident the Second Sun's disaster, the true start of a bloody calamity. The cosmos was too large. In the distant starry river depths, Yifan's battle had just ended. Only a portion of the people who had previously appeared on that battlefield knew about it, while even more people didn't know. When the Divine Court Emperor's second son set off, he didn't know that a great battle that shook the entire cosmos had happened in the distant starry river depths. Previously, Dragon Girl, Shunming, and Golden Heavenly Maiden all took action fiercely, either shattering the stars of the Celestial Court, or breaking apart the ancient stars of the Celestial Court, or unleashing a great massacre in the regions ruled by the Celestial Court, stirring up endless chaos. When he saw this, he also chose to take action. Recently, his divine art had reached great success, and even his body and appearance became younger, reaching an extreme state. His confidence swelled, and he became incomparably conceited. At this time, the matter in the starry sky quickly spreading to the other ancient regions. More and more people received the news, triggering a huge commotion. However, Xian-Yi and the others still didn't know. 1 star, 2 stars. A total of 4 stars were conquered. The number of people killed wasn't too many, not in the tens of thousands, because the people involved had long retreated. However, the bloody massacre was extremely cruel, decisive, and bitter. "Young master, it's not good. There's news from the starry sky." Just as they were about to rush to the 5th star, a holy knight rushed through the starry gate on a savage beast, his face deathly pale, extremely flustered, quickly sending a message. "What are you panicking about?" Xian-Yi's expression was calm, his face full of displeasure. He was extremely calm and collected, dressed in white clothes, his temperament outstanding. Divine body, Yifan, he appeared. The person who came was trembling, stammering. "Oh, he appeared again. Could it be that he can still defy the heavens? Can he really solve his own problems?" Xian-Yi had a faint sneer on his face, extremely calm, extremely calm. "He killed Shunming, killed the Golden Heavenly Maiden, killed Dragon Girl." The Holy Knight said everything in one breath, as if he had released a mountain from his heart, releasing a long breath with great difficulty. "What?" Xian-Yi's expression changed, his handsome face full of disbelief. The 3 great ancient emperors' heirs all died. This was simply like the Big Bang of the universe, shocking everyone. How could this be? Wasn't it impossible to touch that domain forever? It was sealed by the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the others' remnant marks. How could it be so powerful now? "Are you sure it's true?" Xian-Yi's brows stood on end. "It's true. That battle just ended. I believe that in a few days, the entire universe will know," the Holy Knight replied, having Xian-Yi retreat. "What are you panicking for? This matter has been approved by my father. Even if he broke through, so what? In front of those who have achieved the Tao, he is still as humble as before. It's nothing." Xian-Yi forced himself to be calm, putting on a dignified expression, but made his beautiful face look somewhat sinister. Boom! Another starry door opened, and another holy knight rushed out, shouting, "Young master, retreat quickly. Yi Qiandi is coming. The Divine Court has sent an urgent message, telling you to leave this star field quickly." "What Yi Qiandi? Who gave him that title? Who does he think he is? Even my father doesn't dare to use this name. Who does he think he is?" Xian-Yi was enraged on the spot. "It's all the heroes called him. Young master, Hurry up and leave. He's coming back. The person who came was sweating profusely. All right, let's retreat for now. Since the divine court has given the order, I have to obey it. Shenny said, giving himself a way out. Then, the army of 100,000 quickly passed through the starry door and left this star field. Yi Fan had risen, returning in defiance of the heavens. This news caused an uproar in all the heavens. The news of him killing the descendants of the 3 ancient emperors in one battle swept through the starry sky like a raging wave, shaking the vast universe. Everyone was stunned, inexplicably shocked. This was simply a legend. Those were the bloodline of the primeval emperors, but he had killed them with just a lift of his hand. The second son of the emperor? Yi Fan's eyes flickered. As soon as he returned to the headquarters of the Celestial Court, he received a piece of news that made him unhappy. The Black Emperor, Flower, and the others directly exploded. Mother Asterisker, are you tired of living? How dare you try to bathe our Celestial Court in blood? Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he is the second son of the Emperor of the Divine Court? Kill him. We must kill him. He must have gotten the approval of the Emperor. Otherwise, how could he dare to do this? This time, there weren't many casualties on the 4 stars. Close to 10,000 cultivators fell, all of them unwilling to leave, mainly independent cultivators. But this still made the Celestial Court stifle their anger, stifling a ball of fire. Yi Fan, the Saint Prince, and the human demon had just returned, and now someone wanted to bathe their backyard in blood. How could they tolerate this? So what if he is the Emperor? Let Nan stand guard here. Now go kill the Emperor's second son, the human demon said domineeringly. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. All right, he did as he said. The next moment, Yi Fan disappeared. Seeing this, the others decisively opened the starry door and chased after him. Xian, he had already returned with his troops. They had retreated to the territory ruled by the Divine Court and entered an impregnable pass. After that, he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't believe that someone would offend his father and cause trouble here. How powerful was the undying Heaven Empress? But even she was afraid of her father. There were even rumors in the outside world that the one who fought against the undying Heaven Empress was her father. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Emperor's cultivation was. However, just as they were calmly returning, the pass collapsed. A demon-like figure entered the Divine Court's hinterland and attacked. Yi Fan had arrived. He descended from the sky and reached out to grab the Divine Court's divine son. You, the Divine Court's second son, shouted. He didn't think that there would be someone who dared to enter at this time. They were almost at his father's imperial palace, so how could they be so daring? In recent years, his strength had improved greatly, and he was only a hair's breadth away from the quasi-emperors. The great flag beside him was a supreme treasure of the quasi-emperor that the emperor had bestowed upon him. It could protect his life, but now it was useless. He was picked up by Yi Fan and fixed in midair, staring at him coldly. The great flag fluttered. This was a supreme treasure. Terrifying light erupted from the flag, and tens of thousands of streaks of lightning swept toward Yi Fan's body. However, the blazing light flashed. Yi Fan's magic power soared into the sky, and he was completely unharmed. In the end, he even guided this power into his body to explore the secrets of this power. It couldn't harm his body in the slightest. The white Qilin raised its head and roared into the sky. It stood up on its hind legs and also erupted with light. However, the large black dog descended from the sky and instantly sat on top of it. He then said, "From today onwards, you are my mount." He glanced at Xian Yi and sneered. "Do you think you're a holy god just because you ride on a white horse? Or maybe I am. Why are you still wearing white? I think you want to wear mourning clothes, don't you? Let go of the young master." Many people roared. The elites all rushed over. The human demon opened his hand, covering the sky and earth. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew everywhere, drowning this entire place. He grabbed tens of thousands of people and suppressed them all. Do you know, Xian, he was fierce on the outside, but he was weak on the inside. He no longer had a hint of calmness. nor did he have that graceful bearing and transcendent temperament. Right now, he was very afraid. Yi Fan grabbed him like he was grabbing a little chick. Pooh! Before he could finish speaking, Yi Fan crushed his physical body. Then he grabbed his nascent soul and sealed it in the great flag, carrying out a hellish torture. Ah! Xian, he howled in agony. He was in extreme pain. The divine court was going to war with the celestial court. On this day, the news soared into the sky. The four poles of the universe shook and trembled. Everyone was shocked. How was this possible? Were the two great forces finally going to fight? You killed my son, and you were so unbridled. Do you want me to kill all of you? After more than 300 years, the chaos of the darkness finally ended. The sovereign who had been silent all this time finally appeared, and he spoke with his majestic voice. If you kill one member of the celestial court, I will kill one of your sons. If you don't believe me, you can come and try. On this day, Yi Fan's words also shook the universe. His words were sonorous and forceful. Chapter 1671. Two colossal entities might collide. It would be like a shocking comet streaking across the sky, like a terrifying flame engulfing the mountains and rivers. As soon as the news spread, everyone was shaken. The universe trembled, and all races were alarmed. This was definitely a terrifying earthquake, causing the stars to tremble. Everyone had a premonition that the celestial court and the celestial court would fight, but they had never thought that the fuse would come so quickly and be activated in such a manner. Why didn't the chief return that important city? Didn't you say that we should offer our humble apologies and humble ourselves? On an ancient planet, a race was discussing. Yes, the master of the celestial court, Yi Fan, has returned and started a massacre, causing the bloodline of 3 ancient emperors to fall. The second son of the master of the celestial court has also become a dead soul. Don't tell me we don't need to apologize and immediately return the resource planet we seized. What's the rush? He is very strong, but the emperor should be even more terrifying. Let's wait and see, said an aged voice. A few people cursed silently. Weren't you the one who scolded us after hearing the news and asked to immediately go to the celestial court to apologize? In the end, you changed your attitude as soon as the news came. You really flipped the page of a book. Something similar happened on another planet. A few important figures were discussing how to deal with the relationship between the two great powers. The emperor is about to come into being. He's the most powerful person in this world. In the end, Yi Fan hasn't transformed into a divine physique. If we fight to the death, he will definitely die. We don't need to return the star we seized from the celestial court in a hurry. Oh, not bad. Let them fight to the death. If the celestial court is destroyed, that star containing divine iron will forever belong to us. The universe was not peaceful, especially at the borders of the celestial court. All the major tribes and powers were getting restless. They were all making preparations. Perhaps they could get a share of the spoils from the war. Let's fight to the death. In the end, the elites of both families will be wiped out. If the emperor still hasn't reached the Tao, he probably won't have much lifespan left. Even if he controls the universe, he won't have many years left. Make preparations early. Watch as the celestial court is uprooted and the celestial court declines from its peak. Of course, there are also people who were worried. They immediately returned the fortresses and important towns of the celestial court, afraid that Yi Fan would take revenge on them in the future. At the borders of the celestial court, formation patterns flickered. The great formation covered the sky, but there were not many people there. Only a few people were carving defensive formation patterns. The main force had long since returned to the headquarters. This time, the battle between the armies was not the main point. It was very likely that it would be a battle at the pinnacle of the human world. The sovereign lord was too powerful, and there might really be no one in this world who could rival him. How terrifying was his battle prowess? No one could say for sure. According to their estimations, they shouldn't be much weaker than the Supremes that appeared during the Dark Turmoil. Even if they weren't at that level, they should be close. This was like a huge mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts. The atmosphere in the celestial court was very oppressive. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy, and they were all prepared for battle. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that obedient, adorable, pure, and innocent little girl was here. After experiencing the dark turmoil, they all knew that little Nan Nan's background was astonishing. She was truly nature-defying. As long as she was here, even if the Sovereign Lord came, he shouldn't be able to cause any chaos in the bloody calamity. In the void of the universe, on a huge island, jade grass grew everywhere. Phoenix flowers bloomed, dragon vines grew, and ancient divine trees covered the sky. They were verdant and glistening, and multicolored light lingered around them. The palaces and pavilions here were suspended in the clouds. Silver waterfalls were like dragons, flowing down for tens of thousands of feet. It was extremely magnificent and beautiful, just like a fairyland. In the center of the Pure Land, the Bodhi tree had already grown to a height of 6 feet. It sprinkled down a large expanse of multicolored light, and auspicious colors circled around it. It looked sacred and auspicious. Many people were sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. The large black dog looked solemn and dignified. Pangbo was as mighty as a demon god. Hua Hua had a compassionate expression on her face. The sacred prince was breathing the essence of chaos, and the human devil was eating meat in large mouthfuls. The group of people all had different reactions. Little Nan Nan ran here and there, very lively and energetic. She blinked her big black gem-like eyes and strenuously looked at this and that, full of curiosity. She didn't feel the nervous atmosphere of a great battle. Not far away, the Qilin divine medicine was half a meter tall. Purple multicolored light surged, and 9 leaves supported the sky. A string of sparkling and translucent flowers bloomed, attracting a group of small divine beasts. These were auspicious beasts that the celestial court had raised. Every one of them was extraordinary. Some had the bloodline of the white tiger, and some had the blood of the fire phoenix. The sovereign of the celestial court has summoned all his descendants and told them to return to the celestial court immediately. The golden-winged rock king appeared and brought back this piece of news. Everyone was shocked. It was clear that the sovereign of the celestial court was really going to make a move, and he was indeed afraid of Yifan. He was afraid that Yifan would really kill his other descendants. The golden-winged rock king was silent. After reporting, he directly sat down under the Bodhi tree. Auspicious multicolored light flickered here, and every leaf was engraved with a type of Tao pattern. It was a good place to comprehend the Tao. Back then, he had comprehended the great rock king fist under the Bodhi tree, and thus became a top-grade expert. During these years, he had advanced bravely and became more and more powerful. The sovereign of the celestial court has appeared. On this day, many people were shaken. They felt a powerful fluctuation in this starry domain, as if a great emperor had descended into the mortal world. Everyone was horrified, and then they were incredibly shocked. They instinctively knew that this was not something that someone who had just become the quasi-emperor could contend against. The sovereign was too powerful. That was a fiery red star that was incomparably brilliant. This was the sovereign's secluded cultivation ground. Normally, no one dared to approach it, but at this time, it suddenly exploded. The star split into many halves, and then a person stepped out from within. This was a middle-aged man whose entire body was fiery red, and even his hair was jumping about like flames. The most powerful aura surged, surging through the cosmos, making the surrounding stars explode one after another. The sovereign came out of seclusion, right in the region ruled by the divine court. Everyone could sense how powerful he was. Kacha, the divine statue consecrated in the divine court palace, directly shattered. It was because his true body had already appeared. This clay statue that could normally communicate with the outside world and speak was destroyed. The great battle was about to begin. This was what everyone was thinking. Everyone's hearts were pounding. The sovereign might not be comparable to the supreme beings of the dark, chaotic era, but the difference really wasn't that great. Father, 8 figures flew over from the distance. They immediately bowed down, all of them incredibly moved. The divine court sovereign was this powerful. Who in this world could contend against him? The future belonged to them. Kung Chang's sounds rang through the air. A set of scarlet dragon armor flew over, landing on the sovereign's body, covering him. This was a set of dragon python armor that surged with flames. In the past, his pagoda had shattered, and even now, only a few fragments had been found. It was difficult to reforge it. During these years, he had fused several quasi-emperor weapons left behind by the predecessors together to forge this scarlet dragon armor. He's just a junior, yet he dares to kill the experts of my celestial court and even the second prince. This is truly an unforgivable crime. Sovereign, come out of seclusion. Please uphold justice. A few old officials also flew over, and all of them knelt on the ground. Facing that figure with surging scarlet flames and matchless divine might, they all trembled and earnestly paid their respects. In every corner of the cosmos, many people received the news and were all waiting. Everyone knew that a violent storm was coming. The atmosphere in the star domain, where the celestial court was located, was extremely stifling. Many great powers directly withdrew, ordering their disciples not to travel there, or else they might be killed. Everyone was waiting. A great collision was about to begin. The experts under the celestial court are as numerous as the clouds, but they definitely can't stop such a powerful sovereign. I believe that after this battle, there will no longer be a celestial court in this world, only a remnant. Isn't this perfect? The resource stars they seized will completely belong to us. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Many people naturally hoped that Yifan would fall. That way, they wouldn't have to return the strategic towns and mines they obtained, and could rightfully take them. Meanwhile, there were also some people who felt indignant, feeling that the divine court had gone too far. They felt that it was a pity for the celestial court. The human race's sacred body is so powerful, a heaven-warping talent. If he was given time to grow, he would definitely be able to defy the heavens. Now he's in danger. He doesn't have a chance. The sovereign has come into being, and an existence of this level is simply impossible to contend against. It's impossible for anyone to be his opponent. That is a supreme being that is about to achieve the Tao. Those who sympathized with him and those who took joy in his misfortune were all paying attention. No matter what their standpoint was, they all believed that the celestial court and Yifan definitely wouldn't be able to stop the divine court sovereign. Chaotic times have arrived. A dazzling collision is about to occur. There are also people in the emperor's battlefield who spoke coldly. His fall is imminent. The sacred body is about to be defeated. Many people in the ancestral lands of some great clans were discussing and paying attention. Yifan's powerful rise made many people feel suffocated. His enemies hoped that he would fall, not wanting to see him advance and reach the peak. Now that the sovereign had taken action, for those who were hostile towards him, this was the best thing that could happen. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, as if there was a dark cloud shrouding everyone's hearts. The star domain where the celestial court was located seemed to have become dim, making people feel fear. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, it was still like this. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. On the 6th day, news erupted like a volcano. The divine court's sovereign had taken action, his aura suppressing the universe and shaking the 8 desolate lands. The divine court's army pounced over, wanting to flatten the celestial court and completely destroy it. They were like a mighty flood of the universe, stretching as far as the eye could see. The sovereign sat on a carriage pulled by 9 old flood dragons, all of them emitting a terrifying aura as they directly charged through the celestial court's stronghold. There were formation runes and defenses here, but they couldn't stop the sovereign at all. The army behind them was vast and mighty, pressing forward. The celestial court was definitely going to be destroyed. This was the thought in everyone's hearts. Such a powerful character, such a terrifying army. No one could stop them now. The headquarters of the celestial court had been exposed, and the divine army had actually found it. The great army pressed forward, directly charging towards this vast, floating island in the universe. All the celestial soldiers and generals retreated to guard this place. Saint Physique Ye Fan, come out and accept your death. The supreme sovereign of the divine court has arrived. Someone shouted from within the divine court. People shouted and beasts roared. Iron swords clanked. Battle axes were like rainbows. Long spears were like forests, flickering with cold light and awe-inspiring armor. They were like a flood of steel, swallowing the mountains and rivers, sweeping through the universe. The divine court's sovereign stood up on the carriage, looking at the silver waterfall, the colorful fallen petals, and the sparkling light flowing in the pure land. His expression was solemn and grave. Considering your great contributions 300 years ago, our sovereign doesn't want to make things too difficult for you. He now orders you to disband the celestial court, bind your hands and feet, and come here to beg for forgiveness. He will spare your lives. The person next to the divine court's sovereign spoke, his voice shaking the 8 desolate lands. This voice had a strange magical power, intimidating people's hearts. The sovereign, on the other hand, didn't move at all. He was incomparably dignified, like a true divine emperor descending from the heavens. At this moment, he looked down on the world with disdain, as if everything was under his control. His expression was cold, and his eyes were deep and terrifying, looking down on all directions. You think too highly of yourself. You've been a coward for more than 300 years, yet you still dare to call yourself the supreme ruler of the universe. If I were you, I would never appear again until I die of old age. On the giant island, someone spoke, mercilessly exposing the sovereign's scars. How dare you offend our sovereign? All of you must die. The divine court's army erupted, and many people took out their weapons, their murderous intent soaring into the sky. Chapter 1672. The densely packed army closed in. This was a forest of steel. Every one of them held spears, iron swords, and spears. Their bodies were covered in ice-cold armor as they shook their weapons. Monstrous killing intent swept towards the Pure Land. And on the imperial carriage, the Emperor Lord wore a crimson dragon armor, appearing even more dignified. The aura of a supreme powerhouse did not affect the people on his side. Instead, he rushed towards the floating continent like a tide. He was like the reincarnation of a crimson dragon. His divine might was matchless and incomparably powerful. His red hair danced in the wind, and his face was incomparably indifferent. Just this aura alone was enough to make one's courage shatter. Even though there was a great emperor-killing array in the Pure Land, even though there were supreme array runes, everyone still couldn't withstand this pressure. Many people were trembling. This wasn't because they lacked courage, but because their bodies instinctively betrayed their hearts. They couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Many celestial soldiers and generals were ashamed. They couldn't help but roar towards the heavens, but they suffered an even more powerful pressure. The Emperor Lord indifferently stared at them. Wherever his eyes passed, the array runes on the continent would release sparks one after another, as if they had been cut by a sharp sword. This caused the Black Emperor's expression to change. This person was too powerful. In this era where there were no ancient supreme beings, even if he wasn't number one, it was close. There was almost no one who could keep him in check. It was no wonder that he was suspected to be a supreme powerhouse that could contend against the undying Heaven Empress. The Emperor Lord immediately saw Yi Fan standing under the Bodhi tree with the myriad energy cauldron above his head. He held a blue lotus in his hand as he stared at the Emperor Lord. The true Bodhi tree, this is an undying immortal tree. Not only can one comprehend the Tao under this tree, but can also be refined into a 9 revolutions immortal pill. Several commanders in the divine court couldn't help but shout out. Their eyes were burning with passion, almost turning into flames. This was because this was the most precious immortal treasure in the world. If our master obtains it, he can add another lifetime to his lifespan. He will definitely establish a great emperor that will surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. No one will be able to match him. Some people said. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the precious tree. Their hearts were filled with greed, all of them wanting to seize it for themselves. This couldn't be blamed on them. This was human nature. This was an immortal tree that could move the hearts of ancient emperors. It had always been in the hands of emperors and sovereigns, so how could mortals not be excited? That cauldron isn't bad either. It has fate with my master. A few old ministers stared at the myriad chi cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head and said in unison, the emperor's pagoda had been broken by an ancient supreme being, and now he lacked a rare divine weapon. What big words! The Black Emperor snorted coldly. Offer this cauldron to my lord, and it can lessen your great crimes. An elder shouted, having them present the cauldron. This caused everyone in the celestial court to be filled with righteous indignation. The other party was too arrogant, completely not putting them in his eyes, looking down on the world, looking down on his subjects. Boom! On the continent, battle platforms floated up one after another. Dozens of battle platforms shot out at the same time, charging towards the divine army of the celestial court. The few old courtiers were naturally the main targets. However, something terrifying happened. The Emperor Lord, who was wearing the scarlet dragon armor, emitted a fiery light, burning all of the formation patterns into pieces. The dozens of formation platforms even collapsed. This was just a type of aura. He didn't even take action. This was a type of instinctive release, yet the great formation platforms of the celestial court were broken. It left everyone horrified. There were quite a few people in the distance who saw this scene. They were all famous figures from various clans that came to watch the battle. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't horrified. This was too powerful. Could it be that the Emperor Lord was comparable to an ancient supreme being? With the circulation of the source, nothing in this world could injure his body. This was the embodiment of the pinnacle of cultivation. This wasn't a decisive battle of equals at all. Even if Yi Fan or the Sacred Prince became the quasi-emperor, they still wouldn't be his opponent. Everyone seemed to have seen the conclusion. Blood would flow like rivers here, corpses piled up like mountains. No one could contend against the Emperor Lord. He was the supreme being of this world. You killed my son, humiliated my divine court, and forced me to come out of isolation to take action. You all brought this upon yourselves. The Emperor Lord finally spoke, shaking the heavens. He was like a heavenly deity that came from a legendary era. His entire body was surrounded by layer after layer of divine rings, mysterious and terrifying. He walked forward step by step, closing in on the continent before him alone. He was about to ascend. Killing intent swept out, shaking the heavens. Even the cosmos was collapsing. Kacha! On this continent, those formation patterns all lit up, and many of them directly shattered, unable to endure the pressure. It was difficult for them to resist. Pile him to death for me. The Black Emperor roared angrily. Its most powerful weapon, the divine altars carved from divine materials, floated up one by one. On them were the remnants of great Emperor Wu Shi's killing formation. There were thousands of ancient altars, and they were all going to be used against the Imperial Lord. In that instant, the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. Even though it was damaged, it couldn't hold back too much. When they merged together, a wave of heaven and earth shaking auras surged. Even the stars were trembling chaotically. The celestial court was extremely terrifying. This was what everyone thought. They never expected it to have this type of backing. Everyone's scalps went numb. The several thousand formation platforms were all forged from everlasting silver essence, origin vein ancient marrow, 9 heavens divine jade, and other things. There were several tens to over 100 types of divine materials, and every single one of them could be forged into a great sage weapon. Among them, there were even some rare materials that might not be found even if one searched the 4 extremes of the world. So many divine materials were all carved into formation platforms. It was too extravagant. It wouldn't be a problem even if several quasi-emperor died from piling on them. It was because these were the damaged formations of a great emperor. The divine court army stopped moving restlessly. They were forced back by a tremendous pressure. The Emperor Lord was expressionless, and his eyes became much colder. After staring for a moment, he took a step forward and said, "If you don't submit, then die." His killing intent erupted. The scarlet dragon armor on his body seemed to have a life of its own. One could see a blood dragon coiling around his body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, making him seem even more powerful. Home. The continent trembled, and the void collapsed. Everywhere the Emperor Lord passed by, everything would shatter. He forcibly opened up a primal chaos passageway as he stared at Yi Fan and the others in the Pure Land. Pung! He smashed apart a formation platform, and then his body leapt out, turning into a scarlet dragon. Under all types of ferocious light beams, he rushed in through a crack. With a wong-long sound, all of the formation platforms trembled, and then they all shone. Streak after streak of blazing radiance swept out, suppressing the Emperor Lord together. This was a heavenly net formed from the power of countless damaged formations. Everyone was stupefied. They felt as if their younger generations were drenched in cold sweat. The Celestial Court's methods were terrifying after all. This was definitely enough to stop the Quasi-Emperor and then kill him. The Divine Court army became nervous, fearing that something unexpected would happen to the Emperor Lord. Every single one of them held their breaths, watching carefully. The Emperor Lord turned into a scarlet dragon, advancing through the great void crack. His entire body flickered with bloody light, chaotic energy swirling around his body. He looked incomparably terrifying, truly like a true dragon from the immortal realm. His malevolent body and unmatched flesh selectively smashed apart a few formation platforms, avoiding the heavenly net formed from interweaving divine light. He was like a dragon that entered the sea, moving unhindered. These formation platforms couldn't stop his footsteps. A boundless pressure was spreading from his body. He entered the depths of the formation platforms, unstoppable. Everyone was shocked. The Emperor Lord was too powerful. Even though there were many damaged Great Emperor killing formation platforms, they couldn't do anything to him. He was like a dragon soaring through the sea, the vast sea and the sky, allowing him to roam freely. The divine army immediately erupted with world-shaking cheers. Everyone was stirred up, raising the war halberds, iron swords, pikes, and other weapons in their hands, roaring towards the sky. They knew that the celestial court was about to be broken through. At that time, undying immortal medicines, divine artifacts, quasi-emperor magical artifacts, divine materials, and other things would all belong to them. And from then on, there might not be any power in this world that could stop them. They would establish a glorious era, to the extent where their names might even be recorded in history. The Emperor Lord successfully broke through thousands of formation platforms. It didn't take long for him to transform from a scarlet dragon into a majestic and imposing middle-aged man. His scarlet hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold and frightening. With a stomp of his foot, a large piece of the continent collapsed. He coldly said, "Do you still want to resist? If I make a move, no one here will be able to live." Everyone knew that the Celestial Court was most likely finished. The Emperor Lord's true body had already entered the Pure Land, and there was no longer any power left to resist. Unfortunately, from now on, the Celestial Court would no longer exist in this world. This short-lived organization finally walked towards destruction because of this cursed name. There's no suspense. It actually ended like this. It's a pity that the Saint Physique Yi Fan didn't have the chance to see his true power. Oh, isn't this good? We'll give some of those resource stars to the Divine Army and keep some for ourselves. We don't need to care about the Celestial Court anymore. From now on, it will disappear with the wind. Many people from the various races in the universe were discussing. Some felt that it was a pity, while others were celebrating. They were paying close attention to everything. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron above his head and the green lotus in his hand. He was about to fight against the Emperor Lord. And after this, the monkey also carried the immortal iron rod and walked over without hesitation, wanting to fight alongside him. The demonic old man held a strange weapon in his hand. It looked like bone, yet not bone, like stone, yet not stone. The warm and crystalline white bone rod was fused together with the sacred spirit lineage's precious gemstone. Just the three of you? 3 quasi-emperors won't do. Kill them all. the Emperor Lord said coldly. He had almost achieved the Tao and had the strength and capital to look down on all living things. What are you pretending for? People like you will never become an emperor. The Black Emperor said disdainfully. He secretly prepared the heaven-devouring demon jar, ready to take it out at any time to launch a sudden attack. The green lotus in Yi Fan's hand was raised high. This immortal plant was the crux of this battle. If it could completely nullify the Emperor Lord's attack, then they would have nothing to fear. No matter what you guys have prepared, it is useless. In front of absolute power, everyone has to crawl under the Emperor's feet. You all have to die. A few old ministers sneered and shouted from the back. With a hong sound, the Emperor Lord used his actions to prove his strength. With a step forward, the four directions shook. The universe's starry river resonated and trembled. He didn't fear the divine weapons in the hands of Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others. Almost all the powerful races in the universe had rushed over. At this moment, they were all paying attention to this battle because the impact was too great. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. They were incomparably nervous because they knew that a great battle was about to erupt. Everything would come to an end in this battle. Oh, the Emperor Lord made his move. In an instant, resplendent light erupted, enveloping this continent. He was about to unleash a fatal attack. It's starting. It's comparable to an ancient supreme being. It's over. How can this kind of power be blocked? The celestial court's destruction is at this moment. Everyone was shaken. They were all horrified. However, a great change suddenly took place. The Emperor Lord, who had just erupted with terrifying fluctuations, seemed to have been struck by lightning. His entire body went rigid. His body was ice cold. It was as if he was being stared at by a colossus. It was as if a true great emperor was looking down on him. It had been many years. He had almost forgotten this kind of feeling. A type of fear actually emerged from the depths of his heart. His entire body felt a bit cold. What was going on? He couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but fall back. All of his power was quickly retracted. Then, he saw a little girl who was currently looking at him innocently. She looked like she was carved from jade and was no more than 2 or 3 years old. Standing under the Bodhi tree, she was as terrifying as a porcelain doll. However, it was precisely her that made him horrified. There was a great fear in the depths of his heart. Everyone was at a loss for words. What was going on with the Emperor Lord? Regardless of whether it was the divine army in the rear or the experts of the various races, they were all stupefied. How could this be the result? Great Emperor, Tao fruit. The Emperor Lord said with a trembling voice. He muttered to himself. His face was full of shock as he stared at the little girl. His expression was overcast, and the fear on his face gradually dissipated. He slowly calmed down. He stared at the little girl in front of him and said, "Didn't you die? How could you still be alive? Since you left behind a supreme Tao fruit, then I will devour you and carry out a transformation." In the next moment, he clenched his teeth and made an important decision. He directly closed in on the little girl. He opened a large scarlet dragon hand and was about to grab her over. Yi Fan took action. The celestial emperor fist in his right hand smashed over. His left hand held the green lotus and swept out, preparing to dissolve the other party's magical Tao attack. The Emperor Lord laughed coldly. He casually pointed out with a finger. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The sun, moon, and stars fell like dumplings. It shocked everyone. He was just too powerful. No one could imagine that he was far stronger than those who had just become quasi-emperor. Everyone's hair stood on end. How were they supposed to fight? The various powerful races were all terrified. The only thing that made the celestial court feel relieved was that the green lotus in Yi Fan's hand disintegrated the great Tao fragments that were rushing over. Yi Fan didn't suffer the attacks of the supreme laws. The monkey took action. The half of the iron rod in his hand resonated with the mountains and rivers. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light shone. The only pity was that only half of it remained. It had been damaged and no longer had its former divine might. With a chi sound, the Emperor Lord flicked out a streak of scarlet light and struck the black iron rod. A loud dang sound rang out. shaking all parts of the universe. Everyone was astonished. If it was an ordinary quasi-emperor weapon, it would have definitely exploded. The wielder would definitely have suffered heavy injuries. Only the sacred prince could remain unharmed with this immortal weapon. Wang, the special weapon in his hand, also contained sovereign Dao laws. It was a supreme treasure of the Stoneman race, and it directly smashed down. The Emperor Lord didn't use his physical body to block it. He still acted like how he dealt with the monkey. He flicked out his own great Dao and struck that large rod, releasing a shocking sound. His killing intent surged forward like a tide, mainly targeting Yifan. He wanted to send him flying and then devour the little girl. At this moment, the killing intent shook the vast universe, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. The Emperor Lord was determined to wipe out everything here. Suddenly, the little girl's entire body released immortal light to protect herself. There was a supreme, imposing aura that erupted. At the same time, in the depths of the distant star domain, at the Big Dipper coordinates, an extremely terrifying light figure appeared. It was as if an immortal king was awakening. The terrifying aura shook the entire universe. The Emperor Lord cried out loudly. His face was pale as he turned around to flee. He didn't have the slightest bit of might or arrogance as he fled in a panic. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had expected that the unmatched Emperor Lord's face would lose all color. He was fleeing rapidly. This was something no one could accept. Chapter 1673. Don't run. I haven't even shown my might yet. What's the point of running away like this? Stop right there. The Black Emperor chased after him while shouting from behind. He was pestering the Sovereign Lord to stay, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. The Sovereign Lord was so powerful just now. It was as if he was the Lord of the divine world, descending to the mortal world. He looked down on all the heroes in the world. That kind of majesty was unparalleled in the world. Why did he turn around and run in the blink of an eye? The contrast was too great. What is that? Many people sensed the violent aura in the depths of the universe. Did it alarm the Sovereign Lord? It must be so. The stronger the person, the deeper the perception. The ordinary soldiers of the divine army were stunned. Although they sensed something, they weren't that sharp. They stared into the distance. A supreme figure like the Sovereign Lord was actually running away. This was something they couldn't accept. The divine army was densely packed. Every one of them wore awe-inspiring armor, and the weapons in their hands flickered with cold light. They came for the celestial court, forming a sea of steel. This group of people was shockingly powerful. They were led by the great sage and were the most elite troops of the celestial court. But at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Many people were at a loss as they watched the Sovereign Lord fly away. They were invincible heroes who had come to sweep through the celestial court and establish their eternal foundation. They were about to create the most glorious era. But why did the Supreme Sovereign Lord flee for his life? Everything happened too suddenly. They couldn't react in time. Kill! Yifan waved his hand. The army of the celestial court rushed out like tigers and wolves. They were like landslides and tsunamis. This was a group of experts that were like wild beasts. They turned into a flood that swept in all directions. Kill! Don't let a single person escape. Annihilate the entire celestial court and take revenge for our fallen brothers. This was a clear contrast. One side was petrified and caught off guard. The other side's aura was like a rainbow. They rushed over like a raging wave, tyrannical and unstoppable. No one in the Celestial Court army had expected that a sure-win battle would turn out like this. Their leader fled, and they were so shocked that they couldn't care less about them. Pooh! As soon as the two sides came into contact, blood began to splatter everywhere. From afar, it looked like a red wave soaring into the sky. The Celestial Court pushed forward and caused a large number of casualties in the army of God as soon as they met. The sky between the two was dyed scarlet, turning into a shocking red tide. This duel had come so suddenly. In terms of momentum, the Legion of God had fallen from the peak to the bottom. The reversal was too fast. On the other hand, the Celestial Court was bursting with confidence. All of them seemed to have been possessed by gods and devils. Killing intent filled the universe as they charged forward fearlessly. Kill! On the side of the celestial court, all of them were top-notch generals. Every one of them had magic power as vast as the ocean, their battle intent surging. The human devil rushed over. His target was naturally the sovereign lord. Even if he didn't specifically target the army of God, it would still be a disaster if he swept over like this. When he rushed past the million-strong army, he directly plowed out a vacuum zone. Broken limbs, broken bones, and bloody mist all exploded and drifted in all directions. Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince did the same. They directly killed the most terrifying people in the army of God, and then chased after the sovereign lord like wild beasts. Behind them, Dongfang Yi, Ji Qingdao, Huahua, the two Silver Blood Emperors, and the others were not easy to deal with. All of them were surging with killing intent and swept through the army like thunder. Boom! The Longma roared and turned into a scarlet dragon. Even though it couldn't compare to the Sovereign Lord, its aura was still astonishing. Its body was thousands of miles long, and it swept across like a bloody mountain range. It turned into a meat grinder. It was boundlessly terrifying. On the other side, the Golden Rock King didn't want to be outdone. He spread his wings, and the golden feathers covered the sky. They were like two heavenly blades that slashed out a bloody purgatory with countless corpses. In the end, he even turned into his human form and brandished a pair of King Rock fists, destroying the universe and killing the great sage-level commander. He then led the army to charge forward. Apart from them, the Black Bear Saint, the Nine-Tailed Crocodile Dragon, the Golden Lion Saint, the Scorpio Saint, and the Green Swan had long since reached a terrifying realm. It was no problem for them to fight against the Great Sage. These were the 12 saints who had been subdued in the ancient Starry Sky path. A few of them had fallen, but those who survived had all become supreme experts who could shake a star domain. Woof! The Black Emperor shouted loudly. He carried the little girl on his back and the heaven-devouring evil jar on his head. He was simply like a demonic god, and the vertical eye between his brows had opened as he madly chased after the Sovereign Lord. During this process, everyone in the army of God was frightened out of their wits. That was the heaven-devouring evil jar. Its ominous name had shaken the ages, and it hadn't been broken even in the dark, chaotic era. It was one of the few supreme weapons in existence. Auspicious light gushed out as the heaven-devouring evil jar swept past. Those elders and important ministers of the divine court immediately knelt down. They couldn't withstand that kind of pressure. That was a weapon formed from the true body of an unmatched empress, and it was exceptionally terrifying. This battlefield was in an uproar. Blood continuously splashed out, dyeing the sky red. The divine court's army was immediately routed, and even their leader had fled. What else could they do? When faced with these desolate beast-like, celestial soldiers and generals, they simply didn't have the heart to continue fighting, and they couldn't stop them either. There were too many experts on this side, and they couldn't contend against them. Wang, Yin Yishi, and Li Tian activated the Quasi-Emperor's artifact, Goddess Furnace. This was a divine object that came from the hands of the Great Emperor, and it instantly enlarged to a height of several tens of thousands of zhang. It suppressed a group of divine court officers, and none of them had any power to resist. Phoenix cries shook the heavens. The little guy raised by Ji Ziyue was like a golden phoenix as he soared through the sky. His innate talent was too astonishing. In the past, his cultivation speed was even faster than Yi Fan's. He obtained the demonic divine flower as a foundation and became a king among evildoers. His innate talent was unparalleled, and he had long entered the realm of the great sage many years ago. His cultivation had already reached great heights. With a flap of his phoenix wings, all four sides collapsed. He dove into the divine court's army, and the fiery light burned tens of thousands of soldiers into ashes. There was simply no way to stop him. Hong Long, Li Heishui steered the Black Pearl. This was a precious ship formed from the Quasi-Emperor's artifact, and there was even a scarlet blood divine hammer on top of it. It swept through the heaven and earth, clearing everything in front of it in an instant. At this point in the battle, there was no longer any suspense. The great army of the Celestial Court was as easy as breaking dry weeds, and the pursuing Divine Court's army had no way out. They were utterly defeated and directly scattered. Those who came from all over the universe to watch this battle all sucked in a cold breath of air. The result was completely different from what they had expected. They thought that the Celestial Court would inevitably perish today, and most of their important figures would be killed. Who would have thought that there would be such a shocking reversal? Inconceivable. The Celestial Court is too powerful. They actually swept through the Divine Court's army. Everyone exclaimed in admiration, and all of their blood boiled. They felt that this was too unreal, and there were even more people who were stupefied and speechless. Among them, there were some whose faces were deathly pale, and their hearts were filled with fear. They had once invaded the territory of the Celestial Court, and when Yi Fan returned, they wanted to return it. However, the Emperor came out of seclusion, and in the end, they changed their sails according to the wind, forcefully leaving those resource stars behind. Now, their intestines were green with regret. How could this be the result? These people's calves and stomachs were cramping, and they were so frightened that their faces were pale and bloodless. This result caused their vision to darken. If the Celestial Court was angered, it would be a disaster for them. There were also many people who stared in the direction of the Big Dipper. There was a great emperor's aura erupting there, and the more powerful one was, the more they could sense it. There were even a few people who could see a blurry figure standing in the starry sky, looking down at them. An ancient supreme being. It's definitely an ancient supreme being. When they guessed this result, a chill ran down their spines, and a chill ran down their spines from head to toe. Only a few people knew that the Emperor had kicked a metal plate this time. There was someone in this world that could deter him. At this moment, the depths of the starry sky were completely silent. The Emperor had traversed millions and millions of miles, and it was unknown how many galaxies he had passed, but he was unwilling to stop for even a moment. Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, the Human Demon, and the Black Empress who was carrying little Nan joined forces, and they chased after him madly. Doggy, he's in that direction. Don't get it wrong, okay? Little Nan pointed out from atop the large black dog. If it wasn't for the little fellow, the few of them might have long since lost their target. It had to be said that little Nan's performance was so shocking that even the gods and immortals would weep. She was far too extraordinary, and everyone could only exclaim in admiration. How powerful was the Emperor? Even a supreme being like the Human Demon, who was naturally as sensitive as a wild beast, couldn't catch up to him. Even Yi Fan's instincts had lost their effectiveness, yet the little girl was able to point out the correct direction at the crucial moment every single time. At this moment, the Emperor's countenance was snow white, and the crimson dragon armor he wore had even dimmed. He kept feeling a chill on his back, as if there was a blade pressed against his back, causing him to feel a great fear. The Great Emperor is really a living Great Emperor. As expected, she was the one who quelled the turmoil over 300 years ago. It has been so many tens of thousands of years, yet she is still alive in this world. His voice trembled, and he couldn't accept this reality. What terrified him was that the figure of light didn't chase after him, but he could feel that the figure was staring at him. Even though they were separated by a boundless starry sky, he still felt as if there was a blade on his back. In the end, that feeling finally faded, but a feeling of humiliation and unwillingness arose in his heart. It was because he relied on the supreme spiritual senses of those who had achieved the Tao to sense some true scenes. That figure of light was looking down on him from start to finish, and then silently shifted his gaze. He didn't take it seriously at all, and he actually didn't even have the desire to make a move. This made his blood boil with anger. So what if it was an ancient supreme being? How could it be so condescending and actually ignore him? There was nothing that made him feel more dispirited than this. In this world, he was almost invincible. He originally thought that he had ascended to the absolute peak, yet that person coldly looked at him for a while with an overlooking attitude, and then completely ignored him. Woof! When the emperor stopped for an unknown amount of time, the people behind him caught up. This was especially the case when he saw that large black dog frolicking about, madly chasing after him all the way. It made all of the red hair on his head stand up, and his gaze was horrifying. This was going too far. He was a glorious emperor lord, a supreme genius of a generation. When had he ever fallen to this state? He was actually being chased and bitten by a dog. Even something like this had happened. Was there still any place for him in the universe? He had lost all his dignity. However, when he saw little Nan on the back of the large black dog, all of his anger and resentment retreated like the tide. He turned around and left. He couldn't afford to offend the great emperor, and he couldn't even swallow it. If he just thought of acting rashly, he believed that the figure of light from Big Dipper would instantly arrive and kill him in the starry sky. In the end, the emperor fled into the desolate border of the universe and hid in the primal chaos. This battle ended. Chapter 1674. The Celestial Court pursued the Celestial Court with the momentum of their victory, killing their way into the territories controlled by the Celestial Court. They conquered hundreds of resource planets in one day and took control of all of them. The world was shaken on this day. The battle between the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court had come to an end. The Celestial Court had come in a threatening manner, but the million-strong army was routed with countless casualties and hundreds of thousands of captives. Those who didn't surrender could only die. Who would believe such a result? But it really happened. Everyone was dumbfounded. The universe's races were shaken. At first, people didn't believe it. That was the Supreme Emperor. He had led a million-strong army to attack the unstable Celestial Court. No matter what, there shouldn't be any accidents. Who would have thought that as soon as the battle started, the Supreme Emperor who looked down on the world like a celestial being would tremble and flee, leaving his subordinates behind and disappearing without a trace? How could this happen? Everyone couldn't help but ask, was the powerful Celestial Court a paper tiger? In the end, some insiders revealed that it was the ancient Supremes who scared the Emperor away. When this news came out, the entire world was shocked. Was the foundation of the heavenly court this deep? It was truly shocking. Some were happy, some were sad. The world had different reactions. Amidst the cold rain and wind, the Celestial Court played a song of triumph and cheered. They chased after a few galaxies and defeated the divine army. They swept away the previous depression and pushed aside the clouds to see the blue sky. They heaved a long sigh of relief. This time, they almost fought their way to the Celestial Court's headquarters. If not for the Emperor still being alive and the countless killing formations there, they would have lost more than they gained and the Imperial Palace might have been destroyed. This was a great victory. The resources from the Celestial Court's treasuries were transported over like mountains and seas. This was one of the biggest results. Most importantly, they had gained confidence and confidence. Even a million-strong army of the Celestial Court had been defeated. This encouraged the celestial soldiers and generals. Before this, they had retreated again and endured for many years. Even though the internal situation seemed to be stable, there were still people who were worried that they would scatter. They urgently needed such a great victory to sweep away the haze. It was the right time to defeat the army of God in this battle. Every heavenly soldier and heavenly general's confidence soared. They no longer had any doubts, nor did they need to think about what to do next. We caught a few big fish. Dongfang Yi laughed mischievously. His bronze-colored arms were bare. One of his hands was holding a mace, and the other hand was carrying a string of people. He threw them into the hall. Some of them had hair as white as snow. Although they looked very old, they were exceptionally spirited. Their cultivation bases were terrifying to the extreme. Some of them were not far from the quasi-emperor realm. These people were the elders of the Celestial Court. They were all important ministers. If the demonic human hadn't knocked them out with the stone artifact, he wouldn't have been able to catch them and would have let them escape. Old fogies, before the battle, I saw that you were the fiercest. You said things like asking my master to tie his hands and feet and accept his punishment. You also said something about offering the myriad chi cauldron. What do you have to say now? Huahua was not polite at all. He kicked these old fogies a few times. Some people's eyes immediately widened. They were of noble status, and each of them had a ferocious Dharma image. Who dared to kick them? What? You're not convinced? Huahua's bald head was shining. He laughed mischievously and kicked there but a few more times, making them jump in anger. Unfortunately, all of their cultivation bases were sealed. They couldn't do anything. They could only grit their teeth and glare. Old fogies, weren't you very arrogant? Why don't you jump again? Let me see what kind of race you are. Oh, this is the vigorous bird. This is the heavenly horse demon. And this is the snake transformation. Good stuff. They are all rare races. They are all great supplements. Dom Fanyi said. At this time, the Sacred Prince and Yi Fan's group had just returned. The demonic human's eyes flickered after hearing this. He took a step forward and stared at them as if he was holding a few old hens. He said, "Are they really those delicacies?" Oh my God! These people were almost paralyzed from fear. Facing this living ancestor, the god of gluttons, the primitive man of the quasi-emperor, they were so frightened that they almost knelt down. In the next moment, they all gave in and answered every question. They even answered every question 10 times. They tried their best to show off. They had lost all their integrity and integrity. This made Dongfang Yi very impatient. He said, "Don't talk so much. Damn it, I haven't asked that question yet. Are you all chatterboxes? I'll answer every question I ask. You've caught quite a lot of people. There are also some heavy ones. The harvest is not small." Yi Fan laughed. "Haha, we've caught a few treasures. They're the big fish among the big fish." Li Heishui laughed. He, Li Tian, and Yin Ishi walked in together. They controlled the quasi-emperor's weapons, so they could naturally kill in all directions. They were invincible. Even the experts of the Divine Legion had to flee upon seeing them. These were experts wearing crowns and dragon robes. Their ages ranged from the old to the young. All of them had ugly expressions and blue veins appeared on their foreheads. My darlings, don't be angry. Come, introduce yourselves properly to everyone. Li Tian laughed mischievously. When they heard that they were called darlings, these people's hair stood up in anger. Their faces were ashen and their teeth were about to fall off. They all rushed forward. However, their divine power was sealed and their Tao techniques were lost. They couldn't fight. Don't be so stubborn. You don't want to say it. Are you shy? All right, I'll say it. Li Heishui laughed strangely and walked forward. He pointed at a person who looked rather old and said, "This is the 4th darling." When he heard this, that person whose hair was already gray-white glared at him. Cold light shot out in all directions. If he could take action, he would have already rushed forward. This is the 6th darling, this is the 8th darling, and this is the 9th darling. Li Heishui laughed and pointed them out one by one. Now, everyone had guessed their identities. In particular, Yi Fan, Flower, and the others had even seen the 9th darling in the 5th Imperial Pass. These are the sons of the divine Court Emperor Lord. Ha! They really are all treasures. The Black Emperor laughed crazily. His saliva dripped down as he memorized the scriptures in their heads. Those 4 people's faces were ashen. The veins on their foreheads were about to pop out. They were all furious, but what could they do? Now, they had all become prisoners. The divine court had a total of 9 sons. Yi Fan killed 1, and this time, he captured 4 at once. It was truly unexpected. To be honest, these fellas are really strong. Unfortunately, after encountering us, they can only be reduced to cabbages. Li Tianxia laughed. Pang Bo returned with the true dragon chariot of the Emperor Lord. This was a terrifying quasi-emperor war chariot, and according to the Doyens, it was dug out by the Lord of the Divine Court from some ruins. It was one of the sect-guarding magical treasures. Now, the Divine Court's quasi-emperor artifacts were pretty much lost. Perhaps only the Emperor Lord's scarlet dragon armor was left. So powerful. After refining it, my celestial court has another divine artifact. The Black Emperor sighed in admiration. He loved these kinds of things the most and wanted nothing more than to immediately throw himself at it. Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, and the human devil took action together, directly waking up the sleeping deity inside. With the 3 supreme experts offering sacrifices, it naturally submitted and was officially taken into the possession of the Celestial Court. This time, their harvest was great. The regional warehouses they attacked were endless, and they obtained mountainous piles of materials, just enough to make up for the Black Emperor's crazy artifact refinement and killing formation platforms. One battle shook the world. Everyone in the universe was shocked. People couldn't help but reconsider the strength of the Celestial Court. Even the Divine Court suffered a big setback. More than half of their elites were destroyed, and the entire Colossus was about to collapse. Now, the Emperor's life or death was unknown, which made people scared. And the legend of the Celestial Court having a supreme expert backing them spread even more, intimidating all those with bad intentions. Is it really like this? That Empress is still alive. Don't act rashly. Wait for a while before we decide. In fact, there was originally a terrifying force that appeared. The experts from the Phoenix Nest had already been dispatched, ready to harvest the heads of Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, and the others. They knew how terrifying the Two's talents were, so they didn't want to give them a chance. If the Divine Army attacked the headquarters of the Celestial Court, but didn't kill the Two, the Divine Generals from the Phoenix Nest would immediately take action and eradicate the Two. However, the result of this battle was so strange that even one of the 8 great Divine Generals who followed the undying Heavenly Emperor felt endless restraining fear. It was because today he truly felt the Big Dipper's terrifying aura, so he cautiously retreated. In this battle, the harvest of Yi Fan and the others was far more abundant than expected. After interrogating a few of his treasures, they obtained some ancient techniques from their sea of consciousness. After integrating and piecing them together, they were actually the complete Tao Scripture and Radiant Scripture, which shook the Celestial Court. These were 2 supreme scriptures. There was no need to talk about the Tao Scripture, as Yi Fan relied on it to start his career. The Radiant Scripture came from the Light Race, and it was an ancient imperial scripture. It recorded many profound and terrifying divine abilities and secret techniques, especially the Forbidden Chapter. It made Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, and the human demon infatuated, and they went into seclusion for many days. They definitely wouldn't walk the same path, but they could use it as a reference to comprehend that realm. Comparing it to their own path, it had a great effect. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. In the past, all the scriptures he obtained were incomplete, and they couldn't even compare to his disciple Yi Tong. There was also the Celestial Scripture of Sunday. Although he had read it before, he didn't find it himself. Today, he actually obtained 2 in one go. This was good news for the Celestial Court. All the important figures could read it, and the troops could also be imparted. Their overall combat power and cultivation would be improved. Originally, the Emperor cultivated the Tao Scripture. 4,000 years ago, he accidentally saved a young man, and in the end, he was imparted the Radiant Scripture. This news shocked Yi Fan and the others. The Light Race had an ancient prince who was extremely talented. He was born more than 4,000 years ago, and then he mysteriously disappeared. The Emperor should have saved him, but where did he go now? They searched the sea of consciousness of a few treasures, but they didn't discover anything. Their father didn't tell them. In addition, they found out that the Emperor's race had the blood of the vermilion bird flowing in their veins. It was an ancient and powerful race, but now they could rarely see their figures. The end of this battle had far-reaching effects. The powers near the Celestial Court were all trembling in fear. Those races that had annexed their important towns and resource stars were all trembling with fear. They came one after another to beg for forgiveness. As for how to deal with these races, the radical members of the Celestial Court believed that they should all be exploited from head to toe. The culprits should be executed, and the rest should be exiled. In the end, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the Black Emperor didn't do this after discussing it. The Celestial Court had just risen, and if they used such fierce methods, it might cause all parties to unite and treat them as common enemies. Of course, those who had kicked them when they were down, as well as the culprits who had unreasonably invaded the Celestial Court, were all suppressed. However, they were well controlled within a small area to serve as a deterrent. Worshippers came from all directions. This region flourished, the might of the celestial court starting to spread far and wide. For years later, the only true path trembled, a drawn-out bell ringing through the world. Every part of the cosmos heard the ringing, shocking all directions. Those people made it through the ninth pass, arriving at the ultimate destination. What was behind the 9 imperial passes? This was the question many people had since the ancient times. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know. That place involved the secrets of becoming an emperor. Undying Heavenly Empress had previously fought a great battle behind the 9 imperial passes, ultimately leaving with both sides suffering. However, they didn't truly enter that most secret place. There was some inaccurate information that said that only after the 9 imperial passes were slaughtered would that place truly open, auspicious light appearing. Sure enough, that day, the star domain behind the 9 imperial passes erupted with endless strands of immortal radiance, rumbling with noise, shaking up the boundless cosmos. Thunder rumbled, divine lightning interweaving. A few ancient mountains moved aside, endless primal chaos surging. A mysterious world was revealed within the blazing lightning and mist. Chapter 1675. The only true path was walked to its end, the final trial passed. From now on, this mysterious emperor path might be completely revealed before everyone's eyes. Immortal light shone endlessly, illuminating the cosmos. In a daze, it was as if a boundless, immortal domain was opened up, connected to the human world. The entire world was shocked. It was unheard of in the past, unknown now, and it might not be understood in the future either. Just what kind of place is behind the 9 imperial passes? Countless cultivators were speculating, all of them wishing to know. Many people hurried towards the 9 imperial passes, wishing to witness a miracle. Of course, those who reached this level were all the most powerful individuals of their clans, or else they wouldn't have the qualifications to enter. However, everyone had to face the same problem. They had to walk through the 9 imperial passes, make their way through. There were no shortcuts to speak of. However, at that time, it might already be too late. Perhaps the ultimate secret would have long been obtained by someone. The dust already settled. Hurrying over would already be useless. There were too many heroes in this world. A few people couldn't help but feel regret that they didn't hurry over in the past, missing out on this flourishing era of joy. Perhaps they might be able to see some traces of immortality there. Unless one defies the heavens, having the strength of the Emperor Lord or undying Heavenly Empress, able to enter halfway, appear in front of the boundless primal chaos, immortal Earth. The entire cosmos was discussing this. This was a huge uproar, the most eye-catching event after the darkness chaos. Eyes from all sides were cast in that direction. Is there an expert who is going to become an emperor? Someone said with a trembling voice. Becoming an emperor. These 2 shocking words affected the minds of all powerful individuals. Since the ancient times, there is no one like this who didn't appear in an era. Someone not even the heavens could stop. This was the title of the most powerful since the ancient times. In this world, would there be anyone who succeeded? Every 10,000 years, or even several tens of thousands of years, this path would be opened. However, most of the time, it might be for naught, no one necessarily becoming an emperor. This was especially the case when in the last 100,000 years, only a single person achieved the Tao, which was Green Emperor. Meanwhile, he didn't seem to have broken through in that mysterious immortal Earth, but rather had some other path. In this world, what kind of great waves would there be? Everyone wanted to know. Everyone was hopeful. It was to the extent where some people's mouths and tongues were already dry, their blood boiling. Wow, that's fast. How are Yi Tong and Yangshi doing? Have they reached the finish line yet? The people in the celestial court were also discussing. Many years had passed, and the celestial court had consolidated its achievements. The area it controlled had become more and more stable, and no one dared to challenge it anymore. It had become a colossus. On the contrary, the celestial court was declining day by day. If it wasn't for the fact that people were wary of the celestial lord, there would probably have been people who would have gone to suppress them long ago. They would have occupied their territory and seized their resource stars. However, this was not the main point at the moment. The attention of the entire universe was focused on the end of the Emperor's Road. The greatest change would occur there. Did one person achieve the Tao? Or did the ancient times become empty and no one had the fate to go there? People were anticipating, palpitating, and waiting. Boom! Shocking great explosions sounded behind the 9 imperial passes, divine might startling all regions. Everyone knew that there were people knocking on the pass, attacking that immortal earth, wishing to obtain the secrets of becoming an emperor. No one could sit still any longer, all of them horrified. Many great powers hurried over without stopping, desiring everything there was to see. Let's move out as well. Pay attention to Yi Tong and Yang Shi's performance. Li Heishui said, in terms of time, there is already not enough time. Going through the 9 more imperial passes will take a long time. Yan Ishi said, if we go and watch the battle, there shouldn't be any problems. There's a special place there. We can witness a miracle outside Imperial Pass. The Black Emperor said. The Celestial Court's people went on their way. The Black Pearl's power became even more astonishing, its entire body brilliant, several thousand li long. The ice-cold ship body moved through the cosmos, quickly rushing towards the place of shocking changes. When this quasi-emperor worship arrived, there was already a sea of people in front of Imperial Pass. Many people were even willing to rush through the pass right now, wishing to see what was going to happen. I can't see. The Black Emperor led the way. They hurried to an indistinct place. They could only see endless immortal light erupting, as well as ancient mountain void figures one after another, as well as endless electrical radiance curling about. Apart from this, there was also a golden sea that was faintly discernible. As for the truth, even further out, there was no way they could see through it, and they couldn't rush over either. There were true great emperor restrictions here. An intense collision sounded, the most powerful energy fluctuations battering against that immortal earth. This type of indistinct feeling, the feeling of not being able to see through the truth, was extremely uncomfortable. Everyone couldn't help but rush over to see what was going on. That might be a battle that involved becoming an emperor. Kill. Charge inside. Forge my emperor path. Someone roared out. Everyone was shocked. This type of voice actually passed through. That person was extremely strong. Just what kind of trouble did he encounter? Were there any more twists and turns after the 9th pass? No one expected that this wait would continue for 3 years. Shouts of war sounded continuously, but no one truly entered the primal chaos immortal earth. It left everyone shocked. The people on the Black Pearl were still paying close attention at first, but then they became stupefied, and then they became petrified. In the end, they became used to it. In front of the first Imperial Pass, a great army continuously surged over, people entering from time to time, wishing to reach the final place. It was because too much news had spread during these 3 years. That is an immortal cave, the Supreme Emperor's methods and Tao recorded there. The Supreme Emperor immortal scripture isn't recorded in the first pass, but rather in the final primal chaos cave. When this type of news spread out, how could anyone remain calm? It was because there were people who personally saw the primal chaos cave shine, erupting with large amounts of scriptures engraved in the void. It was to the extent where there were people who obtained a portion of the scriptures. It was broad and profound, powerful and wondrous. There were others who said that not only did it record the Supreme Emperor's Tao, there were other great emperors and ancient emperors, even celestial beings' Tao comprehension diagrams, that it was a place close to immortality. This naturally triggered a huge uproar. Countless great clans and experts couldn't sit still anymore, all of them hurrying over, wishing to obtain great benefits. How long? That day, the first Imperial Pass opened. That crystal monument disappeared, no longer blocking the path of cultivators. Anyone could enter. This triggered a huge commotion. What is going on? Why is it like this? Who moved it away? Could it be that someone entered the primal chaos immortal land, controlling everything here, undoing all of the restrictions? Many people were shocked, but even more people believed that this was a divine blessing bestowed by the heavens. Quite a few great powers led their battalions, actually slaughtering their way into Imperial Pass, wishing to obtain a share of the great emperor's inheritance. Now, becoming an emperor wasn't the goal of most people, only limited to some. Most cultivators came for the immortal tomb, joining hands to attack, enter for the great emperor's inheritance. This time, it was chaotic for 4 years. The 9 imperial passes became a land of chaos, great powers all intervening. When they suddenly turned around, everyone discovered with shock that 7 years passed in total. There was still no one who broke through the final primal chaos land. Blazing lightning interweaved there, palaces faintly discernible, impossible to approach. In the 8th year, Yi Fan and the others also came. They didn't feel at ease with Yitong and Yang Shi, feeling deep worry for them. This place became a land of 100 battles. Only heaven knew what would happen. How could it be like this? Wasn't there only a few people who could enter since the ancient times? Why is there a sea of cultivators hurrying over in this era, no longer obstructed? Even Yi Fan, someone who previously withdrew from the Emperor path, someone who, in theory, shouldn't be able to enter again, safely passed through Imperial Pass, appearing on this path a 3rd time. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. This was a land of blood and chaos. They were extremely low profile, not wishing to draw attention, nor did they try to contend for supremacy. The Black Pearl turned into an unremarkable small boat, always moving along the border, avoiding everyone. In the 8th year, they arrived at the 9th pass, emerging from this place, entering the most mysterious ancient land. Alho! Golden lightning interweaved into a heavenly dragon, tearing through the sky, several tens of thousands of li in length. The thick dragon body tore through the primal chaos, erupting with a savage aura, shocking everyone's minds. Another bird cry sounded. A primal chaos divine bird spread its wings, splitting the skies, moving 100,000 li, powerful energy surging. This was just an irregular scene from the primal chaos immortal earth, yet it made even the great sage tremble inwardly. How were they supposed to enter? The chaotic energy and lightning could actually turn into so many terrifying desolate beasts and vicious birds, every one of them possessing astonishing divine might. It was impossible to approach. There were people who fought their way in 8 years ago, but they should have failed. Otherwise, the irregular scenes would have scattered a long time ago, not swirling with clouds and mist like this. Woo, quite a few people did fight their way in, but I don't know if they died or if they disappeared. Everyone was discussing this. This place was filled with a sea of people. There had never been a generation like this before, those who didn't participate in the bloody battle all arriving here. This was almost inconceivable. Who was it that changed everything? Different from the past, this meant that the path to becoming an emperor might be completely exposed in this era. The final secret lands would no longer have any secrets to speak of. The entire world would know what was inside the chaotic ancient mountain. The great mountain flourished. Even though it was surrounded by lightning element, it was still full of life energy, slowly moving along with the primal chaos, as if heaven and earth were being opened. Everyone could vaguely see many ancient trees on the mountain, unexpectedly formed from lightning element. They covered the sky and covered the earth, flourishing vigorously. This made everyone feel that this was a bit inconceivable. The lightning element was extremely special, the embodiment of heavenly punishment from the heavens, an extremely powerful type of power that everyone had to face when crossing tribulation. The lightning element here was still primal, so why was it so thick? The source of reality, could it be that this was the heavens' immortal palace? Look, there's an undying divine tree there. It was unknown who was the first to shout, but a huge commotion broke out. A golden Fusong tree was faintly discernible on the mountain. Wasn't that the Sun Holy Emperor's ancient tree? Vermilion bird. Suddenly, someone saw a fiery red bird with roots growing under its feet. It rose from the ground of an ancient mountain and flew to another peak. It's the vermilion bird immortal medicine. This made everyone shocked. That medicine had also followed a great emperor, and it was actually here. No, these medicines have appeared in other places. They shouldn't all be gathered here. The experts of various clans all arrived, leading many war divisions. They were all glaring like tigers watching their prey, preparing to rush over to seize the immortal medicine and fight over some bits and pieces of the venerable emperor immortal scripture. Look, who's that? A figure bathed in fiery light walked over, stepping onto the primal chaos immortal soil. With a boom, the power of her fist shattered the heavens, directly striking inside. She was Huolin the daughter of the Qilin ancient emperor. Her entire body was shrouded in brilliance. Who would have thought that her appearance would cause such a huge commotion? On the Black Pearl, Yi Fan frowned. The battle here had escalated, and it was destined to become the most terrifying demonic land. Two bright lamps appeared on the ship, flickering with flames that would never be extinguished. Yi Tong and Yang sure doing well. Their flames of life are very strong. The Black Emperor nodded. These were the life imprints left by the two of them before they stepped onto the ancient road. As long as they were still alive, these two lamps would not be extinguished. The voices of people were like a boiling cauldron of voices. The number of war divisions of various clans increased, and almost all the supreme experts of various domains in the universe had arrived. 8 years had already passed, and everyone was eagerly waiting, hoping to witness an ending. Of course, a terrifying battle was unavoidable. As long as the scripture of the great emperor appeared, as long as immortal medicine was unearthed, there would definitely be many people who would fight over it at all costs. Chapter 1676. This was the first time so many people arrived here. In the past, they were all small groups, all of them the victors of the Emperor Road's struggle for supremacy. This world was greatly different. Many people were waiting for an opportunity. Those stalks of immortal medicines flew above the ancient mountain, the resplendent golden fusong, fiery red vermilion bird, all of them just that enticing. Something's not right. They are most likely condensed from lightning elements, not real. One has to understand that the golden fusong is definitely not here. Sun Holy Emperor's undying medicine is buried in purple star domain. Yi Fan said. He had personally seen it. Moreover, had the fortune of refining a branch. Similarly, the other undying medicines might not necessarily be real, likely produced from the terrifying lightning elements. There were great emperors who had previously ascended here, their imprints engraved here. In the ancient mountain, there was an immortal cave there. An expanse of immortal rain flew out, turning into all types of symbols, engraving themselves in the void, becoming a medium for the great Tao. Ear-splitting rumbling noises rang out. This was a type of Tao sound. In that instant, everyone sensed something, all of them feeling intoxicated. They comprehended a type of scripture meaning. This wasn't something obtained by one or two people, but rather by a group of people. Depending on how deep one's cultivation was, depending on one's comprehension ability, the results would be different as well. Emperor, sovereign scripture. There were some who obtained these words, feeling as if they were enlightened, directly sitting down. There were others who comprehended some cultivation problems that had troubled them for many years, their hands and feet dancing in joy, as if they were going crazy. This was a type of extensive and profound scripture meaning, flowing through everyone's minds like water. Quite a few people obtained some benefits, immersing themselves in a type of wondrous state. However, few people could obtain these characters. What they comprehended were only a segment or a few pieces of order symbols. That was why everyone's feelings were different. This wasn't an illusion, but rather a type of true scripture meaning. It was engraved in the great mountain up ahead, erupting from the ancient cave, scattering across the skies. Symbols flickered with blazing radiance one after another, leaving all of the experts shaken. Their benefits were great. I never expected the Emperor, sovereign immortal scripture, to actually exist in this world. It seems like we can all obtain it. Many people became excited, especially those that didn't have the qualifications to come here, only hurrying over because this world was special, the 9 imperial passes mysteriously opening. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't overjoyed. This was a big surprise. Symbols flickered about, the great Tao resonating. Segment after segment of scripture meanings turned into true dragons, becoming dancing phoenixes, all of them less than the length of an arm. As they moved about, heavenly winds stirred about, shocking the world. Was this the power of a venerable sovereign? Countless years had passed, but the scriptures he left behind seemed to have a life of their own, ringing here, making everyone feel the urge to worship him. This is just a test for a venerable sovereign. On the Quasi-Emperor's warship, Yi Fan spoke softly, revealing the mysteries of the heavens. Li Heishui, Hua Hua, and the others became alert, and then they became pensive. If you don't take advantage of me, then you're a bastard. The Black Emperor said, his mind intoxicated, seriously trying to figure it out. This scripture is suitable for humanoid creatures, Dongfang Yi reminded. This emperor is more human than others, and some people are more human than me. For example, that group of fellows, they're actually just A, B, C, D, and D, but they think that they are above the world. They're just pawns in a painting. The Black Emperor swept his gaze forward and sneered. Grandpa, that black dog is so fierce. It won't bite me, right? A little boy said timidly. It won't. It's very obedient. The old man was all smiles, revealing a mouthful of leaky yellow teeth. He was holding the hand of a 5 or 6-year-old boy, standing outside the crowd. It's very fierce, the little boy said in a dignified manner. What's said makes sense. In the end, it's all self-righteous. We are all pawns in a painting, but there are also dogs who point out the world. The old man with a mouthful of yellow teeth laughed loudly. Yi Fan, the human demon, and the sacred prince turned around. They didn't hear the discussion, but they instinctively felt a type of aura. It was extremely astonishing and extraordinary. It wasn't a terrifying fluctuation, but rather an astonishing feeling. This was definitely an exceptional expert. Yeah, the person in the painting saw us, the little boy said. We are all pawns in a painting. The old man rubbed his head, and then he led him away without stopping. The venerable sovereign scripture flickered. Everyone obtained something, but in the end, they all understood that they couldn't obtain more. Only a small portion was shaken out from the immortal cave. However, this made everyone even more excited. There were definitely traces of venerable sovereigns here, leaving behind an indelible imprint. The Great Peaks and Primal Chaos most likely had complete ancient scriptures, and everyone wanted to obtain them. The Sun's Sacred Emperor's divine statue is on that mountain, and the Great Inhuman Emperor's statue is on another mountain. There's a monkey shining with golden light, and it seems to be the Emperor of Fighting. He's on another great peak. Everyone was shocked. The divine statues of great ancient emperors and archaic emperors were faintly discernible. There was a mysterious fluctuation around them, and everyone believed that there might be Tao laws left behind. On the Black Pearl, the sacred prince couldn't remain calm. His fiery eyes stared at one of the distant mountains, and his eyes erupted with divine radiance. Someone else is taking action. Let's charge in as well. Who knows? We might be able to obtain an emperor's fate. At the very least, we have to obtain more scriptures. Someone wanted to take the risk. In reality, there were already powerful battalions that had begun to move. They led their troops forward, producing countless ripples. There were a few great clans that didn't get along well with each other, and they were still fighting here. Blood splashed out one after another, making this place even more chaotic. There was a sea of people here. Once a great battle broke out, it would be extremely terrifying. It might become the fuse that caused rivers of blood to flow. Quite a few people backed up out of fear of being sucked into this terrifying vortex. Yi Fan and the others didn't take action. The Quasi-Emperor's ship shrunk, becoming dim and lacking luster. It stopped at the border, and they calmly observed everything that was happening here. In the mountains, chaotic energy surged. Two figures were fighting intensely. They actually fought out from the primal chaos, immortal Earth. It was just that sudden, leaving everyone shocked. What? They charged out from inside. When did they enter? How many years has it been since they fought? Everyone clearly remembered that there were people who entered in these past few years, but never came out again. Now that two people suddenly appeared, it naturally triggered a huge commotion. It's Dao, Yi, and Fire Qilin. Yifan said softly. Dao, Yi was aloof and otherworldly. His figure is tall and slender, otherworldly and refined. Just like in the past, every movement he made contained a type of otherworldly charm. However, his offensive power was extremely great. Fire Qilin's water, blue hair scattered down, dancing about like a waterfall. His body was tall and sturdy, every strike an immortal Qilin rushing out, shocking the human world, the power shocking the world. These were two half-emperors, and they were extremely powerful. They were unfathomable supreme experts. They had experienced all types of tempering, and now they were like exceptional immortal swords that were unsheathed. They revealed the most resplendent radiance. So powerful. Those lightning elemental dragons, vermilion birds, and others couldn't do anything to them. It's too terrifying. They can actually freely enter and exit this place. Everyone became stupefied. The ancient emperor's son had now even reached the half-emperor realm. These two were natural enemies. They fought bloody battles, becoming the most terrifying cultivators in this world. In the primal chaos, a great mountain swayed. A graceful figure appeared. Huolin slaughtered her way out, shattering a quasi-emperor artifact with a single palm. It was clear that she had just gotten rid of a great enemy. Too terrifying. That was a quasi-emperor's sharp blade, yet it was broken barehandedly by her. Everyone sighed in admiration. After Huolin appeared, she directly hurried towards her older brother, wishing to join hands with him to fight against Dao, Yi, and kill him. Don't come over. This is the Emperor Path struggle for supremacy. I've already untied the knot in my heart. Let go of my grudge. I will deal with this opponent myself. Fire Qilin shouted. Huolin who had a wonderful figure and snow-white skin, was as beautiful as a divine diamond falling from a flowering tree. Brilliance shone in all directions, shockingly beautiful. Her head of blue hair fluttered about, her large, intelligent eyes sweeping through the surroundings. Then, she turned around and entered the ancient mountain again. This triggered a heated discussion. Did all of the ancient princes come? Who will ascend to the top? Sacred Prince, Dao Yi, Fire Qilin, Huang Su Dao, Divine Silkward Taoist, and others. Too many people appeared in this era. There might even be an emperor from the human race. Even the heavens were fated to be broken. It could be said that this was the cruelest emperor path struggle for supremacy in history. Every single one of them was a hero of their era, coming from different eras. Now that they were gathered together, the most terrifying collision was going to happen. From a certain perspective, this was a battle between ancient emperors and great emperors. Their heirs represented their Dao, completing a confrontation at the peak, fulfilling their final wishes. Sure enough, as everyone expected, there were quite a few ancient princes who came. Huang Su Dao appeared, turning into a blood-colored divine phoenix. He entered the ancient mountain's primal chaos, shaking up this place. With a wonglong sound, a green jade coffin exploded. An individual whose entire body was surrounded by green multicolored light rushed into the mountain. As soon as he moved, all directions trembled. It's someone from the underworld, a supreme quasi-emperor, possibly the next palace lord. When these words were spoken, many people were shaken. The underworld's terror was deeply engraved in their hearts. At the end of reincarnation, everything would come to an end. The underworld was the final destination of all life. These words had previously spread throughout the world, making everyone feel fear. A streak of sword radiance tore through the heavens, slicing apart the primal chaos, entering the ancient mountain in a perfectly straight line. A man with hair as white as snow entered the battlefield with a single step. In his hands was a black sword, slaughtering his way over. That type of sword radiance was exceptionally sharp, rarely seen in the secular world. It made everyone's hair stand on end. It was too terrifying. Was he a sword immortal? Many of the great sages' hairs fell. Cold, killing intent swept past. Bloody scars appeared on many people's bodies, almost breaking them apart. Moreover, this was only the aura that naturally flowed out when he rushed over. It wasn't offensive power, the divine might of an immortal sword. It's him, a deity. Yi Fan was shocked. After so many years, he actually saw him again. In the past, when he headed for the everlasting star domain, he had previously seen a desolate ancient star. There was a heaven-opening giant there, the sun, moon, and stars all revolving around his body. He was as insignificant as an ant. He was simply like a god of creation, but unfortunately, he failed to verify his Tao and died there. At that time, there was an incomparably terrifying white-haired deity who was offering sacrifices there. It's actually him, Yi Fan naturally recalled. In reality, when the immortalization road opened, this white-haired deity had also appeared, holding a third of the green copper cauldron. He fiercely flung it out, blasting apart the immortalization road, almost making the long-life, celestial being die inside. Now, this person appeared again. He was definitely a matchless expert. He bore great enmity towards the underworld world. The reason he rushed in today was naturally because of the underworld world's successor. Several figures flickered and appeared at the same time. A few more people entered, all of their magical force like a sea, able to pluck the sun and moon with a raise of their hands. I can sense the aura of the life restricted region. Their descendants have entered. Sacred Prince said. The immortal iron rod in his hand was trembling. It was broken in the past battle, so it was extremely sensitive to the auras of certain restricted regions. Right now, it longed for a battle. Yi Fan silently sensed it. He knew that at the very least, Undying Mountain's hidden Pooh came, entering inside. Sacred Prince moved first, directly slaughtering his way in, entering the chaotic ancient mountain. He wanted to visit his father's divine statue and fulfill his wish. Soon after, this place erupted. No one expected that so many heavenly geniuses would enter. A great battle was unavoidable, erupting. It was even more terrifying than what they had imagined. A great battle between the descendants of emperors. This was a great battle that the ancient supreme beings had desired, but had never fought before. Sigh. Suddenly, an aged sigh sounded, leaving Yi Fan shocked. It came from within the chaotic mountain. It was as if a great emperor was overlooking his descendants, full of great changes and fatigue. Chapter 1677. A battle for supremacy was taking place in the mountains. Groups of stars flickered about, every single one of them a hero who illuminated an era. However, all of them were gathered together, appearing in a single era. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. One moment, sword radiance would break through. The next moment, a divine pagoda would suppress. That place was boiling. In the great battle between the princes, who could compete with them? Those who weren't at this level would just be sending themselves to death if they entered. At the very least, they had to start with the quasi-emperor, otherwise how could they be a match for him? A streak of golden light flashed past. The monkey collided intensely with someone in the mountain, erupting with an expanse of dazzling radiance. A wave of berserk energy surged as it soared into the sky. With a wong sound, the sky dome trembled. An expanse of stars exploded, the scene astonishing. No one saw clearly what kind of person that was. He was actually able to fight against the monkey and disappear in a flash. The mountains were terrifying, and danger could happen at any time. With a shio sound, a golden crow streaked across the primal chaos, bringing with it a streak of fiery light that burned everything into ashes. Some people's magical treasures were destroyed. That is a divine artifact that turned into a golden crow. It isn't an expert of this race. It was chaotic inside. It was fighting against an old quasi-emperor, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. He would appear from time to time, but it was impossible for him to stay in everyone's line of sight for too long. In the outside world, many people were in despair. The difference between them was too great, not even on the same order of magnitude. There was no way for them to exchange blows with those people. This was a new era. They were both exceptional heavenly geniuses, or perhaps it could be said that they were the most powerful individuals from different eras. There was going to be a great collision that shocked past and present. Yitong represented the Holy Sun Emperor, Hua Qilin and Huolin represented the Qilin Emperor, the monkey represented the Emperor of Fighting, Dao Yi represented the great Emperor Dao Yin, Shun represented the descendants of the Celestial Court, and the man in the coffin represented the underworld. There were quite a few people here, including Huang Shu Dao, Yin Tianda, Divine Silkworm Taoist, Divine Sovereign, Central Emperor, and others. They all came, fighting endlessly inside. Everyone was shocked. If these people were in another era, just one of them would be enough to reach the top of the world. But now, they were just one of the participants in the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's Road. With a loud sound, a black light flickered. The dark Bodhi split apart the chaotic mountain and fought with one of the mysterious people before quickly disappearing. In that place, great battles were difficult to avoid, sometimes involuntary. As long as one entered to search for the Sovereign Emperor Immortal Scripture, the great Tao attainment secrets, and other things, they would inevitably run into others. Many people in the outside world were disappointed. This kind of battlefield had nothing to do with them anymore. They would only be killed if they went up. Those combat divisions also stopped moving. Everyone was disheartened. This was a battle between the descendants of the emperors and the great emperors. We can only be spectators. Someone sighed. There should be more people entering. This isn't just a feast for them. Someone replied with a very certain tone. People instantly thought of some names, and their hearts trembled. During the archaic era, there was once a person who single-handedly killed all the competitors who walked on the only true path. His name was the Emperor. Will he come again? During the archaic era, he had previously shocked an immortal. He stood in front of the first Imperial Pass alone, stopping everyone, killing everyone. However, he himself did not advance. With a soft sigh, he turned his back on the only Emperor's path. That type of thing happened, resulting in no one entering the pass in that era. It shocked the world of mortals. Everyone was listing the overlords of the present world. This era definitely didn't lack experts, and there was no lack of genius kings. Yi Fan rose up powerfully. The absolute beginning and Zhang Bairen were mysterious and unfathomable, and there was even more unknown. The Quasi-Emperor was extremely astonishing, glaring like a tiger watching its prey. In the Golden Age, 100 barges contend with each other, 10,000 Tao coexisting. Heaven and earth will inevitably be broken, and the world will be dyed in blood. The chaotic body has yet to appear. There had always been rumors, and everyone was looking forward to it. Perhaps his figure would appear in the ultimate confrontation, perhaps even today. At that time, he would definitely display the most resplendent brilliance. Apart from this, there was also the stone egg under the undying heavenly blade. More than one powerful cultivator had seen it in the cosmos, but unfortunately, it seemed to drift along the river of time, impossible to trace back. However, it would still appear in the end and fight a decisive battle against others. Dong! A loud sound rang out, as if a world had been pierced through. Endless golden light rushed into the heavens. The monkey slaughtered his way to a great mountain, standing in front of a divine statue. His eyes were filled with tears. This divine statue was too lifelike, as if the real Emperor of Fighting had revived. Suddenly, a large black hand slapped over from behind. It was extremely powerful and as large as a millstone, covering the monkey underneath. Everyone was shocked. That hand was too terrifying, shattering the primal chaos. An expanse of symbols flickered there, vaguely formed from a small dragon and a vermilion bird, representing a type of extreme Tao power. In a daze, stars flickered one after another, and streams of stars curled around the palm and fingers. This type of unrivaled divine ability was truly astonishing. Who was this? Everyone was shocked. This was simply the creation of heaven and earth. It was incomparable. The palm that looked like it was the size of a millstone actually contained the universe and refined the stars of the cosmos. How great of a divine ability did one have to be to accomplish this? Who exactly was he? Everyone was incredibly shocked. What exactly was this person's identity? Meanwhile, everyone on the Black Pearl broke out in cold sweat for the monkey, feeling deeply worried. Yeah, the monkey cried out loudly. His divine senses were sharp, so he naturally sensed the killing intent right away, feeling it even more than the others. A broken immortal iron rod appeared in his hand, sweeping backwards. A light tremble sounded, and then an expanse of clouds and mist was scattered. Upon closer inspection, that was the essence of primal chaos. There were many star fragments within, and a part of the universe was pierced through by the monkey. The immortal iron rod shone with auspicious multicolored light, surging with killing intent. The monkey held it, and with fiery eyes, he and that person both retreated. That was an indistinct figure. His entire body was hidden within primal chaos, yet he could actually resist a damaged Emperor artifact alone. Just how powerful was he exactly? It wasn't a contest of physical strength. Just now, that was a type of great divine ability, the palm containing the universe, refining all things and stars. This type of method shocked the human world. Someone from the phoenix nest? The monkey shouted. Indeed, the eyes of the one who came were like blades, the radiance astonishing. However, his entire being was rather indistinct and dim, forming a stark contrast. One of the 8 great divine generals that followed the undying heavenly emperor, Kuan Tian, divine general. The monkey's gaze was intimidating. As someone from the archaic era, he naturally heard many legends, deducing this person's identity. He wasn't a descendant of the 8 great generals, but rather a true, unmatched divine general. There were previously 8 who were unmatched throughout the cosmos, supreme experts who suppressed the heavens and 10,000 realms. This person was one of them, and he was still alive. This news was too shocking. When the monkey's words sounded, everyone behind him was stupefied. Even though they couldn't see it clearly, they could feel the violent waves. It was just too terrifying. Yi Fan moved, leaving the Black Pearl quasi-emperor ship with the green lotus in hand, entering the sea of primal chaos. He was in a fight. The people from the phoenix nest had come for him. The monkey came to get revenge for the heavenly prince. The 8 great divine generals were truly unmatched figures in the past, commanding the 8 wastelands of the cosmos, ruling over an era. In the past, they had long been unmatched. Some of these people were even about to step out of their own Emperor Tao, terrifying beyond compare. It was rumored that a few of them died in meditation, and a few of them went missing in their later years. Just now, if not for the monkey holding the immortal iron rod, he would definitely be in danger. After all, that was a veteran, unmatched quasi-emperor whose mysterious arts had long reached the pinnacle. However, as soon as Yi Fan entered the sea of primal chaos, he suffered an attack. A streak of cold radiance shot over. That was an arrow, fired by the quasi-emperor. Golden light shone brilliantly, the arrow covering the skies, able to kill heavenly generals, able to kill deities. It was brilliant and dazzling. Ooh, the strange cries were astonishing. It was clearly just an arrow, yet there were endless gods and devils that rushed out from all directions, all of them bleeding, the scene terrifying. Meanwhile, within the crowd, there was even Yi Fan himself, just that he was extremely old, long entering his declining years. He was nailed to a wooden stake, the bright red blood of a great perfection saint dyeing the ground red. This scene made Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contract, feeling a wave of discomfort. The cauldron above his head released a light cry, flying out, suppressing towards that arrow. Do you see? That is you yourself. Even if you escape this disaster, you will still fall in the future. A cold voice sounded from the darkness. When the all-life source energy cauldron tried to collect that golden arrow, it actually missed. The originally powerful and domineering arrow turned into nothingness, turning into golden fragments, disappearing there. Reincarnation arrow, illuminating the reincarnation of all living things. That is the miserable scene of your doomsday. Who would have thought that you could still live for so long? The voice in the darkness said faintly. Yifan's mind became unsteady. A type of demonic sound invaded his mind, actually wanting to devour his source energy, destroy his sea of consciousness. It was too strange. Get lost. He released a great roar, the space between his brows erupting with radiance. A small golden figure walked out with a step, a fist smashing out murderously. A blast of white smoke appeared in the void, as well as a miserable groan. The people from the Sea of Reincarnation have some ability, but you want to capture me with illusory techniques and bewitching methods? You are still far from it. Back then, I fought with your father's generation. Yifan said. He knew the identity of the person who came. He was from the bloodline of the Master of Reincarnation, from the forbidden region of life, and his bloodline was extremely powerful. However, he had already killed 4 or 5 people like this, so he didn't have the slightest bit of restraining fear. The all-life source energy cauldron above his head once again released a light cry, instantly streaking across the sky and flying out. Dang! A golden divine arrow shot over, fiercely striking the cauldron's wall, emitting a terrifying ball of light. It swept down an expanse of stars, exploding in the void. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The starry sky here was very special, like an ornament embedded in the primal chaos by the great ancient emperors. They were all condensed from true stars, making them even more sturdy and immortal. However, at this moment, they fell down one after another, turning into dust, shocking everyone. An intense, great battle erupted. Yifan's footsteps were firm as he pushed forward. In front of him, there were green dragons coiling about, fire phoenixes dancing about, and Kuan Pungs shattering 10,000 realms. His power and terror were displayed in front of everyone. He was unrivaled, and not even those golden arrows could injure him. 4 of them were taken away by the all-life source energy cauldron. In the end, a green figure couldn't avoid this, hacking over with a longbow in hand. As a result, a loud Kung Chong sound rang out. Yifan grabbed it, holding this reincarnation bow. However, in that instant, a feeling of danger surged. This bow released a wave of berserk fluctuations, as if it was going to devour Yifan's mind. Woo, so powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have died already. Yifan said softly. He had fought a bloody battle against the ancient supreme beings before. If it wasn't for his sensitivity towards this type of energy fluctuation, his divine consciousness might have been devoured by this strike. There was actually a void divinity from the Reincarnation Lord. Even though, compared to the ancient supreme beings, the disparity was great, compared to Quasi-Emperor, the void divinity of the restricted region Lord was still extremely powerful. Yifan's hands continuously trembled, possessing a type of power that could turn something rotten into something miraculous. This was the greatest harvest from the ancient supreme being's battle back then. His combat skills and body techniques reached the pinnacle, no one in this generation able to compare to him. He broke free from the longbow, making the restricted region young master, who purposely lost his bow, widen his eyes, simply not daring to believe this. However, he didn't stop, tearing open the void and leaving. Yifan's other hand swept out lightly, the primal chaos green lotus in his hand brushing over the longbow. That void divinity immediately broke apart, scattering in the passage of time. Meanwhile, the green lotus erupted with radiance, shaking up the entire sea of primal chaos, making this place erupt with activity. It was clear that the void divinity was a type of great nourishment for the green lotus. With a chong sound, the entirely black longbow entered his hands again. Yifan picked up a golden arrow from the source energy cauldron, adding it to the bowstring, using it to draw back. With a hong sound, an arrow shocked immortals. Golden radiance covered heaven and earth, drowning out this place, scattering a portion of the sea of primal chaos ahead. This was an extremely powerful set of quasi-emperor artifacts. Pooh, a rain of blood scattered outwards. The expert from the sea of reincarnation released a miserable cry, pierced through by the golden arrow, and then exploded in the sky, blood dyeing this place red. Everyone trembled. This battle was terrifying. As expected, the imperial path was dyed in blood, terrifying casualties about to appear. Yi Fan was worthy of being the ancient prince's assassin. Chapter 1678. Killing a restricted region young master with a single arrow. This battle result was too savage. Apart from being horrified, what else could everyone do? This wasn't the first time Yi Fan killed someone with a supreme being bloodline. Was this the sixth, or how many? Terrifying battle accomplishments, blood-soaked paths, and glorious paths led to a frightening path beneath Yi Fan's feet. Many people had to look up to him. Yi Fan held a longbow in his hands. It was entirely pitch black, but it flowed with a metallic luster and texture. This was refined from a divine root that grew within the sea of reincarnation, and a supreme being's Tao had once been engraved upon it. Now, it was directly refined by Yi Fan in front of everyone. This was because the master of Samsara's void spirit had been devoured by the green lotus. He refined this bow anew, and it became a great killing weapon in his hands. He picked up a few golden arrows. Together with the few that the cauldron had previously collected, there were a total of 12 arrows. Every single one of them was dazzling and extremely sharp. Everyone's expression changed. Just now, he had killed the master of Samsara's heir with a single arrow, leaving everyone with a deep impression. This was definitely a type of tyrannical attack power. No matter who the arrow was pointed at, their expressions would change. Yi Fan suddenly drew his bow, shooting towards the depths of a chaotic mountain. There were two figures soaring into the sky, trampling through quite a few condensed stars. One of them was extremely indistinct, and the other was Impu. With a dang sound, the black halberd in Impu's hands hacked down on the golden arrow. A string of sparks burst forth, and his entire body trembled. A streak of bloody light burst forth. The arrow's tip was peerless, and after flying past the great halberd, it scraped his arm, dripping with blood. In reality, it shouldn't be considered a graze. It was a wave of killing intent that tore apart his body, causing blood to flow out. Yi Fan didn't move at all. He stood on top of a mountain like a demon lord, overlooking everything under the sky. He drew his bow again, and there were still 11 golden arrows left for him to shoot. Shwa! That indistinct figure disappeared, disappearing into the silence. Meanwhile, Impu's figure flashed into the mountain region, and he tore open the void to hide. Boom! However, in the next moment, Yi Fan's arrow was even more terrifying and terrifying. When the arrow shot out, it was like a huge golden mountain smashing down, not like an arrow at all. It shattered the sky, broke open the chaotic mountain, and forcefully forced Impu out. Brother Yi, I originally didn't want to fight with you. I didn't expect you to insist on starting now. Impu no longer evaded. After dodging that arrow, he stood in the air. He had a type of sickly beauty. His complexion was still as pale as before, as if he hadn't been exposed to sunlight all year round. This was a unique style that was different from the other ancient prince's power. Yi Fan looked at him, his mind a bit stirred. This was a character. Back then, he stopped Shunming at his wedding, so this could be considered giving him a bit of favor. However, there was bound to be a battle between them. Undying Mountain wanted to destroy Ji family, and they also wanted to kill him. They were destined to be mortal enemies in this life. We have no choice but to fight. Yi Fan only had these 4 words. I don't seem to be your opponent right now. And Pu released a sigh, speaking the truth. When these words came from the mouth of the restricted region Lord's son, the power was extremely great, the effects especially different. The outside world was in an uproar. This was the frankness of a supreme bloodline. This type of acknowledgement made the battle chi on Yi Fan's body immediately seem many times more terrifying. He was an ancient prince killer in reality. This was publicly acknowledged. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head rose and fell, his eyes not the slightest ripple. He recalled Poo's words in the past, saying that the opening of the path of immortality would be the beginning of history's greatest chaos. In that era, not many people could understand the meaning of these words. Later on, it was verified one after another. He slowly pulled back the bowstring, releasing the third arrow. His expression was indifferent as he looked towards Poo. The pale-skinned Poo who lacked color raised his head and said, "This battle has finally arrived." Poo knew that a life-and-death battle was inevitable between the two. Almost all life-restricted regions were Yi Fan's enemies. As long as his strength reached a certain level, he would definitely kill them all. This was simply unavoidable. However, he indeed didn't make his preparations yet. How to deal with the human race's divine physique was already no longer a problem for a single person, but rather a problem that troubled many supreme being bloodlines. Chi! Yi Fan fired the third arrow. Golden light exploded like thunder, tearing apart the void. It was useless even if it crossed the star domain. It had long locked onto his opponent, and Poo released a long roar. Even though he looked a bit sick when the great halberd in his hands brandished about, it seemed as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The primal chaos was cut apart, terrifying to the heavens. Kung Chang sounds rang out continuously. That great halberd continuously clashed with the arrow. After removing an arrow, it slid to the side, its luster growing dim. However, when the fourth arrow was fired, Poo's expression changed. The great halberd in his hands trembled intensely, suffering a destructive attack. This arrow contained all of the divine physique's essence energy, terrifying beyond compare. Even someone as powerful as Poo felt his arm go numb, the space between his thumb and index finger bleeding. His eyes erupted with divine radiance. He didn't retreat, instead advancing murderously towards Yi Fan. "Little master, you should leave. Right now, you aren't his opponent. He is currently in a special state, ranked at the peak of the forbidden domain, just like the old master when he was young." Right at this time, an indistinct figure appeared, blocking in front of Poo, forcing him to quickly retreat. It was going to replace him and face Yi Fan head-on. Yi Fan fired the fourth arrow. This place erupted, as if the world's essence energy was sucked dry. That indistinct figure roared, but still wasn't able to change much. Poo rushed over, the great halberd in his hands colliding continuously. However, one of his calves was pierced through, and with a pu sound, it exploded in the sky. "Little master, go." The indistinct figure quickly solidified, removing its concealment state. This was actually a headless horseman, its body enormous. "It's him." Many people sucked in a cold breath of air, recognizing its origins. Back then, when this death horseman appeared, its aura was heaven-shocking. It was Stone Emperor's servant, and it had previously intimidated all heroes under the heavens in Undying Mountain, shocking the human world. The path of immortality was shattered, shattering many people's dreams. The Headless Horseman survived, hiding in Undying Mountain, and now it actually appeared again. "Good, you survived. Today, we will settle things," Yi Fan said coldly. The other party had a brilliant reputation since the ancient times. Stone Emperor had stirred up too many upheavals in the past. It had previously led troops in a battle, slaughtering countless people. It was extremely terrifying. Wong. The Headless Horseman's hands moved about. A primal chaos crack appeared there, and Poo was swept inside. Not even that arrow from Yi Fan was able to break this path of life. The Headless Horseman used the most terrifying power and natural laws in its entire life to open up a path for its little master, allowing him to step on the path of return, allowing him to leave this place. Poo's pale mouth opened and closed again, but in the end, it didn't say anything. It disappeared into that primal chaos crack. Yi Fan walked forward step by step. He didn't show the slightest bit of anger, instead calm and indifferent. Killing one more person or one less person didn't matter much to him. The most important thing was that he locked onto Poo, long leaving behind a strand of energy in his body. In the future, no matter where he went, he could chase after him. The headless horseman who once overlooked the world. He said softly. The height he stood at was different, so the enemies he faced were naturally different as well. In the past, when this person appeared in Undying Mountain, who could oppose him? Who dared face him head-on? Even one of the Supreme Being's servants was Quasi-Emperor. Now, everything changed. Yi Fan could already overlook the world, and there weren't many people who could face him. A battle began. The Death Horseman that came from Undying Mountain, his strength even greater than the current Impu's. He forcefully resisted Yi Fan's arrows, but in the end, he still wasn't his opponent. When the 12th arrow was shot out, he released a furious roar. The lower half of his body was blasted apart. Shattered rocks flew in all directions, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. He roared with his divine will, his body going berserk, and he used the same trick again. Unfortunately, when the primal chaos crack was used again, it was already useless. Since Yi Fan saw it once, he wouldn't let it succeed a second time. A type of supreme law locked that place in place, preventing the primal chaos from opening. With a wung sound, the myriad energy cauldron flew up, suppressing downwards. This expert finally couldn't hold on any longer, directly turning into ashes, leaving behind an indistinct imprint that was branded on the cauldron's wall, barely becoming a type of life diagram. In this world, who could still stop Yi Fan's footsteps? This was the question in everyone's hearts. However, Yi Fan himself was very calm. That aged sigh seemed to still be ringing in his ears. That feeling not long ago couldn't have been a misconception. There was a matchless figure here. His steps were firm as he walked towards the monkey. Divine General Kuan Tian was still here, so he wasn't afraid of his arrival. Woo, my lord's heir was forced to death by you all, just like that. It's too much of a pity that he didn't grow up. There's nothing much to say. 2 lives for one. His figure finally became clear, revealing the black, mysterious golden armor. He stood there like a demonic god. Expanse after expanse of symbols flowed here, and there was actually the might of an emperor. He clearly knew that Yi Fan wasn't easy to provoke, and he clearly knew that the monkey had a broken immortal iron rod in his hands, yet he still didn't retreat, targeting the 2 of them. This made many people apprehensive. However, at this time, someone understood. He had the supreme formation diagram in his hands. That shouldn't be left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor, right? After the battle back then, Heaven Empress still hasn't given up? You still want to take over this place? However, I haven't died yet. Do you want to fight again? Suddenly, an aged voice rang out high up in the sky. Old fellow, you really didn't die. Divine General Kuan Tian spoke in an awe-inspiring manner, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. His mysterious golden armor flowed with black light. With a shake of his hand, several dozen great banners were produced. The might of an ancient emperor was released, shaking up this entire region. Suddenly, a blade hacked down from the sky. The cold radiance shocked endless time. With a PU sound, the flag formation that hadn't even had time to take form was completely cut apart. This blade shook past and present. The snow-white blade radiance shocked everyone. Even the great sage was trembling, almost kneeling down. His body was shaking with fear. Chi! In the void, a streak of phoenix blood erupted. A passageway flashed past, sucking Kuan Tian inside. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. A single blade destroyed the formation, moreover forcing Divine General Kuan Tian, who had followed the undying Heavenly Emperor, to escape. It was suspected that the Empress' divine ability helped him escape. This type of power suppressed everyone. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang through endless time. The primal chaos mist scattered, and all of the mountains began to move. All types of lightning radiance retreated. A vast immortal palace appeared in the sky. It was majestic and dignified, grand and majestic, moreover making a few people feel that it was familiar. Ancient heaven. It's the Celestial Court's palace complex. Many people cried out in alarm. When will the chaos end? I am willing to pacify the 8 wastelands, reorganize the world, and put an end to all of this bloody chaos. Within the central celestial emperor palace, an aged voice sounded, incomparably dignified. Chapter 1679. The majestic heavenly palace, the majestic immortal palace, sat on the white clouds. The clouds that were rosy, magnificent, and astonishing. Everyone was dumbfounded. The last mysterious world had long been occupied by someone, and they had lost the meaning of fighting over it. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. Only that dignified voice reverberated in the sky, as if the great ancient emperor had come to life and reigned over the world. The chaotic mountains moved away one after another, rumbling as they stood at the end of the world. The lightning turned into a golden taboo sea, surging and mighty. The 9 suns were leaning towards the west, and the palaces were dyed in gold and red light under the setting sun. They looked extremely holy, and the tiles were flowing with auspicious splendor. The golden taboo sea below surged, occasionally erupting with thunder as if the heavens were angry. It could evolve into heavenly tribulation, intimidating one's heart. The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, shaking the world. It's the celestial court. I never thought that it wouldn't be completely destroyed and would be located here. After an unknown period of time, an older generation expert sighed softly. Many people were in a daze, not knowing what to say. However, their hearts were already in turmoil. How could this be? Was this the person who fought against the undying Heaven Empress back then? The Black Emperor stared at the palace, especially at the area that was missing a corner, and said, "It really is the celestial court. Look, the southern heavenly gate is gone. It fell into the ruins of God." In reality, it wasn't the only one who sensed it. Many experts also made major discoveries. Some people pointed out that this style was the same as the ruins of some ancient regions. Do you see that? That's the dragon transformation pool. Half of it has collapsed, and there's another half on our ancient star. Woo, the 10,000 Demon Pagoda is also broken. We have a remnant there that can connect to this place. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. This really was the former location of the Celestial Court. Although it wasn't that complete, it could be compared to some of the historical sites that they knew about and linked them together. Pangbo stared forward and couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. He sighed and said, "So that's how it is." Half of the pill refining and artifact refining pavilions were destroyed, and half of them fell outside the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. He thought of the immortal palace in the Big Dipper. It was the same style as this place, and he could find a place where it connected. It belonged to the former ancient heaven, making one sigh with emotion. Yifan was also shocked. Some of his classmates had disappeared there, and he had never seen them until now. He didn't know where they were now. An enormous noise sounded. An enormous white jade staircase descended from the palace, extending all the way until it reached everyone's eyes, laying across the golden lightning sea below. Meanwhile, a few palaces even more so rumbled, releasing endless divine sounds, making this place appear even more dignified and solemn. Everyone's breathing couldn't help but become sluggish. The vast heavenly palace was too spacious. There were no celestial soldiers or celestial generals, no palace maids or attendants. It was cold and cheerless. There was only a type of solemnity and might being emitted. Ha ha! A loud and heroic laughter rang out, and a large man appeared on the white jade steps. His face was covered with a full beard, and he looked very boorish with an oppressive aura. On the Black Pearl, Li Tian and Yin Ishi immediately widened their eyes and mouths. It was that bearded man again. Could it be that he had entered this place? That wasn't right. His voice wasn't old. The bearded man was a quasi-emperor. This had long since been confirmed. Clearly, when they had first met in the Z-Way Star region, he had been roaming the mortal world. The bearded man's face was covered with a curly beard, and he looked very dignified. However, when his eyes turned and looked at Li Tian and the others, that fleeting vulgarity didn't escape their eyes. This caused a layer of goosebumps to appear on the two brothers' bodies. This person was roaming the mortal world, and he was definitely not some old-fashioned and virtuous famous senior. In the next moment, in front of the broken southern heavenly gate, another old man appeared. He had a mouth full of yellow teeth, but they weren't all complete. There were some holes in them, and he led a dignified child out. "It's him." Pangbo and the others were startled. They had sensed this before, and when they turned around to look, they discovered that this old man and young man were paying attention to the people on their ship. At that time, they knew that he was a peerless expert. At this time, the old man's appearance caused a commotion. Although he looked very rustic, he was definitely a peerless expert. Otherwise, how could he have entered the heavenly palace? Is he the one who fought against the undying empress? Just how powerful is he? He wants to end the blood and chaos and pacify the 10 directions of the universe. Everyone raised their heads to look. This old man was very mysterious. Was he the one who hacked down that snow-white blade radiance just now? But that kind of power didn't match his current temperament. "Don't look at me because I'm old. I'm just an errand boy passing by with my grandson." The messy old man revealed a mouth full of yellow teeth. No matter how they looked at it, it felt strange. He carried a broken wooden barrel and walked down the white jade stairs. He arrived in front of the golden lightning sea and pressed it in with a bang. A barrel of golden liquid surged with chaotic energy. The group of people was shocked. This was the chaotic lightning divine sea, a liquid formed from golden lightning. He actually hit it like it was water. Many people guessed that the great sage would definitely turn to ashes if he came into contact with the golden lightning element. Even an expert like the quasi-emperor wouldn't feel good in such a dense environment. The disheveled old man was very calm as he led his grandson up the stairs once more. He poured a bucket of concentrated golden thunder element liquid into a withered ancient tree. Many people were startled. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the withered ancient tree without blinking. Was this the legendary immortal tree? Back then, when Dizun died and the celestial court collapsed, there was an ancient tree whose life dried up and never came back to life. Was this it? Rumor had it that Dizun had extended his peak emperor's mandate for 2,000 years for the longevity celestial being because he had refined a cauldron of great medicines. One of the main ingredients came from the fruit of this ancient tree and was supplemented by Dizun's supreme heaven art. One had to know that it wasn't an ordinary 2,000 years, but a true emperor's mandate. Moreover, longevity, celestial being had used all the other methods at that time. He had already consumed ancient medicines and divine marrow, so it was useless to eat them again. Ordinary years couldn't be compared to this 2,000-year emperor's mandate. Is the old man watering the immortal tree with the golden lightning liquid in hopes of reviving it? Everyone's eyes lit up. The ruins of the celestial court really had good stuff. This ancient tree was actually still in this world. Many people had guessed that it was even more effective than the other immortal medicines. It didn't blot out the sky and was only as tall as a person. However, its branches were strong as if it had grown for millions of years. The tree was dry and cracked without the slightest bit of vitality left. It looked a bit like a human. Many people were astonished. This tree was very special and had a humanoid shape. However, it seemed to have been damaged and was now crooked. This tree is a treasure. Even if it's dead, if we dig it out and carve Emperor's runes on it, it will definitely become a great killing weapon. Maybe we can even comprehend the Tao with it. The effects won't be bad. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up. Many people swallowed their saliva. They all knew that this was a supreme, immortal medicine tree. Even if it was withered, it would still have some effects. Rumble. The doors of his central heavenly palace opened. A Tao figure stood there unknowingly. It was as if he had existed since time immemorial. He was illusory, yet there was an invisible pressure being emitted. "Everyone, please enter." He spoke to everyone. Many people were shocked. They felt a type of sharpness. It was as if a segment of the heavenly Tao took form, becoming a person. He stood there, leaving everyone confused. This person was extremely special. He's an artifact spirit. Someone cried out softly, guessing that he was a deity contained within a supreme weapon. The current heavenly palace's master's strength was definitely astonishing. Otherwise, How could he have a divine artifact following him? He was definitely matchless. Could it be that the snow-white blade radiance came from this artifact spirit? Let's go in and take a look. Everyone was extremely curious. Quite a few daring individuals naturally wanted to explore the legendary Heavenly Palace, using this to get to the bottom of things. When someone took the lead, there were others who followed. Streams of people surged majestically. They believed that with the master of this place's strength, killing them was as easy as flipping his palm. He wouldn't play any tricks. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, Pang Bo, Black Emperor, and the others gathered together. They also entered this group of palaces, wishing to see what kind of person this was exactly. Streams of people surged. As soon as they approached, everyone sensed a type of great Tao concept. This place was unordinary after all. There was Tao resonating. Inside the central heavenly palace, every single enormous pillar had azure dragons, vermilion birds, Kuan Pongs, and others engraved on them. These weren't decorations, but rather a type of great Tao imprint. A few small dragons could be seen flying out from the pillars, flickering with azure radiance. There were also a few vermilion birds that broke free from their shackles as well, spitting out flames in the void, drawing out streak after streak of scarlet fiery light. This is the place where an emperor had previously resided. It truly is unordinary after all. This thought appeared in everyone's minds. Everyone shivered inwardly, avoiding these seemingly strange totem traces, not daring to come into contact with them out of fear of provoking some type of unforeseen event. No harm. This is an opportunity. If there really is someone who can merge with them, they can obtain their Tao and inheritance. An aged voice sounded from the center of the heavenly palace. Everyone was stupefied, and then their eyes revealed a look of shock. Was this left behind by an emperor? How heaven-defying was this? That was an unmatched Tao fruit. A light cry sounded. The little guy that was raised by Jizue had a golden body as a flame phoenix. At this moment, it collided with a void phoenix, emitting blazing light. The two merged together, resonating with the great Tao. It was actually real. Everyone was stupefied, and then they went crazy. They all wanted to merge with those imprints. Unfortunately, this was an opportunity that couldn't be sought after. Even if they bumped into it, those void images would immediately disappear. They wouldn't truly enter their bodies, leaving them helpless. This place formed a world of its own. No matter how many people entered, the great palace could accommodate them all. White mist pervaded the air beneath everyone's feet, as if they were stepping on clouds. Many people looked forward, wanted to see what kind of person was there. At the center of the great palace, there weren't any extravagant decorations. There was only a simple yin-yang Tao platform that was surrounded by primal chaos. An old Taoist sat on top, merging into the void. Yi Fan and Pang Bo's expressions were greatly shaken. They opened their mouths, but no words came out. They saw two familiar figures that they hadn't seen for hundreds of years. Behind the old Taoist was a man and a woman calmly standing there. They were clearly two Tao children from the past, but they had already grown up a long time ago. The male was scholarly and wore a purple gold Tao crown on his head. He wore a white Tao robe, and there was an indescribable otherworldly temperament about him. The woman was quick-witted, elegant, and bright. She was like an exiled immortal as she quietly stood there. Zhou Linjia, Yi Fan and Pang Bo never thought that they would see their former classmates in ancient heaven. This result left them shocked. After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, they actually appeared here. The primal chaos scattered. On the damaged yin-yang Tao platform, the old Taoist's true body appeared. His appearance was thin, and his robe was ancient. His appearance and temperament weren't outstanding, and he seemed rather ordinary. It's him. It's actually him. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were even more shocked this time. They were both moved. Chapter 1680. Not only Yi Fan, but Longma and the others also looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had never thought that the person in the painting would actually appear in the real world. On a broken Tao platform, the old Taoist was very calm. His skin was lustrous, and he did not look old. Was this the person who had fought against the undying Heaven Empress? Many cultivators looked at him. What era is he from? How did he appear here and become the master of the heavenly palace? Longma and the others were all more shocked than the last. The yin-yang fish rotated, and the broken Tao platform was simple and unadorned. The old Taoist did not move at all. Behind him, Zhou Yi and Lin Jia clearly saw Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Their eyes flashed, and they nodded slightly. So many years had passed, and they had not changed much. Cultivation passed by quickly, and a few hundred years was not a long time for experts. It was clear that each of them had extraordinary strength. The two of them had refined their Tao bones, and their bodies emitted a halo of light. They were especially outstanding in the chaotic energy, and were like a pair of jade lovers. Yi Fan nodded to them, and then stared at the old Taoist. He looked carefully and confirmed that he was not wrong. This was really the person in the painting. He had never thought that he would appear in reality. In the past, he had fought a bloody battle with the Overlord Empress and had gone to the Golden Ancient Road with Pang Bo, Longma, and the other saints. There, he had seen an old man chopping firewood on a small star. At first, they had mistakenly thought that he was a real existence. Later on, they found out that he was a person from the stone carvings. He chopped firewood tirelessly and possessed a mysterious charm that attracted everyone. Later on, they had seen 9 stone carvings left behind by this old man. Not only were there divine coffins in the stone carvings, but they also touched upon the undying heaven blade and were suspected to have seen through the secrets of the heavenly sovereign. Although he was now dressed as a Taoist, he was undoubtedly that person. He had actually walked out of the stone carvings and was living in reality. They had speculated that the stone carvings were from a long time ago, and that this old man was most likely not from the current generation. Now that he had appeared in the world, they were naturally shocked. The woodcutter old man had come from the ancient era and appeared in this era. However, his clothes had changed, and he was now wearing a Taoist robe. Perhaps this was his true identity. In the past, he had been comprehending the Tao and tempering himself in the mortal world. The old Taoist faced the crowd and sighed. There have been too many battles in this world, and many people have died. I want to quell the chaos and end all these troubles. Do you really think you can quell the chaos just because you say you can? Do you really want to rule the world? Someone in the dark said coldly. Shua, a snow-white blade light, rushed into the heavens from the back of the old Taoist. He was carrying a hatchet on his back, and the light illuminated the heaven and earth, making people unable to open their eyes. I won't even frown if I need to take action to quell the blood and chaos. If I can exchange it for a lifetime of peace, I'm willing to be a conqueror who only targets a small number of people. The old Taoist sighed. His voice was not loud, but it had a powerful deterrent force. It also made people feel his determination and sincerity, as if he was not fighting for himself, but to reduce the chaos of blood. The biting cold blade light rushed into the 9 heavens, vast and mighty in the celestial court. Everyone was shocked to find that this heavenly palace was not destroyed. The white blade light passed through the palace and into the heavens, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. With a chong sound, the illusory figure that appeared earlier, which was the weapon's spirit, flew into the blade light. Then everything disappeared. The waterfall-like light and the weapon's spirit entered the hatchet together. This was a formless intimidation. Who dared to say they would win? Perhaps not a single person in this world. Not far away, a quasi-emperor coughed out blood and retreated. The blade did not slash towards him and didn't even leave its sheath. Only the blade energy rushed into the heavens, yet it forced a supreme expert who was not in the direction of the blade light into such a state. It was truly shocking. It was clear that the old Taoist did not kill him. He only made him cough out blood and appear, leaving him with a chance to live. This kind of method, this kind of divine might, caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Who could contend against him? This was a strange scene. An old Taoist sat cross-legged on the damaged yin-yang Tao platform, carrying a hatchet on his back. No matter how one looked at it, it was a bit strange. However, everyone was stunned, not daring to breathe too loudly. The ancient princes were the same. They knew that they were far from being able to compare. That kind of realm was truly too profound. The quasi-emperor was at the absolute peak, reaching the pinnacle and had already touched upon the laws of the Emperor Tao. In this realm, everything could be used as a weapon. A strand of hair could crush a river of stars, opening a world with a raise of one's hand, tearing apart the universe. This was not a problem. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other in dismay. This old man's appearance was unexpected. Today, the appearance of the ruins of the celestial court had truly caused the winds and clouds to change. "May I ask for Senior's name?" someone asked. "I forgot." The old Taoist raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He shook his head and then said, "You all can call me the woodcutter, old man." Everyone was suspicious. Such a powerful person definitely had a world-shaking past. It was clear that he didn't want to talk about it. At this moment, the bearded man walked over with a heroic look on his face. However, he secretly winked at Li Tian and Yin Yishi, causing their fine hairs to stand on end. A layer of goosebumps appeared on their skin. "My master isn't someone from this era. He came from the ancient times, and because of some reason, he was sealed in a rock and lived until now." The bearded man revealed such shocking news. After that, he told everyone to call the old Taoist the woodcutter old man. The master of the quasi-emperor? The bearded man was clearly the quasi-emperor. How terrifying was his master? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. It couldn't be a great emperor, right? Could it be that this unremarkable old man had already achieved the Tao? It was earth-shattering. "Sai, I'll tell you the truth. I am only an in-name disciple, and am not someone from the same era as my master." The bearded man mumbled. Everyone felt relieved. If the two emperors were too terrifying, then this bearded man wasn't the old Taoist's true disciple, and was only a disciple in name. Behind the platform formed by the yin-yang fish, Zhou Yi and Lin Jia's eyes shone brilliantly. They continuously swept past Yi Fan and Pang Bo's bodies. Some people noticed them, but were puzzled. "Grandpa, this immortal tree trembled. Is it going to come back to life?" Outside the heavenly palace, the strong-looking child spoke. The yellow-toothed old man was carrying a wooden bucket and carefully watering the tree. This was already the 800th bucket, and all of the golden lightning elemental liquid had been absorbed. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Could it be that this tree could really come back to life? The woodcutter old man and the others seemed to have only moved into the celestial court not long ago. Otherwise, why would they start watering it now? Everyone was greatly shaken. The most precious thing in the celestial court, apart from the venerable emperor's scriptures, this kind of immortal medicine tree was definitely ranked at the top. It moved everyone's heart. With a rumbling sound, the sky trembled. A terrifying cloud appeared in the distance. It was like a huge flame burning, covering the sky. Phoenix Nest. Many people turned pale with fright. Some people recognized what it was. Was it a dwelling built from the phoenix blood tree, or was it a true imperial magical artifact? How could there be such an astonishing pressure that made one's mind uneasy? Everyone knew that the undying empress had arrived. Everyone was in an uproar. They had heard about it before, but they only saw the phoenix nest today. Naturally, it attracted millions of gazes. Dao Friend's body is quite sturdy. A clear and melodious voice rang out like a young girl's whisper. It seemed to possess a strange magical power. Everyone was petrified. Was this the undying empress? In theory, it should be her. Who else could it be with such a posture? However, her voice was too young. According to everyone's speculations, she should be a lethargic old woman. They never expected her to be so young. Of course, no one saw her true appearance, so they didn't know if she was really that young. They could only see the huge phoenix nest pressing down, about to enter this heavenly palace. The Empress is still alive and well in this world. How could I dare die? The old Taoist calmly said. His tone was tough and not polite at all. Are you looking forward to my death? But I can still live for several thousand years. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Also, I want to take back this heavenly palace. Please leave. A clear and melodious voice rang out from the phoenix nest, like the singing of an oriole. Why do you say return? How did it become the Empress territory? The old Taoist said, Back then, the Emperor and I lived here for a long time, so it is naturally my home. Now that I've returned, it is the right thing to do. Is there anything wrong with that?" The undying Empress' voice was a bit cold. "If the Emperor's descendant is here, perhaps I can say this. Empress, you are twisting words and forcing logic. Now, this place belongs to the people of this world. It is not mine, nor is it yours," the woodcutter said. Like a string of silver bells colliding, the undying Empress' laughter had a type of demonic nature. It made everyone here want to bow down and worship her. With a chong sound, the woodcutter on the old Dawa's back left its sheath on its own. The sound of the blade shattered the laughter, instantly calming this world down. "Do you still want to fight?" The old man spoke. His tone was calm, but it was resolute. He was going to face this with the edge of his blade. Wong! An expanse of fiery light flew out from the phoenix nest. It was as if scarlet blood was layered over each other. Dazzling radiance erupted, as if an immortal phoenix was about to undergo nirvana. "Empress, are you going to walk the path of the Emperor? Do you want to obtain the blood of the Emperors and then bathe in your own body, realizing the phoenix's nirvana?" The woodcutter's words shook the world. At the same time, the phoenix nest trembled. It was clear that it received an attack. The scarlet blood, immortal multicolored light retreated. What? What did the undying Empress do? Why do you say that? Many people were shocked. Yi Fan and Pang Bo glanced at each other, both of them quivering. They thought of the 9 stone inscriptions left behind by the woodcutter. They were related to the ancient divine coffin and the bloodline of the Emperor. There were even some stone inscriptions related to defying the heavens that were erased after he finished carving them. It was clear that the woodcutter understood many astonishing secrets in the past. They were related to the eternal heavens, and he was only tossing out one of them. The undying Empress was greatly shaken. Even she didn't think that the other party would know so much. In that instant, Yi Fan shivered. The undying Empress was bathed in Emperor blood and underwent nirvana. Just how astonishing of a matter was this? No wonder, during the darkness upheaval, some people said that he was the greatest conspirator. It is clear that this emperor still has other terrifying methods. Yi Fan thought of many things. The great emperors and ancient sovereigns of the later generations all knew how terrifying the undying Empress was. They were all on guard against him. So there was actually such a secret. To be reborn while bathing in emperor blood. This was a terrifying legend. It was the same reasoning as a phoenix undergoing nirvana and being reborn through flames, but it was even more terrifying. How could the blood of an emperor be flowed so easily? Just what kind of struggle would it be accompanied by? Everyone felt their scalps go numb just thinking about it. That realm was indeed extraordinary. There were no mortals, and the things they did were somewhat unrecognizable. Chapter 1681. The undying celestial emperor came, using the power of a monarch to force the woodcutter elder to hand over the celestial court ruins. Bathing in the blood of emperors undergoing nirvanic rebirth. Just how terrifying is this bloodline? Everyone felt a chill run down their backs, thinking of many things. Just how many bloody cases had happened in the distant past? If news of this got out, it would definitely shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Many people felt their blood run cold. The deaths of a few great emperors in history were extremely abnormal. Could it be related to this? They still remembered the commotion when the Supreme Emperor's corpse was discovered in Northern Dipper Domain's Central Province, Immortal Manor World. Such a supreme being with astonishing offensive power who walked on the path of immortality actually died after his body was shattered. The blood that flowed out still burning, even now. Moreover, there were people who heard the terrifying roar of an ancient emperor-level existence, loudly berating the undying celestial emperor. When they thought of these things, everyone's entire body went ice cold. Just how ancient of a person was that? Could it be that he existed throughout the endless history of cultivation? He was still here this entire time. This was simply unimaginable and horrifying. A long roar sounded, shaking the heavens. The phoenix nest was still hazy, surrounded by bloody mist. One could only vaguely make out the outline of the divine nest formed from blood phoenix wood. At this time, a tall figure stood above, overlooking this place. he said coldly. The Heavenly Emperor is an immortal god, unfathomable under the heavens. The sun, moon, and stars all fell together, revolving around him. He was like the center of the universe. There were endless stellar streams there, the scene astonishing. This was an exceptionally beautiful male, like a deity. His head of long silver hair hung down to the back of his waist, flickering with sparkling luster, not showing the slightest sign of aging. He looked extremely young, full of heroic spirit, like a young deity who walked over from the ancient times, living until now, respected by the entire world. This was precisely the Sun-Moon Divine General. This wasn't the void body he used to deal with Fan and the human devil, but rather his true body. He walked out from the grave, his blood energy exuberant. Woo! The legendary 8 great divine generals, every single one of them glorious throughout the ages, their strength heaven-defying. Who would have thought that more than one of them survived? It's a pity that it's no longer as grand as before. In the past, there were some among you who almost attained Tao, but now, you've all become phoenixes who have shed their feathers. The old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth grumbled. Then, he led his grandson to water the immortal tree again. Without raising his head, he said, "The wind is strong up there. Be careful not to get blown down. This is no longer the past. If you're not at the peak, don't stand on the peak. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall, and a man does not stand on a bird's nest." Boom! The bloody mist surged as the enormous divine nest pressed forward, covering the sky. The ruins of the celestial court were shaking as the undying Heaven Empress and the 2 divine generals approached. "Since the Heaven Empress wishes to fight to the death, I will gladly oblige." On the Yin-Yang Dao platform, the old Taoist stood up and faced the sky, his eyes bright. Behind them, Zhou Yi and Lin Jia were both shocked. It had been a long time since they had seen the woodcutter act like this. At this moment, he was no longer old and frail. Like an unsheathed divine blade, he slashed toward the sky. Crack! The sharpness shooting out of the old woodcutter's eyes cut 2 large cracks in the void, like the cry of a blade, like the clanging of a sword. Can you still fight? None of us had it easy in the battle of the past. Continuing to fight now won't do anyone any good. The phoenix nest approached, and the clear voice of the Heaven Empress came from within. Without a sound, Divine General Kuan-Tian also appeared. He stood side by side with the Sun and Moon Divine Generals on the Crimson Blood Phoenix nest, both prepared for the great battle. At this time, the bearded man took a step forward and arrived in front of his master. At the same time, the old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth threw down the wooden bucket in his hand and let go of his grandson. He also came forward and confronted the 2 divine generals in the sky. Let us see how powerful the divine generals of the past were, and how much power they have left. The bearded man laughed heroically. The yellow-toothed old man shook his head and said, "I hate fighting the most. Fighting and killing is too boring. I like to study all kinds of flowers and plants, and all kinds of bloodlines. The Heaven Empress bloodline must be very special. I'm really looking forward to it." "You're courting death." Divine General Kuan-Tian's expression was cold. He took a step forward and flew down to attack the old man. Even though the 8 ancient divine generals had transcendent statuses and were arrogant to the point where they wouldn't particularly respect the undying Heaven Empress, they wouldn't tolerate outsiders disrespecting the Heaven Empress. The old man didn't back down at all. He raised a yellow whirlwind and rushed into the sky. His withered palm collided with the divine general's weapon. A shocking explosion rang out as the sun, moon, and stars shattered. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This wretched old man was actually so powerful. He dared to clash with the divine general of the past with just a raise of his hand. He was so crazy. Runes filled the sky, and a river of stars was shattered. Divine General Kuan-Tian's divine ability allowed him to control the world and seize the origin of the universe for his own use. The part of the universe he grabbed was destroyed by the old man. The black heavenly dagger axe in Divine General Kuan-Tian's hand buzzed and trembled as if it had suffered a heavy blow. His entire body swayed and was almost heavily injured. Everyone was shocked by this result. The 8 ancient divine generals had left behind far too many legends. There was actually someone who could rival them. Sure enough, a phoenix without its feathers is not even as good as a chicken. How much strength do you have left? Can you still recover to your peak condition? If I had the strength of the past, I'd flee immediately. The yellow-toothed old man sniggered, which made him seem even more wretched. Kuan fell silent. It was already a miracle that he could survive. If it were not for the dregs of the immortal pill, he probably would not have awakened. What a surprise. A woodcutter like you actually found another supreme master to help you. He can't rival the divine general of the past, but he's not far off. The undying Heaven Empress voice was clear and enchanting in the phoenix nest, like a young girl's anger. Empress, give me 100 liters of phoenix blood. I'll sell myself to you and pledge my loyalty to you. The horrible old man said shamelessly. Grandpa, under the celestial tree, the child pouted unhappily. He found his grandfather to be far too embarrassing. Who am I doing this for? It's all for you. I'm asking for some phoenix blood so that I can use it on you, so that you can deal with that stone egg in the future. The old man murmured before gazing at the sky fervently. He said to the phoenix nest secretly, What do you think, Empress? Why don't I give you a 50% discount? 50 liters of phoenix blood will do. Everyone was surprised. They looked at the child and then at the horrible old man. Just what was his background? He wanted to deal with that stone? Was he referring to the one under the undying heaven blade? That was far too shocking. The divine General Kuan swooped down and attacked the horrible old man, while the divine General Sun Moon's silver-white hair danced in the wind as he charged towards the bearded old man. An intense battle erupted. A while later, a voice rang out from the phoenix nest, making Kuan and the divine General Sun Moon retreat. They were afraid that something would happen to them, as the two of them no longer possessed the great divine abilities of the past. Are you afraid? Are you admitting you're no match for me now? The horrible old man was excited. He was like a victorious rooster, bolting away with his head held high. However, after retreating, his face became bitter. He swung his hand forcefully as he cried out, It hurts like hell. Motherfucker, didn't the phoenix shed its feathers? Why is it still so powerful? Everyone was speechless. Earlier, the horrible old man had taken on the opponent's weapon with his bare hands, shattering the sun, moon, and stars with a single finger. Why was he crying out in pain now? Were his senses severely lagging? The child under the celestial tree covered his face, feeling embarrassed. He felt embarrassed for his grandfather's lack of moral integrity. If we fight again, both of us will definitely be in danger of losing our lives. So let's decide this in 3 strikes. The Empress' voice rang out from the phoenix nest. All right, for the sake of living a few more years, I'll fight a little less. The old Taoist priest raised his head before rushing towards the sky. In that instant, it was as if a raging sea had burst its dam. That place was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The tremendous divine sound and fluctuations shook many people until they fainted. Fortunately, there were unmatched restrictions in the ruins of Celestial Court, or else not only would everyone's blood splatter, it would also be more or less the same. The woodcutter old man and the phoenix nest were submerged. They couldn't see their battle, but everyone could feel the tremendous fluctuations. They directly slaughtered their way into the cosmos, breaking apart the rivers of stars. It was as if there were imperial laws bursting forth. How is this a promise of 3 strikes? Soon, 30 great clashes had already passed. That kind of collision made people tremble in fear. The strength of each clash was greater than the last, making people feel like they were suffocating. In the cosmos, that star system was shattered and completely destroyed. Everyone carefully counted and discovered to their horror that the battle had escalated. As time passed, 300 moves had already passed. This is a decisive battle to the death. Pangbo sighed. Yi Fan, the monkey, the human devil, the Black Emperor, and the others all revealed serious expressions. A battle of this level had a great impact on them. Everyone was watching from afar, hoping to see everything clearly. In reality, the other ancient princes were like this as well. They opened their heavenly eyes and watched the battle in the starry sky. The stars shifted. This battle actually ended after 3,000 moves. The undying Heaven Empress Phoenix nest slowly moved and then left this star system. Before leaving, her cold voice spread through this place. Ancient imperial bloodline, follow me. In the future, there will be a true immortal realm waiting for you all to step into. Today, one matter after another was more shocking than the other. The undying Heaven Empress publicly recruited the ancient princes and directly revealed such news. Everyone's expression changed. Pooh! The woodcutter old man didn't hide anything and continuously coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was about to shatter, and even a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. He landed on the broken Dao platform. Everyone's faces paled. What kind of battle had he experienced? Zhou Yi and Lin Jia hurried forward. They took out an azure gourd and poured out a golden pill for the old Taoist to consume. He was already injured to this extent, yet the undying Heaven Empress didn't chase after him. It could be seen that the peerless woman in the phoenix nest had also suffered heavy injuries, and she wouldn't be much better off than the woodcutter old man. Xiao, a scarlet light, rushed over. No one expected the undying Heaven Empress to leave. Just as everything calmed down, a scarlet dragon suddenly appeared and slashed down, aiming straight for the woodcutter old man. This fluctuation was too intense and terrifying. It caused all the runes in the ruins of the celestial court to light up and release their might. The Emperor Lord has arrived. He also wants to enter this place. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others' expressions changed. The woodcutter old man lightly shouted. He spat out an immortal light from his mouth and slashed at the scarlet dragon. How dare you? On the other side, the messy old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth also shouted. Another scarlet light rushed over, wanting to seize that withered immortal tree. In reality, this light was the real thing. Even though the scarlet dragon that attacked the woodcutter old man was powerful, it was only an incarnation. The messy old man was forced back, unable to block the Emperor Lord. It's him, the master of the divine court, someone who will achieve the Tao. He is definitely not weaker than the undying Heaven Empress and the woodcutter old man. He is a peerless expert at the same level. Many people cried out in alarm. Rumble! That immortal tree uprooted from the ground, about to leave the ground. The Emperor Lord had arrived, and his powerful attack made everyone tremble. It seemed like no one could stop him. Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt that this was inconceivable. You came for this immortal root, but even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to achieve the Tao. The woodcutter old man said. He forced back that incarnation, and with a single step, he arrived in front of the immortal tree, locking it in place. He faced the supreme expert in scarlet dragon armor, whose entire body flickered with scarlet light. Everyone thought of a legend. The immortal tree in the celestial court contained the Emperor Lord's laws and Tao. He normally chanted sutras in front of the tree, and he even used his own life spring divine liquid to water it. This tree was definitely a priceless treasure. The Emperor Lord clearly came for the Tao within the withered tree. He wanted to seize the Emperor Lord's great Tao fragment and search for the great secret of the final step of achieving the Tao. He had waited for too long. Chapter 1682. The Emperor Lord appeared, slaughtering his way over at this crucial moment. There was no need to doubt his strength, definitely comparable to the undying Empress and the wood-chopping elder. The wood-chopping elder's entire body was covered in blood, the space between his brows dripping with blood. His body's condition wasn't great, but right now, he was the only one who could stop the Emperor Lord. This place immediately became quiet. Everyone held their breaths, nervously watching. The 9 suns set in the west. Under the setting sun, the entire celestial court was dyed in a layer of pure and holy radiance, making this place appear even more dignified and solemn. Hand it over. The Emperor Lord spoke, reaching out a hand. His entire body was covered in scarlet dragon armor. his physique tall and sturdy, his palms and fingers powerful. With a casual wave of his hand, large amounts of Emperor Tao symbols appeared in the void. It's useless even if you want it. The wood-chopping elder shook his head. His eyes were deep, carrying a type of wise and far-sighted radiance. You've passed your days in regret, already losing your Tao heart. Even if you were given a true immortal scripture, you still wouldn't be able to achieve the Tao. Give it to me. The Emperor Lord's voice was cold, his aura immediately becoming several times stronger. The wood-chopping elder's words touched his reverse scale. That hand burned fiercely, releasing scarlet blood radiance. That immortal tree had already been uprooted, fixed in the void in front of the heavenly palace, sandwiched between the two. Its entire body was dim, its old bark cracked, lacking the slightest bit of luster. Was this the undying tree that the Emperor Lord had chanted and watered with divine spring liquid? Many people widened their eyes, feeling even more grief than before. For someone who was about to achieve the Tao to fight like this in itself was enough to explain the problem. The wood-chopping elder shook his head, not taking half a step back. In reality, a domain had long formed between the two. The immortal tree swayed between the two. It was difficult to say just how terrifying that level of divine might was. Once it lost balance, this undying medicine might turn into ashes. That was why neither of them dared to use force, treating this with caution. Then let's fight and make a decision, the Emperor Lord said. His head of hair danced about. His body was like a dragon as he soared into the sky. Alho! A great roar sounded. A giant scarlet dragon appeared in the cosmos, its entire body blood red, its scales dense, as if cast from phoenix blood. Apart from this, there was a vermilion bird standing on the dragon's head, overlooking everything below. A scarlet dragon coiled about, its supreme physique flickering with radiance. As it smashed down, the stellar river shattered. The old Taoist ascended into the sky and calmly pushed out his palm. There didn't seem to be any smoke or fire, and not even divine light appeared. However, something terrifying happened. The stars in front of him dimmed, and the entire starry sky turned dark. The blood dragon trembled violently, and its roar shook the 9 heavens. This palm was too terrifying. It was completely silent, destroying an expanse of stellar streams, making everyone tremble. Chong 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 sounds rang out incessantly. 9 ancient characters appeared one after another beside Emperor Lord. They lit up one after another, as if 9 heavenly suns were shining in the sky, surrounding him below. Those were the 9 ancient characters from the Tao scriptures, able to suppress one's body, carry out eternity, possessing a type of undying power. Right now, they displayed powerful defensive strength. Bang! The woodcutter's 10 fingers were like diamonds, stabbing forward with tyrannical offensive power. 10 streaks of immortal radiance shot out, like a great east shooting the sun, 10 arrows shaking the heavens. The 9 ancient characters all trembled chaotically, as if they were suns that were about to be destroyed. They erupted with a wave of terrifying aura, engulfing the heavens and turning into a cosmic storm. Yifan was moved. He was extremely familiar with the 9 ancient characters from the Tao scriptures, having used them many times before. He deeply understood its wonders and powerful, mysterious power, but he never expected someone to break through it like this. That was a type of Emperor Tao technique. Of course, the most important thing was the woodcutter himself. He had a type of miraculous power, 10 streaks of immortal radiance splitting the heavens, the kong-chong noises deafening. Ho! The scarlet dragon soared into the sky, releasing a great roar. It opened its mouth and spat out an expanse of flames. The heaven and earth-covering heat waves burned a few stars until they turned into liquid and then into dust. Passively wasn't an option for Emperor Lord. He began to take action. The 9 ancient characters that had dimmed reappeared, flickering with even more resplendent radiance. Meanwhile, he himself also rushed forward murderously. The woodcutter moved his hand. A fish appeared, carrying great force as it suppressed forward, colliding with the scorching heat waves, making this place erupt with destruction. Cheat! Suddenly, on that scarlet dragon's head, the seemingly small vermilion bird flapped its wings, dancing about in the nine heavens, turning into a streak of blood-colored lightning as it hacked down. Emperor Lord had the vermilion bird's bloodline, and the reason why he revealed his scarlet dragon body was all because of the armor. Moreover, the bloodline's most fundamental power was the vermilion bird. This strike shocked past and present, far exceeding the understanding of the people of this world. Even though that fiery red little bird wasn't large, its divine force was matchless. One of its wings almost immediately hacked down on the woodcutter elder's body. With a chong sound, a streak of snow-white blade radiance rushed into the heavens. The woodcutter on the old Taoist's back was unsheathed, blade energy sweeping out in tens of thousands of waves, rushing forward like a sea. The vermilion bird released a long cry, tearing through the cosmos. Meanwhile, the radiance even more so submerged this place. No one in the celestial court's ruins could see clearly. When everything ended, the woodcutter elder's body swayed, the bloodstains on his entire body increasing. This was especially the case with a terrifying crack on the left side of his body almost splitting in half. That was the might of the vermilion bird's heaven-splitting wing just now. On the other side, specks of blood also appeared on Emperor Lord's body after being swept by the blade radiance. That was a terrifying aura, and a bloody hole was pierced through his shoulder. Suddenly, Emperor Lord's figure flickered, using the vermilion bird's 3,000 realm crossing technique to make time stop. He traveled downwards in reverse to seize at a mortal tree. The old Taoist obstructed and chased after him. The two of them continuously collided in the void. This time, they fought with true flames, and there were tens of thousands of great Tao flowers blooming. Large amounts of symbols appeared. That was a type of supreme natural law fluctuation. Bo! Suddenly, the immortal tree in the celestial court's ruins released a light sound. Its roots shattered, turning into ashes, and its entire body fell to the ground. Emperor Lord released a roar and swooped down. The woodcutter obstructed him, and the two of them collided several times before finally landing in front of the celestial court's ruins. The roots are fake and can be passed off as the real thing. The true venerable Emperor Immortal Tree has long since disappeared. The roots have been moved away. The old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth was so angry that he threw the wooden barrel onto the ground. Golden lightning elements flowed within the barrel, startling all the experts into fleeing. Those things could definitely injure the great sage. It's all for nothing. The immortal stock has been moved away. Emperor Lord was disappointed and frustrated. Then his eyes suddenly became cold as he looked towards the distant Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others, revealing killing intent. With a chi sound, he pointed out a streak of divine radiance to destroy these people. The little girl wasn't here, so he didn't have any misgivings. Pung! The woodcutter used position transposition to block his attack. You care too much. Emperor Lord's eyes were extremely cold. The scarlet dragon armor on his body shone, and his aura became even more powerful. Old thing, did you forget how you were scared witless by a little girl not long ago? Why are you still acting so cool? The Black Emperor ridiculed him. All of you leave. Emperor Lord swept his gaze over the old man and the large man. Then he stared at the old Taoist and said, You leave too. Give up this place. Finally, he looked towards Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others. These people must die. At this time, everyone could see that the old Taoist seemed to have lost the strength to fight. His situation was terrible to the extreme. The bloody hole between his eyebrows that the undying Heaven Empress had left behind was worsening. The wound couldn't heal, and after the battle with Emperor Lord, it had become even more serious. The Emperor Lord had nothing to fear now. He threatened him like this, telling him to leave, or else there would be a bloody calamity. You overestimate yourself. Even if we are both on the verge of achieving the Tao, I'm heavily injured, and you might not be able to suppress me," the old Taoist calmly said. In the back, Yifan took out the blue lotus. The monkey raised the immortal iron rod. The human demon raised the stone artifact, and the Black Emperor began to lay down a great array, preparing for an unpredictable, decisive battle. "Then all of you can die." The Emperor Lord had gone crazy. Not long ago, he had lost everything, and his Tao heart had been shattered. Now he was almost sick. If he couldn't obtain it, then he would destroy it. The venerable Emperor's immortal tree was where he had placed all of his hopes, but now it had disappeared. The old woodcutter pulled out the hatchet with a clang. The black back of the blade and the snow-white blade tore through the starry skies. The blood in his body burned, and his primordial spirit left his body. His body fell limp. Bang! The entire blade was even more resplendent than a river of stars. It condensed the old Taoist's essence, energy, and his primordial spirit. He didn't have the strength to fight to the death, so he released his most powerful attack. He wanted to end this battle in the shortest time possible. The crazy Emperor Lord immediately woke up. This type of battle was the most dangerous. Two people on the verge of achieving the Tao were fighting with their lives on the line. One side could fall any time. In that instant, the heavens and earth shook 10 times. It was like the 10 strikes that opened the heavens. Everyone was horrified to discover that this aura was too terrifying. It was comparable to the darkness turmoil from 300 years ago. Many people shivered inwardly. That hatchet clashed with the Emperor Lord 10 times, producing the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. All types of primal chaos deities roared. In the end, the scarlet dragon armor shattered, and a large dragon was broken apart. Even though the vermilion bird that rushed out from within was crying out miserably, it couldn't escape the killing calamity and was struck by the hatchet. Pooh! A bloody head flew up and landed in front of the celestial court. Then, it exploded into a bloody paste, and its primordial spirit was destroyed. Dang! The hatchet fell to the ground. The old Taoist's primordial spirit became incomparably dim. It entered the body that fell limply on the ground and flew up the Tao platform with difficulty. His eyes were dim and without light. This was a Pyrrhic victory. He paid a great price. The Emperor Lord had died, killed by someone. This peerless expert of the present universe was killed just like that. It felt extremely unreal. Blood scattered everywhere, indicating the defeat of a colossus. Everyone knew that the divine court was finished and that there was no longer a trace of hope. The Emperor Lord has been killed. This was a violent wave. The news swept out in all directions like a tide. There were even people who directly crossed the starry skies and left. The destruction of the divine court was unavoidable. Many people had already made their plans. That headless corpse broke apart inch by inch and turned into a pool of blood. In the end, it burned and nothing was left. The Emperor Lord had died. The world is about to be thrown into chaos. The undying Heaven Empress wishes to walk a bloody path and bathe in the divine blood of all living beings. I wish to build a Tao palace, reform the universe, and quell the bloody chaos. The old Taoist stood up with difficulty, with Zhou Yi's support, and slowly said. His tone was very calm, but it spread throughout the world like an ancient deity had returned. The stars in the universe stopped rotating for a short moment, and only this kind of voice reverberated. On this day, the Tao Palace that the old Taoist had founded was officially established. It shook the universe, and there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. On this day, the divine court was destroyed, and the Emperor Lord's bloodline's inheritance was broken. It was swept away by several great powers and wiped clean. On this day, the undying Heaven Empress announced to the world that she wanted to build an eternal dynasty. Among all living beings, countless experts rushed over. They were all races that had once regarded the undying Heaven Empress as the supreme deity. On this day, there were strange movements in the underworld. Many people saw many ghost soldiers from various star fields passing through the starry skies as if they were about to set off for the battlefield. On this day, God's organization also made a big move. Ancient divine statues in some regions suddenly lit up. Chapter 1683. After 20 years of conflict, the Taoist palace was established and stabilized the universe. There were battles and bloody battles during this period, but the Taoist palace didn't suffer much. In the past 20 years, the gods and the underworld had been at war. This war showed the world how terrifying the two great inheritances were. They could overturn the universe. If it wasn't for the hatred between the two sides, either side could rule the universe. The underworld sent out several armies, numbering in the millions. They appeared everywhere and destroyed many statues, starting a war with the gods. What was terrifying was that many of the masters sent by the underworld were famous figures from ancient times. Some of them had been recorded in history and were still remembered to this day. Those were their corpses. After hundreds of thousands of years, their corpses had gained sentience and vitality, becoming new life forms. And all of this was the work of the underworld. This was a terrifying inheritance. They had an important position in the entire history of cultivators. They paid attention to the heroes of each generation and transported their bodies away. This kind of huge action and project made people feel terrified. In this war, a statue from the gods also shocked the human world. Some people heard an important ancient corpse commander of the underworld call it a general from the era of the celestial court. A stone man that had been carved into a statue and had gained sentience after millions of years of worship was really shocking. In fact, it wasn't a general from the era of the emperors, but a man-made holy spirit. Its body was carved with all kinds of runes of the Great Path. It was originally made to commemorate a general from the celestial court, but after a long period of evolution, it had gained sentience and psychic power. After 20 years of war, the two behemoths fought until the galaxy collapsed. Both suffered heavy losses, and the power and backup they used were also scary. It was chaotic and blood flowed like rivers. The Taoist palace was developing, and the undying Empress dynasty was also dormant. There was no bloody war, but everyone knew that there would be one. The universe was divided by the four great forces. No one dared to act rashly, and it was impossible to start a war in a short period of time. During this period, many five-colored altars and ancient royal platforms were repaired. The Stargate appeared once again, and traveling between different parts of the universe was no longer as difficult. Although the Celestial Court was very powerful and had annexed many territories of the Divine Court, it was still lacking compared to the four behemoths. Whether it was in terms of the number one expert of the church or in terms of overall strength, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It was possible for them to become the fifth major force, but not yet. There were many experts with great potential in the sect, and their prospects were bright. However, they still couldn't truly rule over the world. There were many variables, and as a result, they weren't listed as a colossus among their peers. Of course, there definitely wouldn't be anyone who dared look down on them. How powerful was the emperor back then? However, he had previously fled from the Celestial Court, this place making even those who achieved the Tao feel restraining fear. Big Dipper was previously ruined, destroyed beyond recognition. Corpses everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Later on, someone smelted the shattered stars into one and moved the sun, moon, and stars over to fill up the starry sky that had been smashed into nothingness. It was equivalent to recreating the Milky Way and reopening the world. Several hundred years had passed. Regardless of whether it was the cracks in the mountains, rivers, or the wounds in people's hearts, everything had almost been healed. The mortals had already changed generation after generation. Even though the blood and chaos of the past were still circulating in this world, the beautiful and auspicious things still existed in the end, never erasing the longing in people's hearts. The Eastern Wasteland was extremely vast. There were 7 great life restricted regions here, the source of the darkness chaos. The mountains of corpses had long since disappeared, melted into the yellow earth. Now this place was still beautiful, just like in the past. There were magnificent mountains and rivers, the miracles of the world, and the legends of the immortal medicine that attracted people of the world. And now, the Stargate had revived. The five-colored altar, the ancient imperial platform, and all kinds of the most complicated transport formations saw the light of day one after another. They were dug out from the ruins, and there were also some masterpieces from the later generations of the Desolate Era that were used. This starry domain was no longer just the world of the Northern Dipper people. There were also cultivators from all over the cosmos. People came here with complicated emotions, wanting to see the so-called Emperor Burial Star. There were some who came on a pilgrimage, kowtowing every 3 steps as they walked towards the seclusion places of those ancient great emperors, Taurites, and other places. There were some who came because of hatred. They gazed into the great life, restricted regions, not daring to approach. They paced back and forth, inwardly cursing. It was precisely these places that produced supreme beings, killing their seniors, causing so many people to fall. This is the G family's ruins. What a grand mountain range, what majestic mountains and rivers. Someone sighed in admiration. These mountains used to be divine islands, all of them floating in the sky. Later on, they were blasted down by the shock waves of the Supreme Being's battle, or else they would be many times more magnificent than this. There were quite a few people in front of the southern region's ancient ruins. Many of them were deeply moved. Back then, the Void Emperor fought with his life on the line, yet in the end, half of his immortal mirror dyed the void in blood, making people shed tears. Many people headed south, gazing at the Desolate Era's restricted regions. This was perhaps the only restricted region that wasn't viewed as an enemy by others. It was rumored that the darkness chaos was quelled precisely by the existence of this place. The 9 sacred mountains had long been destroyed, the whereabouts of the divine medicines unknown, only leaving behind remains in the abyss. Only, no one knew if the Empress was still there, so no one dared to enter. It was because the aura of seizing time was still there, as if it was foretelling something. I heard that back then, the human race's Yi Fan prospered precisely here. I wonder if this is true or false. An expert from the Heavenly Horse Race said, "Of course it's true. He went in and out several times, plucking the undying fruit, and only then did the sea of bitterness disappear, allowing him to walk on the path of cultivation." Someone sighed softly. Time and fate, if not for the great natural luck here back then, perhaps there wouldn't be today's quasi-emperor, the assassin of the ancient emperor's children. Many people hated the fact that they were born at the wrong time. If they were also born in that era, they might have been able to replace him, becoming the one with the great opportunity back then. Some people were always like this, always full of regret and yearning toward the past. The true opportunity was only in front of them, yet they couldn't grasp it in the end. "Master, you are still well." This disciple is at ease. Outside the crowd, a figure stood there, silently gazing into the horizon, seemingly thinking about many things. Isn't that Long Yuxuan? One of the few experts in the Northern Dipper race. Someone noticed him, revealing a strange expression. Long Yuxuan didn't say anything, walking into the distance. I heard that he is the disciple of the divine Physique Yi Fan. I wonder if it's true? Back then, he was adopted by the old Peng King. He did his best to open the heavenly gate of the sky Peng bloodline, passing on the secret technique to him. It's a pity that the old Peng King failed his closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, the Dipper race would definitely have produced another great sage. The people sighed. Hearing this, Long Yuxuan revealed a sad expression and left without looking back. "It's time to meet up with my junior." He sighed softly. A Taoist priest was walking in the mortal world, treating each and every believer seriously. His name was Zhang Qingyang, and he had returned from the outer realms after the dark chaos ended. He was like an ascetic monk, not using magic power or divine arts, preaching the Tao in the mortal world. In these years, his research on faith had reached a level that could shake the heavens and the earth. It had to be said that his talent in this aspect was rarely seen since ancient times. In these hundreds of years, apart from Long Yuxuan, no one knew that there was such an unparalleled genius in the mortal world, achieving achievements that could shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. This kind of achievement was not reflected in battle prowess, but rather in his analysis and understanding of the power of faith, surpassing the sages of the past. Junior, have you discovered anything new? Long Yuxuan asked. There is an astonishing discovery. We have to tell Master immediately. I discovered that the power of faith can allow one to live in the hearts of all living beings. It really is a kind of direction for longevity. Zhang Qingyang bade farewell to the mortal world. After freeing himself from his research, he was extremely excited, and his temperament did not match his usual divine preacher temperament. Is it feasible? Long Yuxuan was doubtful. It's feasible. There were some supreme beings in the ancient times who researched the power of faith, and it's not without reason. It's really too useful. The so-called afterlife is related to this. The more Zhang Qingyang spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he even brought up an earth-shattering guess, saying, I suspect that Ba is still alive today, waiting to reincarnate. The undying heavenly emperor might not be dead, and will appear sooner or later. Since ancient times, the two of them have walked the furthest on this path. Long Yuxuan was shocked. What kind of freak was his own junior brother exactly? What exactly did he research? My guess might be true. Ba has always been sitting cross-legged in the hearts of Buddhist disciples and has never been erased. The so-called reincarnation, the so-called afterlife, is possible. Zhang Qingyang forcefully waved his fist, extremely excited. When they passed by a place in the southern region, the two of them stopped and gazed into the distance. Auspicious multicolored light surged in tens of thousands of streaks. This was the wavering light Holy Land. The current sect master was a woman named Wei Wei. Not only was she unparalleled in the wavering light realm, but she also had the power of the number 1 expert of the Big Dipper. Her strength was unfathomable. This woman is too special. She didn't say anything, but I heard that she is already the quasi-emperor. Oh, that's right, the people from Humble Peak have returned a long time ago. Let's bring that martial uncle to see Master. When Long Yuxuan mentioned that martial uncle, a strange expression appeared on his face. The Humble Peak had long been destroyed and no longer existed. Now, it was merely a new peak. Zhang Wenchang was very peaceful now, no longer feeling sad about the past. He had completely embarked on the path of cultivation. However, his cultivation base really made people speechless. Several hundred years had passed, and he had finally stepped into the second level of a mortal foundation. In this environment where cultivation was easy, he could be considered a strange flower in the camp of demon-level geniuses like Yi Fan. Martial Uncle, how long is it until the third severance of immortals becomes king? Zhang Qingyang asked. Roughly another 500 years. Zhang Wenchang seriously pondered for a moment before replying. Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan staggered at the same time. This martial uncle of theirs was hopeless, yet he was still so serious in his cultivation. This caused these two demon-level geniuses in different domains to be truly speechless, unable to say anything. Let's go take another look at the divine embryo of the Jade Lake. Back then, when Yi Fan left, he was very worried about it. Tens of years ago, the Jade Lake returned again, and that divine embryo should have been brought back as well, Zhang Wenchang said. Right, we originally wanted to take a look around. Long Yuxuan nodded. The Jade Lake had been reconstructed, and the scenery now was still beautiful and auspicious. They saw the 9-orifice divine stone under the immortality peach tree, and the divine embryo inside had yet to be born. You guys came at the right time. I have something here to give to Yi Fan. You can pass it to the Ji clan. The Holy Maiden of the Jade Lake had long since become the Holy Lord of a sect. Her beauty was unmatched throughout the generations, and she was one of the few most beautiful women in the world. Her slender figure was graceful and elegant, and her jade-white face was filled with solemnity. She solemnly passed over a stone box, handing it to Zhang Wenchang and the others. When they opened the stone box, they saw half a broken copper plate, mottled with rust, almost rotting away. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that this was half a copper mirror, riddled with thousands of holes. Rather than saying those were rust stains, it would be better to say that they were dried blood stains. They were all shocked. The three of them left the Jade Lake with complicated emotions, their minds unsettled. They hurried to their next destination, the Western Desert. Back then, Mount Meru smashed into the path of immortality